It's Friday the 13th. Spooky.
No wonder all those things on Facebook are popping up. Huh.
I know. It's crazy. Yeah. I just figured I'd use the fancy Friday the 13th font, and it's like, ooh, spooky.
I'm scared.
Yeah, and Eric's here. That's pretty horrifying.
Even.
Yeah, listen, Eric's here. That's pretty horrifying.
Yeah,
you know, that's a starting point right there.
Yeah.
So Josh was first out of the gate here, just before the show. Sorry, Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos Live. Thank you, Josh.
So let me start off with a Friday the 13th. Shut up, Josh.
There you go. Oh. More than likely, usually he posts before he shows up, so you may get another chance tonight.
Oh, I'll
letting you know.
I'll just do it constantly for 4 hours. I don't care.
That works out. Good evening, Jeff. Saddle Fan 21 says we just have to watch for crazy leprechauns. True.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Reggie's been running from them for the longest time.
Guaranteed.
Yep. So I've got a couple of small things. We'll chat on them a little bit, and more than anything else, it's been like I mentioned, kind of alluded to it on the podcast episode, but it's been a little bit. What's funny is it's not quiet from a collecting standpoint. It's kind of quiet from a news standpoint because there just isn't that much. I did chuckle the Toronto Expo.
Bought, so that doesn't matter.
That's basically it. Yeah, we run out of acquisitions to offer. Yes. Expo added a couple of new signees, including a little bit of wrestling. So I will make reference to that. So I'll it'll touch on. I will mention we in the Greater Toronto. I think it's Greater Toronto Card Show. I'll get the website and everything up.
Yep.
If you are in the Toronto area, you can check it out because you can see the booth that shall have the Burrell and myself. We shall be hanging out there, and I finalized.
80 tables is a decent size.
Exactly. So we'll be there hanging out. And rumor has it that one of Eric's favorite people, Brad, may be in the vicinity somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Watch out.
We may be there collectively cursing Eric. So that may be a thing.
I thought I had a quick think, maybe if I get up at like 4 a.m., take the 10-hour drive, come up there, surprise you guys. Hey! You never would have expected this. Surprise, I'm here. But now if Brad's going to be there, I absolutely will not.
Yeah. I got you.
Good evening, Dom, and happy Friday 13th to you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Matt. Perfect. So we'll be doing that. I will include a link to the website for it in the description if you are in the area and want to check it out. The description includes the address and the information, all of it. It is on Sunday. And all the info is included there. And we're gonna have some fun with it. We're gonna try to basically take a little bit of. I'm gonna try to take some footage. I'll bring a small camera with me, and we'll see what I can do, get something out of it, and talk about the experience. The PSA candidate here. You're out, Eric. That's right.
See, good. And and if you have time to type, you have time to be on the show, so I can insult you to your face. So
this is fair. Huh? Besides, if Brad, if you are able, and you want to join in. You can commiserate with us because next week is the most exciting week. Eric, so I want to quickly touch on this real quick. Next week is the most exciting week on the calendar because not only is 2024 AEW Flagship supposed to drop, Steve has been texting me nonstop. Since it got delayed a week, he is literally... I had to turn off my phone. I couldn't handle it anymore. It was enough. Enough is enough. Jesus. Apparently, they snuck in, trying to take advantage of some of the fanfare of 2024 AEW Flagship. Apparently the cup is coming next week.
Oh.
Yep, they're going to have the cup. Now it's 22-23, so no Conor Bedard. So we're still only a year behind. So close. You missed it by that much. Yep. So we did do a little sneak preview, so I'll use this as the opportunity to make reference to it. We did do a sneak preview of some of the images. So apparently the check, I'm going to double check, but I believe the checklist is already there by now if they're going to release it next week. But we did do a sneak preview of some of the images on the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. We did do a little sneak preview where I showed those images to Steve where he was able to get a look at them. He was lukewarm on it, not nearly as excited as 2024 AEW Flagship. But nonetheless, we did take a look at some of those images and comment on the designs and things like that. So if you want to check that out. So obviously this upcoming week, more than likely, we will be talking about the cup a little bit more, since if the product is going to be coming out that week, it makes all the sense in the world that the next episode will probably touch on it. So we'll touch on that. I did tell Steve that we couldn't spend an hour straight talking about AEW Flagship, even though that's what he wanted to do originally. We will restrain ourselves.
Oh, he was disappointed, I know.
Yeah, he wanted to go live for like 6 hours, Eric.
Yeah.
He was done. 4 hours is not enough, Carlos. And I go, Steve, I understand. Slow your roll.
Yeah.
Just
excited.
calmness, my man. Calmness.
Excited.
We got to show a little restraint sometimes. So anyway, so you can check that out. That'll be on the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. You can also check out amgcollectibles.ca. We thank them for supporting the live stream and the channel. Philly Joe says, good evening, Carlos and gang. Happy Friday 13th. Happy Friday 13th to you as well. Average Joe Car Collector. Hey, gentlemen. And that Swamp Monster called Eric. See, we got it all in theme.
Yeah,
Swamp Monster. Good Friday the 13th joke.
We got a little theme going on, Bobby. We got a little theme going on. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. It's pretty good. Now, for folks that may be interested, since it is, it's getting ever closer, we're approaching the middle of September. So that means the Expo is right about 2 months out. So we're rapidly, the calendar is moving quickly.
Earlier this year, is it not? Is it the 12th?
It's going to be almost exactly 2 months because I think it's the second week of November. It's the 10th.
Yeah.
So it's that one. But nonetheless, if you look 13th on the calendar today, that's almost exactly 2 months within a couple of days. So we're pretty close. So it's right in that range. If in reality, it's even closer. If we want to get even more specific, we're under 2 months. So it's approaching rapidly. So you can check out the website there if you want to check out some of the official hotels. So if you want to book your hotels ahead of time,
Oh, you better.
you got that. Now would be a good time. You've still got some time there left, and they've got some discounted rates. We have a share before I head on the road for a week. Carlos Debrell and no Eric. It's going to be an epic Sunday. Well, there we go. Fair enough. We'll be sure to take. We'll take some pictures with Brad, and we'll all be like, "Glad Eric isn't here."
Good.
As we do.
Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that I'm not going to be there.
Yeah, and then you all will see whenever Eric says that, but then he like literally sends this image of him, like his wife sends image, he's heartbroken, he's in the fetal position on the ground going, why? Why? It's like, and Marcel isn't returning my calls, and I can't even watch a movie with Dude Love this week.
Oh no.
It's terrible. It's not a good time.
It's okay. I hung out with a former Boston Bruin today, a former Boston Bruin legend today. I'm okay.
Literally everyone on that roster is a legend, according to you, including, of course, Joe
Former legend.
He is a Boston Bruins legend, and no one can debate that.
He's going to be all by himself. That's right, Dom. You got it. Absolutely. So we've got that. Now, real quick, I did want to touch on this because I mentioned it just a moment ago, but this made me laugh, by the way. I feel like the Expo is literally going all over the map on this because they've been adding more autographed guests, which is good, by the way. It's good. It's a good thing. I'm not knocking it. It's a good thing. To have variety is good because that offers different things. More hockey players is what everybody expects, but they've done a good job kind of mixing it up, adding a little baseball, a little something else. But they added a couple of wrestlers here at the top. But the choices are a little bit, let's say, unique. So let me show you.
Now, are we doing Toronto or
this is Toronto? This is Toronto.
Okay. All right.
So right here, you've got Rikishi, who did it for The Rock, and the Powers of Pain, Barbarian and Warlord. Yeah. Now I know who these people are.
Wow, that's
a deep cut, my friends. That's a deep cut.
Deep.
That's a deep cut.
So
yes.
All right, is that it for wrestlers?
Right now, for the moment, I believe that's it for us. I'm just looking. Joe Carter, Tim Thomas, I saw that earlier. We got Joe Bowen, if you want, your commentators, you got that as well. So right now, that is the two most recent additions are these two. By the way, that doesn't mean it's the end because I expect them to be adding more names. But at the moment, these are the two most recent additions that I saw.
I am playing. I can't promise anything. I hope it happens, but I was asked to be the middleman between the guys that I was hanging out with last November doing all the autograph stuff. They contacted me and asked me to be the middleman to try to get Mick Foley up there. So I passed the stuff on to Mick and told them that these are good guys and all that. And it's between them and, it's all business and money now. So
sure.
Mick did say he wanted to do it. He was interested in doing it.
Good.
So it really just has to be about, the business between those guys now, which I have nothing to do with. But it was fun to be the middleman between the, those guys and him. And, I'd love to see Mick again in November. So I hope it all works out. But you might have Mick Foley. You might have him and all his personalities up there also. We'll see.
You can be his liaison.
I'll if he goes, I will. And if as long as he's there afternoon, I will attempt to introduce Carlos to Mick if
I was about to
Take
say,
them out
yeah,
for
because
dinner
if
and
it's
buy
in the
dinner.
morning, it's the morning, you're all dead to me.
I will make the attempt. As long as it's, I'll tell him he has to be there afternoon. Would you go watch a goddamn movie and get out of here? No one wants you here, Brad.
It's called multitasking, my friend. It's called multitasking.
No,
Good evening,
nobody
Orlando.
wants you here. Go away, jerk.
Don't say that about Orlando. That's rude. How dare you?
Sorry,
Very
Orlando.
rude. Shameful. Disgraceful.
Sorry.
Make sure to hit the like button because then Eric pays for his insolence.
Listen, I am running out of money. My kid is in college. If I have to keep paying for this crap, I'm not going to be able to come up in November.
Gas money.
It's too soon. Teddy DiBiase says it's too soon. He needs some time to warm up.
Yeah.
He's warming up in the back. He's signaling to me later, but he was getting tuned up. Like as soon as he saw it, he just immediately perked up. He's like, "Hold on, I got to get ready."
Little mouth spray.
Yeah, listen, he's not a young man. It takes a lot more work to get ready. Like as you can imagine, Eric, as he gets older, the warm up time takes longer. He can't just show up randomly and start cackling on command. He's got to be like, hold on, I got exercises. Hold on, I got to do my vocal warm ups. We'll get there when the time is right. He will be there. He will be here.
I don't think I'll have as much discretionary income as I have in the past, considering the very large checks that are being written to the University of Rhode Island.
So, Eric, what you gonna do when no, I won't even go there.
He was just here yesterday.
Really?
He was. I kid you not. He was probably from my house. He was 400 yards away at a liquor store hawking Great American beer.
4 football fields away.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was right around the corner at the liquor store.
How you doing?
And traffic was crazy. Everybody, it was nuts. I had no interest. I did not go. And 2 days before Hogan showed up, the same liquor store had Jason Momoa, who's, if those who don't know, played Aquaman and the latest Aquaman movies and many other movies too. But so Tuesday it was Jason Momoa and Thursday it was Hulk Hogan.
What's going on at your liquor store?
Yeah, right. It's because they're hawking booze.
Momoa's drawing quite the crowd over there, man. You're drawing quite the crowd over there.
Got vodka. Hogan's got beer, and it's like, we have enough traffic. Go away.
So it's now, in the spirit of the Friday the 13th theme that we were talking about a little earlier tonight, I mentioned to the guys that I saw a meme that was posted on Instagram. Now it's somebody else's meme that was reposted, but I'm going to share it anyway because I thought it was perfect, and it plays right into one of Eric's favorite people. So let me share this with you. Here, Tom Brady and Tony Dungy looking like they poisoned your food and are waiting for you to eat it.
Yeah, look at the eyes. Holy
that
crap.
look, that they both got the crazy eyes right there.
Both.
Well,
yeah.
As a great man once said, cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Look at that. Oh, Brady's just staring.
I bet you still love me, Eric, don't you? Yeah. Don't you, Eric?
Cocaine's a hell of a drug. That's Rick James.
How he intimidated all his people who would come and tackle him. Just looked.
Like, that right there was special stuff. That's right there is nightmare fuel. Nice. That is nightmare fuel.
Yeah,
truly nightmare fuel.
I don't know.
Baby booger sugar. That's what that is.
Wow. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's talk about this for a couple of minutes. So, folks in the chat, I think I had a couple small things that I'll bring up, but again, they're small things. So we'll intersperse them in between. If there's something that you guys would like to chat about, it's total hangout tonight. We're just gonna hang out and do our usual thing, but it means it'll go all over the map. And if there's something that you'd like us to touch on, feel free. Now, one thing I did want to talk about is I want to talk about the Thursday night game. We can touch on that for a couple of minutes. Obviously, the game itself wasn't that great. Buffalo took care of business for the most part, but obviously the big thing coming out of it was Tua getting injured. So, sports card angle is this. As far as I'm concerned, if I was holding Tua, I'd be like, sell Mortimer, sell. Like because if you know anything about Tua's history with concussions, he was contemplating retirement a couple of years ago. Last season, he managed to get through clean. But it's one of those things where you get concussions. Look, some people, and we'll use the hockey analogy since a lot of our audience here is Canadian, and Eric, um, Eric Lindros. You look at the guy, look at the skill set, the size, the speed, the power. He looked like he was built to dominate the sport. And the thing is, he did for a period of time. But for whatever reason, he and his brother, both of them,
I was gonna say, don't forget Brett had the exact
extremely but you look at them, they stand there in front of you, and you look at them and go, this right here is a prototype of what should be a great dominant hockey player. But both the guys had, and the fact that it was both of them indicates to me it's genetic. Like they just had a genetic predisposition to be particularly susceptible to concussions and to devastating effect. Like it altered both their, his brother never really got out of the blocks, but he was talented, clearly. Like the fact he was even in position tells me he had talent. And Eric, for a time period, was a dominant top tier player. He got to the Hall of Fame based on the dominance he did have during the time he had it. Yeah. But when it was gone, it was gone. He was never the same player after the Scott Stevens hit. But the thing is, he was prone to getting concussions, and unfortunately, it plagued him his entire career. Jordan could have been, it was already a Hall of Fame career, but imagine if he didn't have that problem. Imagine if that had not been an issue, he'd been able to play at a higher level longer. It would have been even more of a slam dunk for him. Who knows what else he could have accomplished. Tua, for what it seems like, it appears that he is one of those guys who just has a propensity. Because if you saw that game and you watched the hit, by the way, the person who laid the hit, and I'm using hit lightly, was DeMar Hamlin.
Right.
And I watched a bunch of the talking head things, and I will say this. One of them made an excellent point, a very excellent point. He was basically a former football player, and he was saying, out of all people, DeMar Hamlin had no interest whatsoever in hurting somebody else or laying in a devastating hit. He did everything in his power to take everything out of it. He literally just wanted to wrap him up and take him to the ground gently. He was trying his best, literally, because if you look at it, he was almost absorbing it, like he was backing up into him and he was just grabbing him to get the tackle, the bare minimum required to tackle, and he still got concussed. That suggests to me that it's like, well, then guys literally can't touch you. You're made of glass. Like, you're done. To me, that means you're done. I don't see a path forward.
It's done. Yeah, I mean, if somehow, and we can go into what our opinions are and recommendations, I guess, in a minute. But if he does come back, I would think he has to change his style. He can't be the mobile quarterback / running back. He's got to be a pocket passer. And his line has to defend him at all costs, and he can't be running around getting lit up, because that's what happens. He gets he starts running around and out of the pocket, and somebody gets him. And if he comes back, it has to be like Tom Baby. I don't leave this circle. I can't run. I won't run. I'm not leaving this circle.
Yeah. I don't think with his style of play, it takes away a lot of his skill set, because a lot of what he was good at was being mobile. Now, not necessarily that it didn't mean he was a runner per se, but the fact that he could move around a little bit was part of his game. It was part of what he was doing. So, Timer Show Card Collector says, I'm going to go on a limb and say they've already thought of that as far as, his line trying to protect him. I think, though, the reason I made the point about the type of hit it was, DeMar Hamlin did everything in his power to not even make it a hit. He was actually not even trying to lay a hit. Like, he could have hit him if he had wanted to hit him. And he went out of his way not to hit him. And he still got concussed. Which suggests to me that even you could have the greatest pocket in the world, but even if your own lineman bumps you, you might fall over. And like a couple of his concussions were him hitting the ground and hitting his own head against the ground.
Right.
The lineman can't protect you from that. The ground's the ground. It's a bump. You trip and fall, and you bump your head, you get concussed. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's why I use the Eric Lindros analogy. I feel at this point that we have enough of a body of evidence to suggest that his body type, his head, everything, is more prone to concussion than the average person walking the street. People, if you do anything, you can get a concussion. I've had them. Eric has had them dozens of times, even during the show, all the time.
I've had dozens.
There are people who are more prone to it than others, people who will be more susceptible to it than others. And if you're one of those people, a contact sport is not for you, because there's nothing you can do. Like unless we switch to flag football rules, like where literally they can't even bump you. They just take the flag off you. Like unless we switch to flag football rules, you're always in danger.
Yeah, 100% right. And I don't think making him a pocket passer is going to happen. I don't think he can do it. His style is anti pocket. You know, he can get out, he can run for yards, he can get out of the pocket, make that extra play. You know, he's very talented. He's really, really good. There's no question. But I don't think he could go from, you know, his type of play to, you know, Tom Brady's babies type of play.
You be careful. I already showed you. Brady's got the crazy eyes. You might
I
not
know.
want to be messing with him too
Yeah.
much.
Maybe that's why.
You got the booger sugar eyes. I know.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, I didn't get a concussion, and I was 5 years old. I ran between two parked cars. We were playing ball hockey in the front of somebody's yard there, and I ran between two parked cars, bent over to pick it up, and a taxi cab hit me, flew me 20, 30 feet back, and I went to the hospital and, you know, got some stitches here, and my parents had to come in every hour, you know, and I was just so pissed off because you have to say your name, where you live, and stuff like that for every hour. And they said after the first, every time the door would just open, I would go, okay, my name's this. And then they went, he's fine, leave him alone. So there you go, hit by a car. Like, honestly, it was going like 30, 40. Like, yeah, that's what happened. I knew it. Okay. Anyways, and then you're talking about a helmet hit. Like, okay, whatever.
Well, that was the problem. It wasn't a helmet hit.
I wasn't wearing a helmet.
Yeah, the problem was that he basically, if you check out the replay, he basically hit Hamlin basically in the chest and like the bicep, like the guy. He didn't hit him with anything. He's what happened is his head twisted. His head twisted. Yeah, his head twisted. So the point of the point that that's the point that I've been making is that that wasn't even a NFL hit. That's literally the guy doing. That's a guy protecting you. That is a guy going out of his way to try to protect you, who is very sympathetic and obviously understands. So he's going out of his way to try to make sure you don't. He doesn't want to hurt you at all. He could not have done more to try not to hurt this man, and the man is still was out for the game.
On a hit like that, Will Smith couldn't even make a movie. Like, come on.
Ooh. But that's the problem. So if that's
a real slap in the face to Will Smith. Come on,
look at you. But if that's the state you're at, I think the football is done for you. Now, good news for Tua, if he does take the advice of a lot at this point, the talking head football players almost across the board are like, dude, it might be time to walk away. When the football guy all across the board, unanimous, not a single one of them are disagreeing. They're like, yeah, I think it might be time for you to walk away. They're all literally beating the same drum. It should be like a wake-up call. And you were already contemplating retirement after the first set of concussions you had a couple of years ago. And this one was another one. And again, when he fell, he had I think they call it fencing. It's like a muscle spasm. Your arms like get stiff, your body gets stiff. And he was basically like, everybody looking at it and go, yeah, concussion. I don't need to be a doctor. Like, I'm looking at a guy who's basically seizing on the ground. Right. It's like, get him out of there.
Oh, it's like when you make a loud noise and the goats fall over and they just paralyze themselves.
Yeah, right. Yeah, when they get scared and they paralyzed.
Yeah. Except for him, it's already happened a couple of times. So the problem is
you see it in MMA, right? A lot.
Yeah, the thing is, it's involuntary. It's not, the person isn't trying to do it. Like, literally, they have no control over their limbs. No, exactly. I think there was a doctor who basically described it's like your brain is doing a reset. It's trying to reset and reconnect everything and get it. That's not good. No, your brain shouldn't be doing a reset in the middle of the day when you're in the middle of doing something and your brain needs a reset.
I knew it.
Yeah, listen, factory reset. It fixes a lot of things. Unfortunately, that can be a precursor to you keep visiting this reset, and it might cause damage, long-term damage that you will pay for in the long run.
Depends on hard or soft reboot. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Well, for him, he's had enough of those. I think he's had enough of those.
From what I heard on the radio, it's, and the people who investigated this, I think this is his fifth major one. Starting
documented that we know of. Yeah.
The first one was in college. So he came into the league with this already being something they had to keep an eye on. So this is his fifth major one. Now,
fifth. Holy crap.
So,
you have problems if it's your fifth.
so
They
how
say
many
after the
do you have
first one,
during-
it can happen more often, but
It gets more often, yeah.
do you
That's
have in
exactly
high
it.
school? How many did he have playing with his buddies, out in the playground when he was younger? How many did he have, in practices, in the NFL playing for the Dolphins during practice when he may have tripped or got hit or, whatever, hit his head on the ground? If we know that there's 5, there's a good chance there's probably been more that have not been documented on live TV. So
that's pretty bad.
and
No.
and according to his contract, he's got a guaranteed contract up to a point that if he retires right now, he still gets like 93 million. So
yeah, well, that was the thing that I was about. So good that you brought it up. I was about to mention it. He is in a unique position because there's a lot of players who might be like, well, try to play through it, and maybe you can, and maybe and earn the contract so that it sets you up for the rest of your life.
right.
Well, for Tua, I actually have it in front of me here. For Tua, he's actually guaranteed over 160 million. So it's like, so he's set.
I would bow
He's
out.
good. He's
I-
good. So
yeah.
at this point, he's good. The contract does include 167.2 million guarantee, but the guarantees are mostly conditional. If Tua's
Conditional,
here we
yeah.
go. If Tua's never medically cleared to return to football, he can walk away with the entire package.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, or near, and you would be on the hook. And so here you go. Financially, that's going to be tough. He's got 93.17 million guaranteed at signing. So that was at signing, and
Okay.
depending on the condition of the rest of it, he can get the rest of it. But either
That's
way,
what-
93 million, like that's
Yeah.
a Powerball lottery win. Like,
Right. So like you said, I mean, there's guys that are barely hanging on in the league. They're they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe $1 million, which obviously for us that's ludicrous money, but for them, they're trying to get as much money as they can because they do have to live the rest of their lives and they do have to take care of their families. And like most athletes, they bought the mansion and the Ferrari, and they got to pay for all that still. This guy doesn't have to worry. He never has to play again because with all the endorsements and commercials and everything he has, plus, they'll probably put him in a broadcasting booth.
yeah, I was about to say one of the guys made
$93
a good
million.
point. Yeah.
This guy never has to throw a football again. He's good.
Yeah.
Where other guys are going to have to fight through because they need to make their $400,000 a year as a back, third line backup left tackle. This guy never has to worry about that.
What happens when he gets to his 6th one? That reminds me. I was 12 years old. I fell 20 feet on my head and neck off of a tree swing in the valley. I guess we're going through the excerpts of my life of major accidents.
Yeah, things are clearing up for me. I'm starting to understand you more.
I think so. I was
Yeah.
indestructible at that time, honestly.
Yeah, it makes a lot of
Obviously.
Mm.
But no
But-
concussion, no nothing. I couldn't breathe for about a minute, but other one, it was not bad.
Well, I've
But
had.
I don't think in his case,
Eric
given
had.
Eric's had like 3 concussions during the show. The point is that
Many.
Gonna
for
have to
most
start wearing a
people-
helmet on the show.
Yeah.
without question. For most people, a lot of times, each one makes you more susceptible for the next one.
Yep.
So, and you already saw how relatively, and I'm putting this in, quotation marks, how relatively soft the hit was that actually resulted in this particular concussion. It was like, it's not going to get better. It's not a situation where like, oh yeah, well, that tough. No, it doesn't. It's not, it doesn't actually make you less susceptible. It makes you more susceptible. And it's like, again, that's where the family needs to kind of step in and go, well, look, the money is secured. There might be opportunity. There likely will be opportunities outside of. Maybe you want to get into coaching. Maybe you want to look at the broadcasting side of things. There might be opportunities there, so you can still make a very viable living. Tom Brady's getting $375 million to be a mediocre broadcaster. I don't know if any of you heard him. He can barely string 2 sentences together. The man was struggling, and he's getting $375 million to do that.
That's
Because
crazy.
he's an idiot.
But the reality is there are opportunities, like even at a fraction of that scale, you could still do very well if you can
I'll
string a
take
couple
1%.
sentences.
How's that?
Yeah, you'll be fine. So it's like, so I don't see one legitimate argument in favor of sticking around at this point and seeing what another concussion would do to you.
He's got kids. You want to be able to recognize your kids. You don't want to die of suicide at, at 40, because you got CT.
Or become Antonio Brown.
Or become Antonio Brown, just going straight up crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you got children. Think about your kids. They're financially set. Okay? That's it. You don't need to do this. You want to be there for your kids' weddings. You want to see your grandkids. You want to live to a ripe old age. You want
to hang out with Dude Love and watch Emmanuel in Space.
We did not do that. I did not hang out with Dude Love.
I did. Bobby, did I imply that I was talking about Eric?
I hung out with Mick.
But he heard that.
Yes.
I hung out with Mick Foley, and we did not watch any movies.
I felt he got really defensive there. Like, that was very defensive. That was a lot of defense.
We didn't ask you if you watched movies or anything.
I didn't suggest anything.
You suggested.
No.
Says
suggestions were made.
How many times did you bang your head into a tree?
I feel like that's the concussions talking. I feel like that's the concussions talking. CC says, "Good evening, gents. We'd love to see how good Kariya would have been without the concussions. He's an excellent example as well. He's another guy whose career kind of abrupt. It didn't end, but it was very. There's a defined line between what happened pre the Scott Stevens hit and post the Scott Stevens hit. He was never the same player after that hit.
Yeah.
Savard, Boston Bruins. The guy was a star in the league. He routinely would score over 100 points a season. He got hit by Cook from Pittsburgh on a dirty hit, and his career was over. He couldn't come out of the dark room. He was dizzy, and he was a complete mess. And he was one of the stars of the league back then. Again, 100 plus points a season guaranteed from Mark Savard. So, and I'm glad that he didn't come back, because he could have done more damage. I mean, he took a serious brain injury at that. And we've talked about the Kariya hit, a few times over the years of doing this. And I just, again, say real quick, I was watching that game live, and I'm sure many people were, but most people have probably seen it by this, because it's been so long. They've seen it on YouTube or, whatever. I was watching the game live because I followed Paul Kariya all the way up through college, and he was at UMaine. I saw him play for UMaine. So I was a huge Kariya fan. And I was watching that game, and when Stevens hit him, he landed, and the man was not breathing. I watched that man die. That gentleman was dead. And then all of a sudden, I don't know I don't know what your belief system is, but God himself reached down and gave him chest compressions, and all of a sudden you saw that puff of air hit his visor. He started breathing again.
It seems pretty obvious to me. Eric, it seems pretty obvious to me. It's the content gods. We give praise.
Yeah.
Praise as always.
I mean, we all watched that guy die. And then he comes out, goes off, comes back, scores the game-winning goal. And to this day, he'll tell you he doesn't remember any of it.
That's right. He doesn't remember any of it. And we all saw it in different ways. Like Eric, obviously, you could see from that passionate retelling of the story, was horrified. Other people watched it with different looks on their faces.
Yeah. Like that.
Eric, that is my new favorite thing. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, this is now my new meme. This is now my new Brady meme is that.
You guys don't even know. All right. He is because we got just saturated with him here in New England. The guy is a huge dork. That's him.
And that's not a dork. That's a psychopath.
Yeah, he is. He's a psychopath, liar.
He's a rich dork.
He's a very rich dork.
Not so bad.
Incredible quarterback. Great. Other than that, we've caught this guy in lies, scandals, all sorts of different things. He's a scumbag. What do you want me to tell you? And he's a dork. Listen to him talk in interviews sometimes where he's just being himself and not kind of,
but he's loaded.
He's
so who cares?
He's loaded, but he's a huge dork. Listen to him talk is painful.
Yeah. Did you see his girlfriend? Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He's got new ones all the time. I don't know.
Exactly. He's loaded.
Yeah. I don't
You
know.
don't have to talk. You don't have to talk good
Yeah.
and he does not talk good. He struggles.
Oh, good.
Yep. So you're shot. Good evening, shot. Hi guys. Any update from PSA and substats? Like, so I saw this and I was like, so what update on substats are you talking about? You're talking about the amount of graded cards? GemRate does that.
GemRate, yeah.
Every month, yeah. Every month GemRate has it, and it's been there.
Sean,
we get an
look at
update
me.
every single month. So if you could be more specific, Sean, we could probably answer your question, but you'd have to be more specific. But it's available. GemRate on Instagram. They publish the stats on all the main graders every month.
Oh, did you hear about the what was it? I think they were talking about the deal with Shine on the Pokemon case, and I think what's it? Rattle Pokemon was going over that.
Yep.
Talking about that it was all a scam.
Oh, he's been pushing that theory for a while. Like look,
I don't
anything
even
with Shine.
think it's a theory. It's kind of obvious if you actually know the other information behind it. So it's sort of like it's like 1 + 1 = 2. And like, even when he opened that case and Logan Paul looked at that and said, "G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe." Right at that time, I think we were watching that, and I meant that didn't seem normal. It didn't seem that was like staged.
Anything for G.I. Joe.
Listen, so two things. Number one, anything with Shine right now is always going to be associated to shadiness because Shine is very shady.
8 years in prison, you mean? You're going to hold that against him?
Listen, something. And second, everything involving Logan Paul is shady. He's literally being sued by like everyone in creation. He's being sued by the Olympics. The Olympics are suing him. He's got a whole list
with that contest they had.
Yeah, he's getting sued by the Olympics. He's getting sued. You know, he's scammed people in the cryptocurrency thing for millions of dollars. So like, there's all kinds of them faking a Pokemon box case opening is the least of my worries.
It's probably small.
About these guys, it's very small potatoes.
It's probably low tier.
Yeah, it's very low tier. So CC was saying, Tops Now should make a card with that Brady pick. You're damn right. Absolutely, 100%. And would I consider buying it? Yes, I would.
Yes,
I would. Put the leprechaun behind him.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. Leaf, we just gave you the next series.
Yeah.
Do it. Yeah. Make it happen. Yep. Here. Wes, hello, gentlemen, and Eric. Good evening, Wes.
Thanks, Wes. Glad you're here, bud.
All right. Let's since CC mentioned Tops Now, shall I talk about Tops Now?
You should.
Because I received a box in the mail from Tops today. And I have opened it. And right inside were 2 copies of the base card.
What?
That's basically it. I ordered 2 of them to take 2 shots at the little lotto thing because it could have been the parallel or the 1 of 1, autograph thing. It's like, no, I got 2 of the regular ones.
No, I like the box better. What, $7 a piece?
I forget what it was. It was like $10 or $12 a piece or something like that.
The box looks something better than the cards.
Yeah. So it comes inside of this thing. It's got a little bit of the this deal. If you actually have one of the ones that has a possibility, they're inside of packs. So if you get one of the things and there's packs inside of it, that can be either a parallel or it can be the redemption for the 1 of 1, because that's the one that all those bounties were for. So I did get the Tops Now thing, and I've got 2 copies of this thing in my bobber. So there it is.
Congratulations. Woot woot.
Well, Eric, technically this is what I bought. So they sent me what I paid for. You were taking a shot at something else, but this is they sent me exactly what I bought and what I paid for.
Fantastic. Go on a single screen and give us a show.
Yeah, there was no, there was no misrepresentation of what I was being sold. This is in fact what I was being sold. What's that?
Let's have a close look at those.
Yeah,
single screen.
Make big.
Okay, big. I can see it.
Yeah,
it's
just the base card. It's just the base card.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll bring those to the show and put like a $5 sticker on them so people can just take them off my hands. So, and that's about comps, give or take. So if you just get the regular version, it's about
box.
Exactly. So unfortunately, not much going on. I put it in the top loaders. There you go, $5 you can have them. But I gave it a shot. I wanted to go send. I think, hey guys, you sent me the wrong one.
Yeah.
I need you to send me the correct one, the one with the thing that we agreed. We discussed this. We had a discussion. Come on.
Yep.
Wes says I bought a McFoley auto because of Eric. There you go. Hashtag influence.
Wes, what which one? Because there's 4.
4 autographs?
Yep. He has 4. He has Mick Foley, Cactus Jack, Dude Love, and Mankind.
Dude Love. Yes.
I think we need to get, what would be great if you could get a Dude Love in the inscription that says watch the manual in space with Eric.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
The truth comes out.
This
The
one,
truth.
this one's Mankind.
Yeah, I like Mankind the best.
That one's Mankind, and
Is that on a puck?
yeah, I get
Yeah,
everybody.
he gets everybody in creation to sign a puck.
Why?
His Jerry Mathers, the Leave It to Beaver on a puck.
Because first of all, Bobby, you know Eric's weird, and
I
now
couldn't
what's
find
going
a
to be
piece of
funny?
paper, but there was a puck at the freaking store.
Yeah, what's going to be funny? Well, you've already seen, like, whenever they got a baseball player there, he gets them to sign a puck. He's a very strange man. And now what's going to be funny is eventually they'll have Wolfgang Puck at the store, and he'll get him to sign
Then what?
football.
Exactly.
Because again, he's a very strange man.
If he
Chef's
comes in.
kiss. There you go.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
mean,
I'm saying.
I just think it's unique. I enjoy doing it. I have boxers. I have 2 different boxers who have signed pucks. I have basketball players.
Doesn't it get heavy?
I gotta
The
just throw
cards are
them.
kind of light. No wonder you got no room in your room.
Yeah, it's definitely piling up. But I got New England Patriots, Celtics, Red Sox, Yankees, all these guys on pucks.
So did the Beeve say why on a puck?
No, Beeve just said pay me. He didn't care.
Yeah, that's the spirit. The Beaver is right.
Yeah.
The Beaver is right.
Well, I guess Phil was
now-
writing out the check. He
Cute
didn't
kid, but
care.
an ugly adult.
Hey, it works out.
Could be.
Now I was going to say, since Eric brought up the wrestling auto, I'll say now since of course I'll probably talk more about it on the wrestling channel, but since one of the guys who decided to self-appoint himself the wrestling trading cards, newsletter and everything, but of course he doesn't cover everything because heaven forbid, there was a sale of a high-profile WWE autograph. Neo got the Austin 316. Shared it on his Instagram. That's a nice one, actually. 2001 Fleer. This one's the WrestleMania signature moves of Steve Austin. And it's an Eric's favorite holder. Pretty fancy.
7.5 Beckett?
Yes.
Jeez.
Good one.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do like the Austin 316 inscription. That's nice. And that's from 2001. So that's early. Still early WWE, proper autograph on there. So that's actually pretty cool. It's a nice pickup, I would say. Definitely.
At least it's not on a warping CGC case. Did you hear about that?
The comic case? Yeah. The inner well, I think was folding. Yeah. That's exactly it.
Like the ball. Well, we'll fix that. It's just like, man.
That's right.
So if that happened, then they've done all of those. What's going to happen down the road? Don't leave it in the sun. You'll be in real trouble. We'll end up like the 74 Peachy cards, all bent over. Anyways.
Yep.
Let's read
Sean was saying, Sean's being more specific here. Have you heard any updates from PSA on graders notes, i.e. when they expect to provide them at the lower price range, and wonder if they have a grading similar to Beckett if they will have grading similar to Beckett in the future? Second one, no. Nobody's copying Beckett. Nobody. For the first one, I think Wes is right here. They haven't said they plan to offer it at the lower levels. I will say I have heard that they do plan on trying to have that at the lower levels, but there's no timetable I've heard. Because I think the CEO, remember, whenever we talk about Nat Turner, we're talking about the CEO of Collectors. There's also a CEO of PSA, which is separate. That's the parent company is Collectors, and then there's a company underneath. Well, that's the not Hoge, but Hogue. There's the Hogue. That's the guy who's in charge of PSA. So whenever anybody's asking something about PSA, I would look for Hogue because he's the one who speaks on their behalf. And I'm pretty sure I heard in an interview he was talking about eventually getting it down to those lower ones, but I didn't hear any timetable. No specifics. Right now they're doing it on that higher tier because obviously for them it's easier. But they have worked on the system that they would use for that. So obviously once you've perfected it and got it down to a science, you could in theory just bring it down to that lower level if you wanted to. I guess it's just a matter of if they feel like it. And apparently they were using the system to try it out for a while before they actually started releasing the graders notes, just to make sure it was working for them. So
And
I guess we'll see.
And just as a side note on the Hogue references, the true owner of Beckett Collectibles will be arrested again soon, I'm sure, and put in the Hague.
Aha.
Look at you.
3 H's.
Good evening, name. Hello, all. Happy Friday.
fucking
Happy Friday
hilarious.
the 13th. Listen, the man's been concussed. This is the best jokes he can
Many
come up with.
times.
Yeah.
Many times.
That's what I'm saying.
I talk
Wesley
about
says
when Bobby was saying about how his parents came in every hour, right, to check on him, because that's what they, especially back in the day, that was the big thing. Check on your kid every hour. I have no memory. My parents insist, and my mom still does, obviously, that they came in. They had an alarm set. They came in every hour on my very, very worst concussion to wake me up, ask me questions. I don't remember. Nope. The next morning, I was like, I thought you guys were supposed to wake me up. And they're like, we did every hour. We're exhausted. We took turns. And I'm like, nobody came in. I didn't remember anything.
They lied.
I think they did. I don't know if my mother's watching right now, but
He's
you know,
gone.
here's the opportunity to tell the truth.
We're
I don't think anybody came. I think you and Dad lied. I think you're like it. I think they were like Dolph Lundgren and Ivan Drago. If he dies, he dies.
well, that's what I would have done. And frankly, that's what I'm willing to do right now. And anytime. Just say the word. Just say the word. And I will do this.
Mom, if you're watching, now's the time to, to get honest, tell the world the truth. Did you and Dad come in and check on me every single hour after that major concussion I had in high school?
Now, what's going to happen is that your mom's going to chime in. She goes, not only did we check on you every hour, we were having this argument 6 months later because you didn't remember the previous 6 months. It's like, it's over, man. The statute of limitations ended already. Like, this is done. It already happened.
Yeah.
So what was the accident that you had?
I was playing high school soccer at the time.
Soccer? Who gets a
reaching for chocolate
soccer?
Reaching for chocolate stick.
I went in for a slide tackle, and another
tackling in soccer.
Yes, there is. And as I got lower to the ground, somebody's knee came up full force and hit me in the side of the head. And I don't remember anything that happened after that. But this is the one that I told the doctor when I was brought to the hospital after the game, that I had a 21-year-old sister in the 3rd grade and George Washington was president.
Wow.
And yet you're arguing with your mom about whether they check with you every hour. Like I said, it might have been 6 months later. You're still arguing with her.
I don't remember. Listen, every hour. I don't remember once them coming in and checking on me.
Listen, they only needed to check on every hour for like a day. It's 6 months later because you don't remember the last 6 months that happened. That's not really your mom's problem.
She lives right downstairs. She hasn't come up once to check on me.
Not now.
She figured the statute of limitations has ended now. Her responsibilities are at an end. So Wes here is saying, provided notes on the volume of bulk submission is still thing to call. I agree, Wes. I'm not talking about like bulk, but I'm saying lower. When we're talking lower levels, there's still a couple of levels above bulk. So, like I said, I am merely talking about what Hogue said previously. Now, whether they execute on that's not my problem. They got to work that out on their own. That's not my issue. Maybe they'll get Brad to be like, corner looks good. Corner looks banged up. Most unfortunate.
Maybe.
I
can tell you more about my swing
secret
thing. Yeah. So actually, I was on the bottom part of the swing, and when I came back, the other guy boarded the swing, and then he kind of pushed me off. So I was kind of pissed off that I got pushed off the swing. That's why I kind of fell head first kind of into the it was actually quite a steep incline. So that's why I was out 10 feet, but it was a 20-foot drop at least.
Wow.
But I got my brother to beat him up after. So.
Oh, that's all that really matters.
Yeah.
Now that I think it might have been my mother's knee that hit me in the head. Maybe I wasn't even playing soccer.
Oh, the truth is coming out. He's having one of those. We should put you in a trance and then try to get it out with you. Lots of fun stuff.
It might not even have happened on a soccer field. It could have just been her just whooping me for something.
Talking about tackles in soccer. Maybe you're thinking football, like football, soccer, England. So football. Maybe I don't know, soccer. Tackle, whatever.
I don't think Eric wants to submit himself to that. All of a sudden, then we find out all the truths. We find out all about Dude Love and Emmanuel in Space. We find out all the truths.
No, it wasn't this Dude Love.
Mm-hmm.
But it's she won't admit it. Here she's like, oh no, I don't think
prove it in a court of law is the
I don't
real
think her
answer.
Dad came and checked on me once. I think
based on
they woke up the next morning to go, did you check Eric? No. Oh shit.
Yeah. I thought you were gonna.
Damn. Oh well.
Yeah.
Eric, you awake? Huh?
It's like, is he even here? You didn't even check on that? That's unfortunate.
And ever since that day, he never ate another Mayo sandwich.
Wow. It finally is all explained. It turns out it was a horrific mayonnaise related accident.
It was.
And like it all comes together. It all comes together. My goodness.
He was running down the aisle of the shopping center and he was holding a jar of mayo.
He's like, Helmet!
He went, bang! And it hit the side of his head. Ever since then, no mayo.
I turn around yesterday at dinner, and then my mother's standing right behind me with a jar of it right behind my head. She thinks
you allow that in the house?
It's not my house. That's her house. There's nothing up here.
Nothing up where?
Up in my part of the house.
That's what you think right now. All of a sudden, your wife is like, open the drawer.
Yeah, she thought it was real funny. I turn around, she's just holding it with this like evil smile on her face. I'm like, oh, come on.
I feel like we've said it before, but I think Kathy's our favorite Wade outside of your wife.
I'm sure.
Everyone likes their mother and
Michelle,
wife.
but yeah.
And
yeah, like they're great. They're great. I don't know what happened to you, but they're great.
Yeah.
Sean here says, Eric really means football, like the rest of the world calls it. It's true.
That's
Billy
what I meant.
Cilio, good evening.
Oh,
When Eric says he doesn't remember anything after that, does he mean till this very moment? Eric is very much like, have you guys watched Memento?
Yes.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
It all comes together.
It does.
Wasn't that Guy Pearce? Is that who starred in that?
Yeah. It was a great movie. I
He's a
actually,
good actor.
yeah, that was one of those
Hasn't been a
ones
lot
where I
lately.
bought it on DVD many years ago and eventually bought a Blu-ray as well. And I still have the original DVD because I had like a collector's edition.
His hand on some woman's arm so he wouldn't lose her or something. And they had to hunt it all down together and figure out what his memories were. I think that was
The memories part, yes. The gluing onto a woman's arm, I don't think so. He was that was the one where he had all the tattoos. It was the tattoos, and that's what he was working on.
Oh,
There you go.
I can't remember everything. See? Too many concussions.
And it was the one where they basically played the movie backwards. It was like if you watch the movie in its regular way, it plays backwards. There is a cut, like on the deluxe version, that you can actually play it chronologically if you want to. It's not nearly as fun though. Like it's actually kind of fun watching it play out the way they play it out as they go through the sequencing of it, and then the reveal is there at the end, kind of putting the pieces together. The problem is he still has that. I think that's basically what ends up happening with a movie like that, because then it kind of challenges you to kind of pay attention.
Yeah.
And as you go through it, eventually at the end, it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the sequencing of things that goes into it, it's like, okay, now I get it.
That's when you're at a
Makes
movie
sense.
theater and people are talking and laughing and explaining the movie. It's just like,
Yeah.
shut up, because you missed something. One thing.
I think that when you watch on your own time, like in your own place, and just enjoy it for what it is, it's a good movie. I thought it was well done. So it's like you just enjoy it in that, and at the end, you're like, okay, yeah, that was pretty good.
That's why I always went to a movie theater by myself, and I would sit up right over the where you walk up that little balcony thing there, and just sit there in that corner and just leave me alone. I got my popcorn, stay away. And then you get the odd person, the whole freaking place is empty, and he sits like 2 rows up and right on the aisle there. It's like, dude, like come on. And then he's chewing his fucking popcorn like a freaking Mao cow. It's like, dude. And then I had this one guy with popcorn. Every time he would take some, he'd do 2 shakes. Shake, 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 shake.
But he had a routine.
Are you freaking like? Are you Eric? Like, I mean, like you have concussions? Like,
Wow.
damn.
Wow. Wow.
It's the weird shit. It's the weird shit that people do in a theater. Like, theater's empty. Why would you sit 8 feet away from somebody else when it's freaking empty and I'm on one corner?
Oh, there's always a guy. There's always somebody who's like, it's like they're there. So it's like, no, I don't think you understand. Look, my favorite thing is, so this is completely separate from the theater analogy, but same idea of what you're talking about. My favorite thing in the world is we've got a plaza over here that's got a supermarket, pharmacy, all the stuff, right? It's all there. It's very convenient. It's well located. It's literally just a walk down the street for me, which is super convenient from where I am. But we've got a big parking lot there, gigantic parking lot. And sometimes during certain times of the day, the parking lot is pretty full. And sometimes the Canadian Tire has one side of it, has full parking lot. You got the supermarket, all that. But sometimes you sit there and my dad will park his car. He'll be running an errand, and usually he can't move around too much right now, so he'll get somebody else to go grab groceries or something for him. But he'll park the car in like an empty space. He'll sit there and listen to the radio or whatever, just chilling for a little bit. There is like miles of space in every direction. There is a million parking spots. And then by the time I get back, so I'll go back to grab the groceries or whatever I'll come over to the car. and there's like a car parked right beside his car. And I'm like, and it's not because the person wanted to travel. It's like literally they had to find the ones. It's like you've got 50 parking spaces all
It
around, in
happens.
front,
That happens to
behind.
me
Like
too.
you
It's
have
like-
to park right beside.
Really? I don't
Yeah.
get it. Like, I park far away from everybody else, especially
Yeah.
if you're sitting in the car. Like,
It's so that he, number one, he's got some space to himself, and number two, it's so that nobody accidentally like opens their door and bumps into the car or whatever, like dents the car. And when there's plenty of room in the parking lot, there's no reason for the cars to be parked. But that parking, I think it's that particular parking lot, because for some reason, if you want to find out who the worst drivers in this city are, for some reason these people struggle. It's like they look at this parking lot and go, how do I navigate it? Because sometimes I'll be walking with my groceries, just carrying them back home, because again, I'm walking distance. I will be walking diagonally across the parking lot because this is my fastest path from point A to point B. Again, there is an empty parking lot. There is all the room in the world. And for some reason, a car is almost coming by and I'm almost getting sideswiped by a car that's going in. And then they almost crash into another car. And I'm like, it's an empty
are those
parking
the
lot.
ones that cut across the parking spots? on the
Eric,
angle?
I already cut you off because they said they almost crashed into another car. The other car was not me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're literally have no idea how, they're like almost zigzag. I think they needed a breathalyzer. They couldn't drive in a straight line in a parking lot. And I'm sitting there like, it's an empty parking lot. What are you confused by the emptiness? Does the emptiness disorient you? Like, what's going
It's
on?
rule
Here?
number
Yeah,
one. That's all it is.
By any chance, are there bad drivers in the parking lot driving Toyota Priuses?
No, we
I've
don't have
seen
too many
almost,
Prius
I
up
would
here.
love to pin it on one specific one, Eric, but I've seen minivans, I've seen Toyotas, I've seen Hondas, I've seen Fords. It's this park. It's like an Indian burial ground parking lot where like these people come in, and I swear one of these days they're going to have like a 6-car pileup in a parking lot.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's going to happen,
be
but
a
it's going to
Prius.
happen one day.
There'll be a
It's going to happen
Prius.
one day. It's going to
I-
happen one day, and I don't know how.
There is literally like social media sites where they just show video after video after video of Prius drivers crashing or causing problems on the road. And
They drive a Prius. What do you
when
want?
when I see a Prius on the highway, I announce it and I move over and get as far away from it as possible.
Do you
They are the
announce it
worst.
or denounce it? What
I
are you going with
announce it to the rest of the car. We have a Prius on the right. And then I denounce it going, Prius drivers are crazy. And then I move away from it as quickly as possible.
And then your wife or your mom, whoever's in the car with you, tell you, it's like, Eric, we're driving a Prius. And you're like, oh my
Oh,
God, I don't
no.
even remember buying this. The concussions.
Damn.
I don't own
Oh.
a Prius.
This shit-
bet
That's what you think now.
He owns a Prius. He seems like a Prius guy. I bet
Who's
you
that?
That's what you're saying now. Wait until you go to your parking lot and find your Prius with your custom vanity license plate that says Eric's car.
it's there's listen, there's supposed to be a Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Nick
out
Foley
there.
drives a
Maybe
Prius.
it's
You better
just
watch
in the
out.
fog.
I'm just saying, look, I wouldn't be shocked if this was a Memento situation all of a sudden, because you remember it a certain way, and it turns out,
Yeah.
plot twist, you've had a Prius all along.
Oh my god.
Mm.
Turns out you couldn't even remember that.
Yeah.
Tragic.
I'd be like
And your
Charlton.
Prius is
Beat
full of
the-
jars of mayo.
In the back.
No! Alfred Hitchcock could not have written such a twist.
That's right.
Settler says, this is one for the Infinity. There is one for Infinity drivers.
I'm
There you
sure
go.
there's one for every car, but
Mm.
There is, yeah, totally. 100%.
I pick on Prius drivers. That's my fun thing.
There you go. So yeah, I think it's I'm trying to remember how we wound up on this one. I'm trying to like
It just
backtrack.
it was a building up slowly.
Yeah,
to
well,
it.
we went through many steps to arrive at this
Yeah,
destination.
yeah.
It's actually been very impressive.
We're about 3 flights up right now.
Yeah.
I've been very impressed by us.
Started off with
I've-
Tua. It went to making fun of my concussions.
Yes.
It stopped briefly with Bobby's non-concussions,
Non-concussions.
and now we're on Priuses.
Well, yeah, that came from the bad drivers and the parking lot that apparently is confusing. I actually think the empty space is maybe what's confusing them.
Maybe.
And they're like, I don't even know what to do with all this room. And it's
Yeah.
like, dude,
I'm gonna-
just
I'm gonna
drive
park
in the
these-
open area and leave the bystanders alone, and don't park beside a car that's in the middle of nowhere.
I think they do it because they think they're missing out on something, or at least it gives them some guidance going, well, they parked there, so I should be good beside them.
Clearly,
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I got a question for Billy if he's still around. I don't know if he's still around or wants to jump on.
He's
and
still
say hi.
there. He's babysitting somebody's pet
I want
somewhere.
to know how the second set of Bruins Centennial cards are coming and when they're going to be out and released.
There's
They
another
didn't
set.
Stop it after the first.
And I heard, I think he told me
How much hell effing guild do you need, my man?
lots. And
Clearly.
How come
So-
there's no Leaf Centennial set?
when there was,
Or was it?
yeah. And now next year there should be one for the Canadians, I think.
Oh, okay. I don't remember seeing it.
So the former Bruin legend I was with today, who I'm friendly with. Listen, I'm not gonna tell you that
He can't be a former legend, okay? Let's get
former
this straight.
player who is a legend.
Thank you.
It's
It's
I'm not going to tell you that we
Concussions, for
exchange
freak's
funny.
sakes.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that we're besties and we exchange, funny memes, cat memes all day. Like I do with these two idiots. But I was hanging out with somebody I am friendly with. I was very excited to see him. Is Normand
Former
Levia,
legend, yeah.
Boston Bruin legend Normand Levia. It was great to see him again. He's looking good. And
Normand?
yeah, absolutely doing great.
Isn't it La Valley?
What?
Hmm?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
La Valley.
Well, I feel like Bobby. I feel like this is almost like the Peter Forsberg situation all over again. Remember
So
when he claimed to be hanging out with Peter Forsberg, and it turns out it was just a janitor?
Yeah.
so anyway, he was showing me him and his wife were showing me cards of his that aren't out yet from Upper Deck in the new Centennial set. So I wanted to ask Billy about it because they were showing me pictures of it.
You can't say anything.
That was Normand and myself today.
Mm-hmm.
He has a new
Did
tattoo.
he sign a puck for you?
No, he didn't sign anything for me. I have enough. But this is his new tattoo. Once a Bruin, always a Bruin, with the Bruin Centennial
logo
in there. So he was showing me that today.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's problematic is where he put the tattoo. That's what got Eric all excited.
That's his butt cheek. Yeah, that's his butt cheek. He was showing me.
It did look a little weird.
It all comes together.
Well, all right. We know when to joke and when not to. So obviously, Normand had the brain aneurysm back in like '83, and he's had these issues, health issues ever since. And he doesn't have the use of his right arm, but his left arm is the only one he can use. And the thing is just almost so big because it's the only thing he uses for everything, right? And so he has this very kind of a smaller, less defined arm, and then he's got this massive tree like a leg. The thing looks like a leg.
So he's got a little atrophy on the left side, sure.
On the right. And then on the left, it's like this big, giant, massive leg of an arm. The thing is ridiculous.
So basically, he's got the Trogdor, the Burninator arm on one side, and then a normal arm on the other.
Yeah, but it's like huge. And
Popeye.
So
and
it's
then
so the tattoo's on his left bicep, but the thing's the size of a leg. I mean, his arm is enormous. And it's very much contrasted. There's a contrast to each arm, definitely.
So
those aren't calves; those are steers. Okay.
Billy says soon enough, and the Rangers, Blackhawks, Red Wings are next to have their Centennial. Montreal already had theirs.
Oh, Montreal had theirs. Yeah, I remember the Montreals.
Montreal did Montreal have a Centennial set?
Yeah, I think so. Something like that.
So it seemed.
I remember.
I honestly don't keep track of the Centennial sets. I think it's interesting. I think it's good for the fan bases that want them. But it's one of those things. It's a niche product. It's a very specific pocket for like, if you're a fan of those teams, then you're into it. I don't see any of those generally having appeal beyond like the core fan base. Like, this is who wants it.
we need ours in 2026, I think, because that's 100 years for the Toronto Maple Leafs, not the Toronto Arenas or the Toronto St. Pats. It's Toronto Maple Leafs. They do all that stuff. 100 years, Toronto Maple Leafs. No. Do the math.
Do the math.
Come talk to me. I haven't had a concussion yet. We'll see.
Clearly. But so Billy says soon enough that the second set will be released. Good, because I saw the cards. I saw the 2 cards that they were showing me, and they looked really cool. And one of them in particular would be absolutely perfect for autographs. It's really, I like the design. It looked good, and in the bottom, it would just look absolutely perfect with an autograph on it.
And you can staple a puck onto it. It's going to be very exciting.
That would be good.
So Billy here says now Billy here said soon enough on that. But yeah. Let's try this. Let's try this magic trick. This will be really
soon
cool.
enough.
Let me pull the arm. Let me pull the arm on this. It's like, so
left
Billy,
arm or right?
When is 23-24 the cup coming up?
Yes.
And then response, no comment.
Yep, soon enough.
No, soon enough is not the answer that's coming. Soon enough. Next week is 22-23. And there was a delay there between the last one and this one. So look, we're closer to present day. We are closer to present day.
I think it's a stock answer for Billy. Soon enough covers a lot of bases.
I don't think at this point with some of with the amount of people, 23-24 the cup would be the Bedard Cup year. Yep. So that's one that people are going to want like a more definitive kind of, because there's some guys sitting there going like, I am ready to mortgage Eric's house for this.
And then there'll be a bounty, and then there'll be whatever.
Yes.
Nobody
also from Eric.
My
because Eric is like, if someone's going to mortgage my house, it's going to be me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm not allowed to do that. That's, my wife. She ain't going to let me do nothing.
She's the one who's going to give the bounty of Bedard.
The house is in her name, probably. I have no idea.
Yeah, you don't know what you signed. It's the concussions.
I have no idea. I'm probably not even on the loan.
So
document.
do you think it's going to be awkward when you finally look at the house, the mortgage papers, and it's your wife's name in my cam? Do you think it's going to be a little awkward? It's going to be like
a lot.
But maybe then you should be like, hey, I'm at least pay your share.
Yeah.
Jerk. Yeah, exactly. The least you can do.
Free fish for the rest of my life. Ship it up.
So look, I shared with the guys. So Bobby, should I poke a little fun at your favorite podcast in the world? Luckily, they can't track you down. So.
Which one is that?
The one who can't track you down, who references your work all the time.
I think it's now called the Billy Cilio podcast.
Yes,
maybe.
Let's do Billy's show.
I'm gonna be gentle. Even though,
you're not. No.
By my standards, yes.
Gentle this way.
By my standards, yes. I am a man of peace.
Don't go gentle into that night.
It was so much fun.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yes.
I'm just gonna lay it out. I want.
Let me go to the washroom first.
Go ahead. I'm gonna set it up. Do your thing. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. So what's gonna happen here is I'm going to share this with you guys. But what I want to do is what I'm going to do, Eric, is I'm going to report this as the news, and then I'm going to give a critique, while internally cackling through the whole thing. Yeah. So I feel like that's the appropriate approach, and then if anything else comes of that has nothing to do with me. I'm merely going to point out the issue, and then we'll kind of discuss it. So when Bobby comes back, I will share it. I've got it queued up here. I'll talk about it, and I'll explain two things. I'll explain where the problem is in general with this, and then secondly, what specifically is wrong with this, because Eric knows what I'm referring to, and I've got a few bones to pick with it. In addition to the fact that happens to fall under the favorite podcast of the YouTube channel currently. Right now, I've been having so much fun with it. But then they go out and release this, and I'm like, oh, Eric, why do they make it? They're tempting me. They're tempting me, and I will yield to this temptation. It's like a piñata, Eric, and they hand me the baseball bat and say, "I bet you won't swing." Oh, I bet I will. Oh, I bet I will.
So while we wait for Bobby, I want to show everybody my newest Reggie Lemelin card.
Real
Okay.
quick. I'll read Sean's comment and then we'll share it.
Okay.
So Sean says the cup. Who can afford to gamble buying this stuff? A lot of people. That's why the price keeps going up.
Yeah, right. And everyone's always disappointed because when you buy a high priced product, you never get what you think you're going to get. So
I think this time around, I don't remember how it compares to the last round.
Well, I'm not giving Cup a hard time, Upper Deck a hard time, Billy a hard time. It could be any company, any high-end product. I watch people open this stuff all the time, whether it be online or in the shop, and everybody is always disappointed. Because if you spend $5,000 on a box of something and you don't pull out a $10,000 card, you're going to be disappointed. And the odds of doing so are slim to none.
Well, how fortunate, Eric, that the tin of the cup is here is a mere $1,100 Canadian. A pittance.
Oh, a pittance. I didn't know about the pittance.
A pittance. A mere $1,100, a pittance. SB Authentic is just as bad as 600 Canadian. So the issue with that is the 600 Canadian. It's full of retro stuff. You're not even guaranteed a true future watch auto. I call BS on this product. I will leave that be. So yeah, $1,100. I can't remember. I think that might actually be less than last year. I want to say last year was $1,200. So that might actually be a little lower. Again, $1,100 is not like 1,100 cheap. But again, we're in a world where Prism is like $900.
Yeah.
So reality, like,
I'm just, no matter what you buy, you're going to be disappointed. It's just, that's what gambling is. You go to the blackjack table, you throw down your money, you play your cards, you don't win, you're disappointed. So it's just the way it is. That's why, you go to the $5 table and not the $500 table.
We have a $500 table. No.
So Eric,
I don't know.
Here it is. It's the segment that's going to sweep the live stream nation.
Okay.
The Reggie Lemelin card of the week.
Okay, you ready?
What do you got?
Here it comes. And yes, I collect these.
Oh my God.
That is a Brian Trottier autographed 1990-91 Upper Deck card. But do you see who's in it?
Oh no. Oh my God. How do you even know that?
I know everything, Bobby, and you know that.
And it's Brian Trottier, not Trottier. Try to sound like you're from Canada at one point in your life.
I don't want to.
You may as well. So bottom line, Bobby, is that he is taking his obsession to analyzing and scrutinizing every piece of equipment that Reggie has ever worn. Yes, even what's under the pads.
Watch
yes,
out.
I
Don't
know.
tear up that Reggie card I have. Watch it.
Reggie,
not Reggie.
Well, that is the newest addition to the Reggie Lemelin cameo collection.
That was the sequential picture to the other stock pose they had.
It's probably exactly. It's like after that they said, it's like, this is it. So Eric, would it make you feel better? You've complained a lot about Leaf using one photo for Reggie. Right. Would it make you feel better if they just showed a picture of like his blocker and that was the image that he was going forward?
Anything's better.
Wow. Okay, we don't even want to see Reggie. We just want to see his blocker.
I want to see him at least those. That's Bruins colors. It's like you have him in a Flames uniform with no flame on it because you can't have a logo, and it's the same damn picture from 1982 on every single card for the last 10 years. No, I'll take a pad and a blocker and a Bruins colors over that. Give me something.
I'm thinking two things right now. I'm thinking it would be hilarious if Leaf just airbrushed the Atlanta Flames jersey and made it a Bruins jersey. Just airbrushed it. So good evening to Ham, also, co-owner of Eric's house.
Yep.
Reggie Lemelin brings the value of that card up at least 10x. Maybe
that's what I'm thinking.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't even know who this Brian Trottier is. I've never heard of the bum. I just know that Reggie's in there, and that's why I got it.
And I definitely will not be. I will definitely not be reusing that clip of Eric pronouncing Brian's name the next time he discusses matters of the hockeys. and his passion and love of the hockey's and the hockey's history, we definitely will not be replaying.
I correct you from the heart. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's coming to Toronto. I think, isn't he? Was he?
Yeah, maybe to punch you in the face. All right, ready, Bobby?
We're gonna the Expo. I thought
also to punch in the face.
Okay.
So here we go. We're gonna show it. All right, look, I'm gonna explain the context, just so we're not doing this. I have had some fun with the Hockey Cards Gong Show. I am not merely picking on them for the sake of picking on them. Although Bobby has taken to like a little bit of I've noticed a little bit of an edge in the Burrell, discussion on this. Like unsolicited, unprovoked shots from the Burrell.
It was a retort, was not a instigator type of.
I think I can go to the tape on this. I saw a few instigations going on. All right, so
it was when
let's talk
Billy
about
was on. It was all his fault.
It probably was Billy's fault. The point is, we're going to focus on the matter at hand for now. I am going to give my best man of peace angle on this, but I am going to point out some issues. All right. Okay. So we got card ladder here, and I've talked about, let me start off with this. I've talked about in the past why indexes are stupid. They're kind of a waste of time. However, if you insist on doing them, and this is where this comes into play, having themed indexes, fine. If it makes you happy, knock yourself out and do it. However, here's where you run into a problem. This index is supposed to account for, it's supposed to be a representation of the hockey card market. That's what they're doing. They're using this to kind of showcase hockey card market. The problem is when you actually look at what's inside, there are 100 cards inside of this. I don't have all the exact numbers with me. I did a quick rough math. There's about 40 of them or so that are vintage, which in and of itself, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. However, what you're going to notice on a lot of the vintage is they're pretty stable, which is to say there's no movement in that portion of it. So do you want to include vintage as part of it? Absolutely. It's part of the market. It should be included. But including almost half vintage means that it's actually an anchor to the index because most of the time it's not going to move. Secondly, because depending on what grade you select, the pop count may be very low, so there may be almost no transactions. So again, no movement. Like it's literally just stalled where it is. And there are examples of this all over it. So let me go through. I'll point out a couple of specific ones. So obviously you got some of the standard players. Patrick Waugh, rookie, sure. The Gretzky and Thompson O-Pee-Chee, fair enough. But then you got O-Pee-Chee Hall. These are all rookies. Sakic 89 O-Pee-Chee. Sergei Fedorov O-Pee-Chee Premier. So all of a sudden, as soon as you start incorporating stuff like O-Pee-Chee Premier, again, valid, but is Fedorov super relevant right now?
No.
Like, is that reflective of anything? Like, is anything going on with Fedorov that would be impactful? Again, just look, last 1 month change, 0%. Because, yeah, the card sell. Now, the card has a high pop count, so at least it transacts all the time. So from that perspective, at least there is something going on with it, so that's fine. But then we move on, the Crosby SB Authentic rookie, a bunch of young guns, future watch autos. Okay, sure. That's more reflective of the current kind of day. Fair enough. But here's the thing. Look at this. 2020 SB Authentic. Kirill Kaprizov. In a PSA 10, it is a pop 73. That's not being transacted all the time either. That's not a very high pop for that. No. Now, when I get to some of the other vintage, it's actually a bigger problem. I'll share with you why. So this is my critique here. If you're going to do this, you really need to be at least thoughtful of what you're trying to accomplish here. So let me get to this section right here. C56 Imperial Tobacco Art Ross. C56 Imperial Tobacco Lester Patrick. C55 George Vezina. C55 Joe Malone. And 1923 V145-1 William Patterson Howie Morenz with a pop of 8.
And which Art Ross is it from that set? There's two.
So this Art Ross is the 1910 C56 card number 8.
So he's on 2 cards.
So it is this one here.
Okay, so that one. But there is another one. So they chose where he's twice in there. Okay, anyways.
Yeah. The point here, Bobby,
not
is
the right
these
card
ones,
to pick, but anyways.
Sure. But to begin with though, Bobby, selecting a bunch of pre-war hockey cards, fine. But when you're talking pop 30, pop 8, again, it's not moving. Like it's going to sell once in a blue moon, if that. So Eric, for an index that's supposed to be reflective of the hockey card market, how does this reflect the hockey card market? These cards almost never sell.
Yeah.
So you basically just wasted 4 spots.
54 Gordie Howe. Why not? Avior.
54 Gordie Howe is there, but my point is like
Oh.
I'm selecting 4 in a row here. These are all pre-war hockey cards with a pop of no more than 31, and they have NA beside 1 month change because they're not transacting. They're not being sold. They will be sold once in a blue moon in an auction or something, but you know it can be a long time between auctions.
Did they get the Vesna in there? 50.
Yeah, the C55. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, Vesna's there.
Yeah,
and again, by the way, when we're talking vintage, you can also adjust that pop count depending on what grade you select.
True.
So you're selecting very specific. So the Vesna's in a PSA 5.
Yeah, that's about 5 is pretty high. So usually generally 2 to 3, 4, and 5. You won't see much past 6 and 7. So it really takes away a lot from that card.
And that right there in a nutshell is my point. But you got a bunch of cards that are population under 100. Comfortably under 100 that are not you're seeing NAs across the board on 1 month change. Yeah, because they don't sell monthly. They're not.
I see that Johnny Busick rookie. I got to get one of those.
Sure. Glenn Hall too.
I don't have.
You got let me double check. Yeah, Glenn Hall right here in a PSA 7.
I recognize the pose. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that.
David Keon rookie, Esposito 65 tops. There's the Boubior, the infamous Boubior. Boubior in a 7 specifically. So fine.
Oh, shit.
How much is that? Just what's a 7 for?
The last one sold for just under 15K.
Yeah, I can't. I'll never own one of those.
No.
That's why I have my fakie up here.
Yeah, the thing though is if you're going to select a certain grade, wouldn't you make sense to pick one in a grade that maybe transacts?
More common, yeah.
Yeah, pick more common grade.
Like a 5.
You got Marcel in an 8. You got Marcel in a PSA 8.
That's fine. 8,
I have
7, 8.
I have Larry Robinson.
So you go, Boreas Salming in a PSA 9.
That's tough. For 74,
there are 18 of them. There are 18 of them.
And 74 is probably, besides 68 OPG, that centering on the 74s are probably the second worst. Hard to find.
Yeah. Here's the 74 OPG Denny Potvin, also in the 9.
Another, yeah. Well, that's hard.
Again, super tough in that grade.
And centering is bugger.
Like, but here's the thing. Here's the best part. Look at how bad it is. The pop is 23. The last sold, not applicable. They don't even have one on their database.
Well, they could have had me on the show and asked me about certain cards.
If they could find you.
If they could find me, yes.
So look, here's my point. Could I really have some fun railing on these guys about this? Yes. But I'm looking at this as like, this looks like a list of, pick a bunch of Hall of Famers and add their card, regardless of context. But like context matters. It's important. Some of these cards don't make any sense for what you're trying.
Context too.
Yeah. And look at this, 1991 Pro Set Stanley Cup. Yeah, 91 Pro Set Stanley Cup hologram.
Why would you bring that one in?
You could literally ask that question about a bunch of these. Yes. That's my underlying point. But 91 Upper Deck Dominic Hasek. Okay. Sure. 91 Upper Deck Peter Forsberg.
Sure. See, my best friend, Peter Forsberg.
Yeah. So look, some of them make sense. Some of them make way less sense. And as I went through this list, I was scanning through. I was like, this to me. And by the way, this last one here that I'll include was one of my ones that I thought was the most one. There was a lot of egregious ones, but this last one to me is super egregious. Again, you're trying to reflect the hockey card market. Fine. They put in the Connor Bedard Young Gun. Makes sense. He's a modern player. He's a Young Gun, whatever. But then you also included the Young Gun Outburst Silver. So you included the regular Young Gun and the parallel of the Young Gun. It's like, that's redundant. Yeah. Just put the regular version and that should suffice. That'll be fine.
It's the silver.
You just took another slot away.
Silver numbered? Or limited?
No, it's not. It is limited. It's a tougher card, but
yeah.
This was a population of 105 in a PSA 10. Like again, it doesn't transact all the time.
Yeah.
Whereas the Connor Bedard Young Gun will transact all the time and is a better reflection of where the market is on that side of it for the modern guys. So because it's transacting all the time, the Young Guns I have less objection to because they are transacting constantly. Yeah. So if the market is up, they will tend to get pushed up with it. If the market is down, they will tend to get pushed down with it. So in turn, you're going to see activity. That activity in turn actually allows you to see how is the market doing. If things are super hot, you'll see those go up. If it's cold, it'll start to go down. But if you got a bunch of cards that don't transact, it's not doing anything.
So what was the prelude to their submission or summation?
I actually think this is one of those situations. Look, if I was going to guess, I think this is one of those situations where it's like we had mutual friends. We started talking. Hey, it'd be really cool if you made an index for us. Hey, that would be swell. Give us 100 cards. Okay. And then this is what we got. Oh, by the way, I missed this one. 2016, the Cup. Austin Matthews, rookie RPA.
Why did you do the Cup? Rookie
In
RPA?
a PSA 10. I don't have as much of an issue with this, Bobby, but here's where I have a problem. They put in the PSA 10 version. The pop is 3.
Oh.
There are 3 copies of the card. It literally will not transact more than once in a blue moon.
Even if it does 3 transactions in a month, it wouldn't make much sense anyways.
It's like that card cannot be less reflective of a marketplace because it doesn't sell. Fine, whatever. Korean Cardboard. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening to you. Robert says, I say a card has to have a minimum pop 50 and selected grade to make sense for this. Yep. So for some cards, I would be accepting of that, Robert. For a lot of them, I want 100 and up because I need them to transact. Again, this is so let's understand something important. If you just want to make a list of cards that you would like to track on this tool, do whatever you want, then who cares? Doesn't make a difference. But if you're creating an index that you want to use as some kind of a data point to see how the hockey card market is doing, you need cards that transact. You can't just put outliers. Because imagine if I did this for baseball, Eric, and okay, I'm going to put in the T206 Honus Wagner in the highest possible grade. That makes a lot of sense. Sure. If it sells, it's going to sell for a record amount, but there's not that many out there. Like it's not. And I decided to do the Ty Cobb. Oh, Ty Cobb T206, great. With a Ty Cobb back. Well, that one's like impossible. Like that card is incredibly hard to find. So yeah, we can put it on there, but is it going to transact? Not very often. Whoever has it usually has it in their collection kind of buried for years. How useful is that on an index? I've only got 100 slots, Eric. I have to be a little bit more thoughtful in the selections I make when I've only got 100 slots. And I put 40 vintage cards on here. And again, the examples I gave you guys, the Boreas Salming and those 74 cards, but I picked a PSA 10. I picked a version that, how often does that sell?
Oh, God. Well,
Robert did say a minimum of 50, so that's at least,
Well, the problem is both of those fall under that threshold.
Yes.
I need to go at least a grade lower to give myself a chance to even hit that bar.
Definitely, for sure. And it's tough to get a 74 and a 10. There's probably not more than a handful of 10s anyway, so it's 74.
Yeah, right. So that's a problem. To me, the issue, look, as much fun as it is poking fun at it, and I am enjoying it, not gonna lie. But the reality of it is this is actually really, like, forget everything else. My critique is this is actually a really bad index, and it is not a very good reflection of anything related to the sports card market or hockey card market.
A reflection of their show, maybe.
I can't even say it's a reflection of the show because I guarantee if I challenged them on some of those vintage cards, they couldn't tell me anything without looking at Bobby Burrell's book.
It's their show; they can do
it. Sure, yeah. So it's like it's literally if I asked Eric to put together an index of this stuff like baseball cards, and Eric doesn't know very much about baseball cards, and he's like, "So what should I add?" Go to the Google. Go ask ChatGPT to make you a list of baseball cards.
That's it. That'd be easy.
Yeah, and that's basically what you got.
I heard that Mikey Mantel is pretty good.
Maybe. So it's like I said. At the end of the day, these indexes don't necessarily mean anything. But if you guys go back in the archives, I said the other indexes don't mean that much either. But this one is like, this is a vanity. This is literally like, oh, let's ingratiate ourselves to this category. And I don't see the justification for it. It's a feather in your cap to be able to say you've got it on there. But at the same time, it's like, why? Why do you even have it on there? In fairness, I think the Great Curator has an index too. Doesn't he have the Star Wars one? Well, no, that's with Geoff. Well, whatever. Same thing. Same thing.
Yep.
Yeah, same problem.
Well be.
For different reason, but the same problem. What app you prefer? For most transactions, if we're talking like regular stuff, Sean, you can use eBay. You can go into eBay now. You've got data for 3 years.
Yep.
If you go under the seller tab, you can actually there's got a little research thing on there. You can look up. TerraPeak is good, but the thing is TerraPeak is still pulling from eBay. Yeah. And now directly in eBay, you can get up to 3 years worth of data. They will give you 3 years worth, which is a little bit more handy. And you can search other eBay stores other than just .com. You can search .com and .ca and a lot of the foreign ones as well. So depending on the item, it may be worthwhile to look at the whole. You can actually check all sites. So for some of those items, like for hockey cards, Maybe some of them
.ca,
sold in
yeah.
Sweden or in Finland or whatever. And it's like,
True.
actually, because they've got some collectors who built nice collections of cards that are sitting over there, and they will sell them on that platform. So it's not just .ca and .com. You can actually search the whole thing. Again, just if we're talking hockey cards only, it works pretty well. Is it perfect? No, because you're relying on the sellers putting in the correct listing. Now, if you're talking about using one of these apps that has the graphs and everything on it, then honestly, Card Ladder, Market Movers, whatever, pick one. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. They don't distinguish themselves enough at this point to really make it worthwhile picking one over the other. But the reason I recommend the eBay one is because, well, the eBay one's free. There's really no reason to pay for that kind of, unless for some reason you really want to have that data. That's why I say, like, those indexes don't really mean anything to me. But when I saw that particular one, and I started looking through that list, I started cackling. When I saw the pre-war hockey cards on there, I was like, when I look at pop counts that were single digits, and I'm like,
yeah,
you literally defeated you did not understand the assignment, sir. It literally defeats the point of what, you may as well just said, give me a list of hockey cards.
Minnesota.
In Minnesota, they do know hockey.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that kind of answers that question. If it's just getting one of those apps in general, pick one. Doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter. But if you just want comps on regular stuff, you can just use the eBay thing. It's free, and you actually can get it on the. You can actually get it on the app now too. You got to jump through a couple of hoops in there, but it is in the app, so you can actually pull it. It's pretty handy if you're just looking up some comps on the fly. It's useful, and again, the fact that it is free means you don't have to pay for that privilege. But if you need graphs or something, then just pick one, whichever one you feel like paying for. Try to get one of those coupon codes. At least you can save some money. So try to find one of those coupon codes. That would be my recommendation for that. I just thought it was funny. I got the kick out of that when I was sitting there like, oh man. I showed it to the guys and I just started laughing at what was on that list. I was like, come on. Okay.
It worked out.
It was fun. It was fun for what it was. I'm not going to lie. So let's see here. So curious, again, I'm going to ask, does anybody have anything that has been catching their eye lately? I'd be curious for some of you, because I see that some of you guys are in the chat. Anything going on with you guys? Been picking up anything interesting lately? Like I said, for me, I've been grabbing some stuff, but it's like, yeah, it's kind of cruise control right now. Just kind of sitting back, waiting. Like, stuff's going on. Obviously, we talked about, we're going to a card show on Sunday. So, like, we're still doing things. But I don't feel like it's anything particularly notable. It's just kind of cruising along, just kind of moving forward, but nothing.
Well, people are coming out of holiday season, and kids
Mhm.
are back to school. And usually by the end of September, beginning of October, things start to roll when the league starts playing, and that's when things start to ramp up. You know, there's classic auctions going on, but it's not really a great auction. There's an auction going on every freaking month anyway, so it doesn't matter. Large auction houses. Yeah, so it's really kind of just whatever. It's nothing. Not much business happening at this point in time. I can actually tell by the responses in Facebook, Instagram, what have you. You know, you can see how the interactions. You know, otherwise it's just mostly memes. So,
Okay.
and that's the way it goes. But you know, you get the interactions, then you start seeing transactions too on top of that. So one follows the other.
Well, I think Bobbles mentioned he was noticing a similar kind of thing with his Facebook group. So their Bobbles and Ball Cards group, it felt like, I think he was making reference that the activity felt like it was down. It feels like a lot of folks kind of in cruise control.
Yeah.
And what's weird about it is that, again, it goes back to what I said a moment ago. Some people be like, oh, I'm worried about the economy and all that. So, well, tell it to eBay, because I'm selling stuff on eBay. I'm selling stuff on ComC. So people are still buying things, and people are going to card shows. Like I'm going in, like, yeah, people are still going to. So activity is still going on. I guess just hasn't been anything too dramatic that's really catching anybody's eye. You know, we had our lottery, we had our Powerball. Still waiting to see who got the 101. Hasn't come out yet. The autograph version. The redemption.
Well, through the summer months, especially with hockey, you got to look through and into September. You have to look at there is lesser sales. So there's sales going on all the time. Understood, but it's a lesser percentage of sales for sure. I would actually say, if sales were, let's just say, 70% through a normal time, I think it would be down to 40% in a summer months. Traditionally.
Okay. I think it's fair.
You can just feel it, and you can feel that people are away, and you can see, because they go, oh shoot, I didn't see that. That was I was away over here. I was doing this. I'm with the family or whatever they're doing. It just seems like a busier time for people, and this time especially. And I think they're waiting for them to keep dropping the rates again, for the mortgages and what have you. So, and they're promising quarter point in the next couple months or something, or next month.
Yeah, well, that already, one of them already happened.
Happened, and then they're going to do
and
another.
And then there's scheduled another one. Yeah. I know from history. They're not going to drop it like 3% in a month. It's not going to happen. You adjust it gradually. It's like turning down a dial, but you do it slowly. And by the way, when it was going up, they were doing it slowly. So it's not like they were jumping a percentage point or two each. Which, by the way, is kind of what they have to do. They can, and to be honest, it's interesting because all those people are looking for, like, people realize that when you do that, all you're doing is you're just trying to do cheap borrowing. It doesn't actually make you any more money. You're literally, you're just talking borrowed money.
The banks make more money. Yes.
Yeah. Well, look, banks make money either way. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
It makes people feel better when interest rates are lower, but that's about all it is. So Ham was saying, I got a show tomorrow. Well, he's Florida man, so it's always there. And Topps Rip Night as well. And looking for Star Jordans. Live the dream, Ham. Go for all the Star Jordans.
Oh my God.
We can touch on that, Fred. We can touch on that in a minute. I'll have some fun with it.
That's a...
Josh was saying here, thoughts on everyone ripping on Geoff for not making 144K since he didn't sell the Star Rookie, but they bash him for losing money on cards even if he hasn't sold it. I get the comment.
140K.
So I get the comment.
7.5 something.
What are you referring to? Sorry.
Star Rookie.
There was a Star Rookie. I forget what the grade was.
7.5, I think, and 140K. Oh, yes.
I think it was like 240 was whichever, because he was saying he made 100. So look, the problem here.
Got it.
So I get Josh's general point. I get it. And there is, so let's be clear about this. There is a double standard in the way when people get upset about something. And Geoff has earned himself a place in the hobby where no matter what he does, it's the wrong answer. And he did it wrong no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
But he also does do things to himself, which also create that problem.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the issue. And that's the issue that he has. He will do things and say things that create some of these problems for him. So that's earned from that perspective. But then, at this point in time, like if he said, the sky is blue, people would be like, you're lying. If he said the sky is green, you're lying. Purple, aquamarine, red, it doesn't matter. Pick one. You're lying. He could change it tomorrow. He goes, oh, you're flip-flopping. So like he's in that state now where no matter what he does, it's whatever. The issue was when he made a post seemingly bragging about this profit he had made when he had purchased a card, according to what he was saying, for 100,000, but the last one sold for 244, claiming that he had made 140. He literally put that across the top of the screen in the thing he was doing in that short. The problem is you're not the one who sold it, so you didn't make anything.
No.
So it doesn't matter what the last one sold for. That's irrelevant. That's the bigger point there.
It's called conjecture.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like, that's great, but it has nothing to do with what you did because you didn't do anything. And then, of course, that'll lead people down the rabbit hole going, so, do you still have this card? Did you buy this card, sell this card? And the truth is he didn't do anything other than buy a card. And he still bought 100 cards that he paid way too much for, that he's probably lost money on hand over fist. So at this point, he will be bashed for everything. And people like making fun of him losing money on cards.
Yep.
It is the national sport.
It certainly is. But he brought it upon himself.
He has brought a lot of that upon himself. If he had just gone about his business, then most people wouldn't care that much. But here's the thing. On the other hand, he understands that you can monetize that negative reaction. It kind of works for him as well. Mm-hmm. So he a lot of times I think people forget that at this stage he knows that if he says these things, people will come out of the woodwork to criticize him, make fun of him, and do all this. That's still engagement.
Yeah. It's like saying, bad news, any news is good news or good press, whatever.
Yeah. Is it necessarily the way that I would want to run my business? No, not necessarily. No. Might not be the approach that I would take personally. It might not be what I'd advise. But that's what he wants to do.
I don't think you can write a book on it, but anyways.
Alas, not so much.
Probably many have.
Name was saying, whatever happened to the guy who won the auction for the case of 7980 Peachy? Nothing. As far as we know, it's still sitting back. Like, we have never heard anything else after the initial statement that he had bought the case and then that he had paid a certain percentage of it and hadn't paid the rest. And we have not heard a peep anywhere of anything related to it after that.
It's kind of weird.
but it happens right now. That happens a lot. We had the same thing with the last couple of bounties. A couple of them are sitting and people are waiting to hear if anything has happened with it. Nothing has happened with it. Maybe some of them cars got pulled and somebody's just holding them, waiting to do something with it. Maybe, but we don't know. And right now, that one is just sitting back. I guess what's weird is if you're the auction house, you have received a lot of money. Like you've received a good chunk of the money. You could be making interest on it right now, to be honest. So I guess, are you going to fight him for it? But you could actually be making money on the money in the meantime. So I don't know what the deal is with that. It's kind of weird.
I'll be right back. My wife requests my attendance for a second.
No worries. Go ahead.
I want to talk about the star after, though.
All right. Sounds good. I'll read a couple of comments here. See, now they both vanish. Now Eric is claiming to be friendly with people. I think he's just hanging out with Dude Love and watching him annual in space. Let me read here. Word was that he first sold his word is that he sold his black first star back to the original order, price unknown, then bought a different one, price unknown, that he now holds. You only create more problems when you have to create this intricate set of transactions. He would have been better off just saying nothing, or just reporting that a star card sold for $244,000. It's not that hard. It would have been just easier just to do that. Jake Ann said the guy bought a CT scanner and said yes, a wise investment. I like it. Let's pool our money and pay the rest and be fractional owners of that case. I like what you're thinking here. I'm liking where your head's at, Name, on this. I like it. I like it. I think it's one of those things where he's enjoying the negative engagement on this one. And I think that's kind of become part of his brand now. Because if you go look at the shorts, like in the videos, he won't necessarily try to be that incendiary. But then in the shorts, he'll come up with all kinds of claims and all kinds of things. And then the news folks will go after it and start breaking it apart, piecing it all together, and then guessing about all the different things he's working on. And I think that's going to be a bit of a problem. So we'll see. But it's just Geoff being Geoff. That's where we're at right now. Josh here says, speaking of fractional ownership, is that still a thing? I think for some people it is. Now, I don't know about fractional ownership necessarily, but I'll give you one that I've noticed. There's been a little bit of an uptick on. And it's been funny because I don't know if any of you follow Stacking Slabs or any of those podcasts. Well, one of the things that he's got on there is he's got a guy named the Wharf Sports Cards. And what happens is he does a lot of work with Fanatics Collect now. And they take a lot of consignments, similar to what happens with Slab Sharks in Canada. Same idea. Slab Sharks has got a bunch of folks they're working with that take consignments with Slab Sharks. So Slab Sharks posts it on their eBay store, basically does the auctions, but they've got people all around the country that are taking consignments on behalf of and participating in it. And I don't know what the arrangements are necessarily, but I'm sure they get a cut, and that's kind of part of the deal of doing the consignment. But one of the things that I noticed with the Wharf Sports Cards, and it's not new, but it's ironic given that we're talking about Fanatics, because I believe, if memory serves me, and I think it's Wharf, it could be one other one as well, but I think that's one of them. He does a thing where he basically does a modified version of the financing the PWCC used to do, but it's not completely the same. So this is what I mean. PWCC got itself into trouble to the point that it sold to Fanatics because it had that program where people could use cards as collateral towards paying for an auction, and then in turn the collateral was supposed to help them offset it until they paid it off. Basically, that was one of the versions of what they had in there. But then what happened is if the cards fell in price enough, then it wasn't worthwhile. The collateral wasn't worth the remaining amount left on the debt, and if enough of that happens, then your entire financial instrument falls apart. So what the Wharf is doing though is a modified version of this, and this is what's interesting. Yeah, Fund My Cards. I think that's one of them. So thank you, Josh. So the thing is, this one is a little bit different in the sense that it is a similar idea with a contract. They buy the card, but what's supposed to happen is that you then consign cards with them. They sell the items to pay off the debt, basically. So you're basically consolidating these cards, selling them through the platform, which obviously they get a cut of, and then in turn, you are paying off the card that they have purchased for you. Interesting. Fine. Great. But the problem is it's not that dissimilar. Like in reality, you're using these cards. Now, in this case, you're using it as collateral that is actively being sold off. That's the point. You're sending them cards that they will sell, and the proceeds of these cards are being taken to offset the total. But in reality, what happens if you simply don't have enough cards? and it was even touched on briefly in one of the recent episodes. What happens if the person starts sending you cards? You're starting to pay down the debt, starting to pay down the total. And what happens if they run out of cards that they can sell and they still owe a certain amount? And what if they don't have cash? Well, now you're sitting there with a card that you just purchased and there's still a certain amount left over that you have to pay. Now you have to hope that you in turn can sell this card for the difference to hopefully get your money. And that's something I've noticed is slowly starting to creep its way back in. And I'm sitting there like, what you've basically told me is that there's a bunch of you guys who have learned nothing. You have learned nothing from the past. And you want to play this game again. Because in reality, what is this? This is basically cheap borrowing. It is low interest borrowing. Because in effect, what you're doing is and it's basically what we just talked about. Low interest borrowing is what helped inflate the market in the first place. One factor that people ran to institutional money. They ran to, the COVID checks and everything. Again, I still haven't gotten one. To this very day, Eric, I have yet to receive a dime.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
I was screwed. Like I got totally screwed in this deal. Didn't get a penny. But people ran to all those. And I said, one of the things you guys are forgetting is that also people were borrowing a lot of money. And the way I know this is because beyond the COVID money, for some reason, they came out of it with more debt than if this was all this free money, then why do you have more debt than before it started? So you got more money for free, right, and you still have less money at the end of this game. Yep. How does that work?
Because people are really
that's the way it all worked. I think I think that was the thing that Shine and Logan Paul were going to do. They were going to fractionalize that case. That was the ultimate goal. And obviously it didn't happen because they opened it. Because it was a choice. Was it open it or not, right? And they opened it.
Yeah. But I think the key, though, the reason, so just so we put a button on this, I wanted to make sure I touched on it. Since you brought it up, it actually reminded me of that. Fund my cards again and all that. I have no moral objection to this concept. Because in reality, it is a form of consolidation. Because imagine you decided to do this for yourself. This is what it would look like. Eric sees the Holy of Holies, the Grail of Grails. He sees the Reggie Lemelin, Super, Uber, Mega, Ultra, Refractor, Prism,
Kaboom!
With Kaboom, yes. With the Leprechaun in the background. And the Leprechaun is so realistic, it's 3D, it almost pops at you. And he's in a Boston Bruins uniform. The Holy of Holies, the ultimate of Grails. Oh my God, life is about to change.
With Brady.
So Eric is like, I will sell everything.
Yes. So
he goes to Hobby Goat Bobby Bro and says, Bobby, please acquire this for me. I will sell my soul. And you're like, well, I'd rather, and Bobby's like, I'd rather have
take
cash.
Your collection for $50 and we'll call it even.
Yeah, exactly. So the bottom line is he consolidates everything. Same concept, by the way. It's scaled down, but you consolidate. The proceeds then are used to pay for the item. That's basically what happens. Because sometimes an item comes when you're not ready for it. If you could plan out in advance and like let's say the Grail of Grails is with a collector who's holding it and they say, all right, I will do a deal with you. You even agree to terms and you say, all right, I will sell it to you for X, whatever it is. And you're like, all right, can you give me some time to get the funds together? And they say, yeah, fine, sure. Because it wasn't on the market technically. You asked nicely and they said, I agree. And they're giving you a period of time. So now it's your time. You go and you sell stuff, eBay, whatever you need to do. You start accumulating the funds, you get them all together. And then when you're ready, you got your little bag of cash there with the $sign on the side of it and you hand it over and then they hand you the Grail and there you go. Transaction done. Well, that's basically the same idea, except of course he's getting his cut. So there is a contract. You don't have forever. You've got a certain period of time in which to do it. And again, by you consigning these cards through him, he's getting a cut. And then presumably there's a percentage there for him. He's not just loaning you money for free and not forever. But the problem is what I said a moment ago. What if your collateral isn't worth enough to cover it? What if you run out of money before you finish the transaction? And if enough people default, even if the guy tries to sell these items, what if those items don't hold the value anymore?
That's right.
That's what happened to PwCC. PwCC fell apart because it was more dramatic with them because they were taking on even bigger risk and bigger loans. But this is a scaled down version of the same thing. And I'm listening to some of these 90s guys, some of these guys who have the means, who literally said, yeah, I have the money to buy it, but then I'm doing it like this. And then I also have the cash in case another thing comes up. So what you're saying is you're extending yourself out. You had the cash to just buy it in the first place, but now you're playing the scam.
Everybody was trying to run forward and didn't think anything was going to stop. And it came to an abrupt halt. And then it really slowed down, and then it was like, okay, game over. Now it's like whatever.
All I'm saying on my end is I'm just saying I'm seeing another version of the exact same game being played, and I'm hearing it already. I'm listening and I'm observing. It's like, oh, you boys want to play again? All right, I'm waiting for the first one of you that defaults, because that's going to get real interesting real fast if a couple of them do it all at once.
What's the name of the company?
Fund My Cards.
Okay.
So that's one of them for sure.
Yeah.
And then there was, and I think there's at least one other one that I've heard of, but Fund My Cards is one of them for sure.
Really?
So we'll see. Again, well, look, not my problem, not my concern. But
right
one other quick,
starting a company like that.
I think it is.
I'm just saying.
But there's one other side point that I would make as well, though,
Yeah.
and that goes back to what we talked about briefly when we were mentioning the interest rate thing. Just so you guys know, if you're wondering why certain categories are getting inflated, well, in effect, Eric, by using this kind of mechanism, you're effectively giving yourself a bigger wallet than you actually had, because you didn't have the cash in hand. So now when they're bidding on these auctions and whatever, you're actually going in with deeper pockets, technically,
Right.
than these. So, and what if somebody else is using the exact same mechanism at the same time?
Just real quick,
You're pushing it up.
So back in the pandemic, people were using these
That's the way it goes.
these businesses. They'd borrow money.
Kind of a silly way of doing things,
Then
if you
they
ask
would
me.
spend-
But I guess if you're really into it that much,
They would borrow the money, spend a good, this big number of dollars that they borrowed on a card
are you reading these out?
for thousands of dollars.
I'm going through most of these. Most of these don't need to be read out, but
What-
I'll get to a couple.
How
Mayo
many,
concussion money, not yet. He forgot about it.
how many of these people who borrowed money to buy
Monday
cards,
night mail concussion. That's cool.
and all of a sudden those cards that
Insert
they purchased are now worth
Football, soccer, whatever. Mountain biking.
I just like Bobby's running commentary underneath your point. The cards at Masterworks Fine Art. Yep. Yeah. Fine art companies do this, but a lot of people who are buying from fine art companies have the means. If for whatever reason their collateral doesn't hold it, they still have the reserves to be able to go, oh, my bad. Sorry. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll write you a check for the difference. No problem. If you have the means, then using leverage is not a problem. It's if you're operating on that razor line and your actual value that you've got, your collateral is literally what you have. If that is your total, you don't actually have the reserves behind you to play beyond that. That's where you could, because then you're at the mercy of the market.
Yep.
Is there enough value in these items that you're using to make this work for you? So Robert's saying it's like buying stocks on margin. Yeah, it literally is. For 29, brokers should provide huge leverage. When the crash came, most people couldn't meet the margin call, which caused further sell-offs, causing missed calls, margin calls, etc. Yes.
Okay, they got bailed out.
Yeah. And oftentimes they do. But in this category, there's no reason to bail anybody out. It's your problem. You deal with it. My point, though, is that it actually creates a scenario where you've got these deep-pocketed bidders on these items that didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually shouldn't exist, technically, because while the person may have been able on their own with enough time to have liquidated those cards and in turn created the money required to have made that bid, because it was FOMO and we need it now, we're using this to expedite the process, but you're adding that additional layer of risk. And you've also potentially pushed it. What if both of you did not have this option? Like, let's say two of you end up using it, but what if neither one of you had it? Then it's just a matter of what cash you have on hand, and that card would have actually sold for less anyway.
Yep.
So now you two were playing with an inflated number behind you, and that actually caused the price to go up beyond where it was going to go.
And usually an item like that or something like that is usually between 2 to 3 bidders anyways. You add a fourth or fifth, watch out.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just interesting because to me, it's something worth observing, because then a lot of the guys that I'm listening to that are using it are some of those 90s guys. And you're starting to see some escalating price on some of those 90s cards. And I go, it's not coming straight from, it is coming from cash, but it's not coming from cash that came straight from their pocket.
Yes.
And that makes a difference. That's a big differentiator, because it's different when somebody says, well, I have $1,000 budget and that's the most I can bid on it. Oh, well, with Fund My Cards, you can liquidate some of these other cards and I'll give you $5,000 towards it. Well, now I can bid $5,000. I only had 1,000, but now I can bid 5,000.
Mm-hmm.
And
So-
like I was trying to say, the card you bought during the pandemic.
Yeah, that seems like a fluctuating marketplace. Depends what they can sign or what they, have retained for.
Eric, aren't you glad now that you get to speak to the hobby goat himself?
It's an honor of a lifetime.
It's the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Always. Where's Eric gone?
All right, Bobby, give him a chance. Give him a chance to say this last piece. Go ahead. Go. I'm gonna grab my beer. Go ahead. This is your moment.
All I'm saying
Just say.
is the people who spent
I
the
don't know.
money.
Anyways, I know we're gonna. I don't know where Eric went, but there he is. What happened, Eric? What's going on?
We had it had a technical television
Snafu, a difficulty.
emergency where the TVs aren't working up here. And so my wife is like, can you help me get the TV to work? And it will not work. So
is it the TV or is it the cable box or what is it?
Cable.
It's the Wi-Fi. I don't know. It's not working. So
Yeah, I've been having a lot of problems with mine. I know since the new one came in. So
Was it new
and
mode?
when it's gone, it's gone. Everything's gone. Well, you're actually good there. You're on your computer,
yeah, the Wi-Fi on the computer is working fine, but the
but not the TVs.
the TV won't work.
That's weird.
So
I'm not gonna go in. I'm not gonna go deep in the weeds, but there's a good chance then that you're probably gonna have to connect to the router directly and see which IP addresses are connecting.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there.
To redo.
It's a pain in the ass, by the way. If you have to do that, it is a pain in the ass. Just
If
When
there's
the
an
shows-
update and it doesn't, like your computer would update, but I don't know. Well, there wouldn't be an update on your password or anything. That's anyways. Who knows?
when the show's over, I'm gonna reboot the modem and see if it sends a different message to the TV, and maybe it will work then. But
the unplug and plug it back in. It is a
Yep.
classic.
Jiggle the
I
handle.
did a lot
that
of that.
works.
I did a lot of that a few minutes ago.
It's that technical side of you.
But
Mhm. Josh was saying, I believe Fund My Cars essentially charges 10%, which is, like, look, if you're the one providing this money, you should get something because you're taking a lot of risk here. You're assuming, hopefully, you're dealing with clients that have at least a little history so that it's not just some rando that said, yeah, I want this card. Can you bid $10,000 on it? Do you have $10,000, sir? Or even $10,000 worth of items?
$10,000?
Yeah, like, is there anything that you possess? Do you have a Prius? Eric might be willing to buy a Prius
yeah,
for the 10 grand, and he needs to
think
add
it's
one to the
more
one,
than that,
put one
but
beside the one in his driveway that he's had for years.
if I don't get to say my point though, my head's going to explode.
Okay.
All right, Bobby. Let's give him a moment. Hold on.
You're going to hit
All right, Eric.
You got to hit mute as soon as I start talking.
No. The floor is. Look, I'm even going to mute Bobby so that you can have a moment. I'm going to drink my beer. The floor is yours.
All I was saying is, for those who borrowed money from these programs during this pandemic, especially.
I didn't say that the $1 Million Man wasn't finally warmed up. He came out of the bullpen. What do you want me to do?
I don't want to play anymore. I'm gonna take my cards and go home.
You can use your cards at Fund My
Oh,
Cards
good.
and be able to get
Perfect
a
timing on that.
fancier Reggie.
No, that's it. I don't care no more.
Jake Hand says, "Send me some cards to hold. I'll send you a TV." There you go.
Oh. Not even a flat screen. It'd be one of those old big heavy ones.
Listen, I still have one of those. Listen, I love the old CRT TV. They're good. They're good if you want to play Duck Hunt. If you play the old Nintendo with the light gun, you need the CRT TV. I will say though, I simply do not play the way that I simply don't play anymore. So now I can't. I'm not even going to try to sell it. I'll basically just put it outside and be done with it. But the problem is the CRT TV, because that one I think is like 27 inches.
Of course you can't sell it. Who's gonna buy it?
No, I guarantee you somebody would buy it because I've actually watched some people try to sell them and they've gotten like $50 or $60 for those things.
Really?
Because again, some people are like retro gamers, and that is the one that you use if you want to get the proper experience with it. But the real problem is that a 27 inch, it's like 100 pounds.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
it legit is like it's a pain in the ass to hulk around. And again, it's a very awkward. It's like 27 inch is actually a fairly decent sized TV. Like, look, you grab a flat screen 55 inch, I'll carry the damn thing for 4 seconds. But The 27 inch, like, oh my god, it's weight. It's heavy.
It's not even just wide; it's 27 inches deep.
Yeah, it's very awkward. It's very awkward. So yeah, so many ninjas here. My brother's point. If it's a decent make CRT to sell to a retro gaming crowd, you know what? Maybe we got to take some pictures and sell it to one of those guys, and they can cart it away.
Yeah,
I'm willing to be generous, but they got to cart it away because that shit's heavy.
Yeah, I do not deliver.
Yeah, Mitsubishi Diamond big as a couch. Yeah, probably exactly. Yeah, for retro, but I'm saying like for the retro gamer guys, the CRT is the golden ticket because that'll give you the proper experience for seeing the game. It doesn't look right on a flat screen. Like for a lot of those games, they don't look proper on the flat screen. You get a CRT though, it looks good. Yeah, certain quality Sony models. Yes, thank you for that. So, so Bobby, you want to talk about the Star Rookie? What specifically do you want to touch on?
Well, actually, I guess everybody's been talking about it lately, and it's really kind of interesting subject as so many different podcasts are trying to promote it, and then there's others that are trying to sort of
demote it.
Demote it, yeah, I guess. It's not about demoting; it's about changing the rules. So, what applied back then doesn't apply to today, but the rules of back then are those rules of that time. Today's rules are different, and if you're looking for that and you have a vested interest, most of the people who do fight about it have a vested interest in it. So I understand. Actually, I did listen to Jim Beckett on his podcast go talk about it with two other gentlemen.
Yep.
And he kind of tore him to shreds. He was I was impressed. Rarely is the case, but I was impressed with what he said and how he said it. And it was a very elegant way. And it doesn't matter if you're right, you're still wrong. It's like a man convinced against his opinion is still of the same opinion. And this is what happened there is they're looking for something. The one thing they did succumb to was that, okay, well, it's like the 52 mantle. It's not the rookie, but it's worth more than the 51 Bowman. I get it. We'll see maybe the same way with the Star Rookie. And then he also said that, the 86 Jordan, you got a sleeping giant there. You don't want to start playing around with putting the 84. Once it gets past that point that you're trying to push it, a lot of guys are going to come out of the woodwork because they want to protect that, the 86 Jordan. And the 84s are just, but it's just like anything. Where were you guys 5 years ago, 6, 7, 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago? You just can't go, hey, I got this, I got one. Now I'm going to promote the shit out of it, and I'm going to get 150K, whatever, 240, whatever, and make my money that way. And and that's where I see that. I don't see anybody who's a historian. Like the one guy was, I won't talk about Jeff. Don't worry about that, Eric. I seen the one guy. He was, and Jeff doesn't even know one. He was talking about, he's been back in the hobby for 9 months, and it's just like, really?
Now, I think I shared one version of this conversation because they actually had a couple of versions of this conversation.
They did, yes.
One of them was chronicled on his podcast, but then there was the one that also had Victor in it. So there's a version with Victor in it as well. And I believe at least one of those versions, I don't remember all of them. I've seen a few variants of it, the conversation, but at least one of them had Steve Grad in it. And Steve Grad was obviously one of the principals involved in getting the Star Jordan. He basically gave a lot of the information that Beckett used as part of it, and then PSA subsequently. So Steve Grad is very critical to that piece of that puzzle because he's the subject matter expert on the Star cards.
I understand. He got all the records and stuff like that. I really, I understand and appreciate that. But what Jim Beckett said was really strong in his conviction of trying to justify why it wasn't, and maybe
he also basically all but said that the Star Company was a trash company. I enjoyed very much he was trying to be a man of peace,
but thanks.
But I sensed that the veneer of man of peace was cracking, and he was like, he basically did all of his power just to restrain himself to go, Star's shit. Star's trash. It's garbage.
You hear it in his head, but you can't hear it in his voice.
It's going off. I could literally see it on his face. He goes, I want to denounce this company as badly as Eric denounces Beckett.
Well, the other problem, too, was that there was some reprinting done later on is what they were saying. And that part, that guy doesn't have that information on, that guy, Steve. So at that point, where are we? You know, that's been talked about other cards or other sheets that have been found, and you know, are they still printing them? You know, is the thing, and that's the thing with this. You'll never know, and we'll never know that information because they were such a subpar company, as quoted by Jim Beckett. So, you know, I do give him a big nod on his defense of that, and it's nice hearing that. And he did it eloquently, so I'll give him a little credit for that, for defending the times. You know, I know everybody's trying to push things in a different direction, looking for this, looking for that. Everyone's looking for the new jam, the new thing that's happening. Let's
new hotness.
create something. Yeah, there we go. You know, Will Greer, let's go.
Will Greer, man. There is one other point that you didn't touch on though that I thought was also a very good point, specifically. And here's what I would give you. And it was a good point by old Jimbo, and that was this. Where it stands today, the Star is actually in a very strong position. There's a lot of people that obviously are very interested in it and want to spend good money on it. And if you go into the past, the Star Jordan actually for a little while was more expensive than the Fleer. So like it's done obviously.
But it was marginal back then, you know.
There were, if you go back at a certain point in 1990, there was a nice little gap between the two. The Star was actually very well regarded,
but not big.
But I think where it gets interesting, and he made this point, and it is accurate. Not being the rookie, quote unquote, doesn't actually hurt the Star Jordan at this point. It doesn't actually hurt
the 52 mantle.
Exactly, because people love the 52, but it's also 52 is also not a rookie. To be fair. I actually have no problem.
This really means that's not a rookie, but it still gets good money.
Exactly.
Both ways.
Now, where I think he was making an excellent point, though, is that if for some reason we solve the debate, so this is kind of hypothetically, if we solve the debate and we found it in favor of the Star, it would actually hurt the 86 Fleer. Yes. Because the rookie card designation to the 86 Fleer's value is critical, whereas to the Star card, it is not. The Star card doesn't need it. We can have the debate to have the discussion. It doesn't hurt the Star.
They think it needs it.
Yeah, but the point is like the Star card can hold great value without it. The 86 Fleer, if it loses the rookie card designation, it becomes a third-year Jordan. A third-year Jordan gets hit right in the tank because there's plenty of the 86 Fleer. So it's a third-year Jordan that is available in decent quantity. Guess what? It goes straight in the toilet. Super fast. All of a sudden, it's not worth a fraction of what it was worth in 5 seconds.
Yeah, but then all the people who have 86 Jordans and the high graded ones, then they start coming. Then they start going. Then it gets into a nice big battle. And that's the fun I like to see.
Yeah. But the key though is I think that was a very valid point though that he made was that the 86 Fleer has more to lose. In this debate, if it actually swung one way or the other, the 86 Fleer has more to lose. The 84 Star right now is still the rarer card. If someone is genuinely interested in it, there's still value to it. So it doesn't get hurt by not being, quote unquote, the rookie. The 86 Fleer needs this in order to be relevant the same way.
Yeah, I think that's what Jim was pointing out is that, you know, hey, that's okay. That's an XRC. Sometimes it's worth more, and that's fine. You know, but to be artificially brought up and trying to replace a rookie card, it's very difficult to do that. And Jim made great points, and he's probably the only person who could have done that because he ran Beckett and was you know, had his thumb on everything at that point. And he's really the guy that could do that. And I did appreciate that because a lot of times, you know, I try to bring things into the marketplace and try to redate them or reissue them, you know, and I have changed some dates. I have changed some big rookie cards too, in the 20s and 30s. And then people just, for some reason, you know, the odd guy will run with it because they think it's, oh, great, I got that one, you know, and then the other people just go, meh, just kind of move on. Yeah, okay, it's a new rookie. Okay, so it should be this one. You know, one of the big ones we had was I'm just trying to think who it was. There was a in Chicago Blackhawks. You had the two brothers there. I'm just trying to think of his name now. I can't remember. Okay, there's two brothers. One started playing there. The other one started playing later in January. So they have the picture of the one guy and the name of the other guy. But the name of the other guy, he's really the one that was probably on the card. But the other guy becomes the rookie card because his face is there. Doesn't matter about the name, it matters about the face or face, you know, whatever. And then the next card for them goes to 51. So we go from 1939 to 1951 being rookie cards and exchanging. That's a big pole position between these two cards. I can't remember the name. It's big players too.
Yeah. Name is saying here Bentleys. I'm not sure if that's referring to what you're talking about.
Yes.
Max and Doug.
Yeah, Doug and Max. So Max comes in
Perfect.
later. Doug Bentley's already playing with Chicago, and he's been playing there that year in 39-40. And then Max comes in, I think, in around January. So there's the cards for him to be ready to be Max on the card. So it's Doug Bentley's picture and Max Bentley's name. So we had this big debate about, well, whose card is that? Now it is really Doug's, but Max's name is on there. But Max isn't really he's just barely played. He maybe played a game or two by the time those cards came out. So that's a technicality that's hard to determine. I don't know how you guys would feel about that. What do you think? So then you get, Doug Bentley's rookie card goes to 51 into 51 Parkers from the 39. And Max Bentley's there, but it should be really reversed. In my true belief, they say whatever name is on the card. Well, technically, if you look,
I'm whatever picture's on the card. I'm the picture.
Okay.
Because that's what I'm actually looking at. That's what I'm actually looking at.
So the error of a picture over an error of a name takes precedence. Is what you're saying?
That would be my take on it, but that's not the hobby's take, because we have because there is a card. I forget. I think it's in '87. There is a card that's supposed to be a Barry Bonds, but I believe the player is Johnny Ray.
Okay.
I believe there's an error where Johnny Ray is the image and the name is Bonds. Okay. And obviously, technically, it's supposed to be a Bonds card, but the picture is Johnny Ray. He's a different person. So I would prefer like the picture. It's same team. Yeah. It was the Pirates, I believe. All right. So that is technically supposed to be considered a Bonds card, but the person on it is Johnny Ray. It's a different human being.
That's a hard line. That's really hard to define and sit there and go, what did the hobby think back then? Nothing, really.
Yeah. So because I know it's not considered a Johnny Ray card. That's the thing. It's considered to be an error, a Barry Bonds card that's an error to Johnny Ray.
So it would be like an XRC, or maybe not even fit in that.
Not even. Maybe this where you use Victor's rookie card asterisk.
Probably.
He uses asterisk. Yeah. I'll see if I can pull up the card because I want to show it. And I'll also
while I'm at it, you could do too, like the 39-40 Max Bentley. You could do that, and then you have the Doug Bentley, and it's the pitcher of Doug, but Max is the player. But see, there's technicality. Okay, they're both on the same team, but one came in much later, so there's no way. They just screwed up on the name. So technically, I believe that the Max Bentley should be the 51, and Doug Bentley should be the 39-40, and it is reversed right now. Now, see, what instructions do we have from that time period of what takes precedence? We've never really satisfied that. You Carlos, you say pitcher, I say pitcher too, of the player, especially if it's from the same team. If it's not the same team, then it's a different story. I don't know what story it is, but it's probably just a different story. So I like that, but I don't know who determined that the name takes precedence. And I think that's somebody who the price guides early on, and then it just kind of just melded into, fact, I guess, or law, or whatever you want to call the hobby. And that's where we're at with that.
Well,
I think if memories, go ahead, Eric.
My question is, if we're just going to do pictures, then why aren't these three Jacques Plante rookie cards in?
Well, the point, Eric, my point is that from the hobby, I think the hobby goes with the name on the card. I don't think it does the picture. So I want to get the Jays. I'll make sure I put it on here because I want to get back.
The back says everything about Plante.
Yeah, all three. Two of them actually have his name on it, and the third one they call him Rookie Mr. Zero.
Yeah.
They called him Mr. Zero at that time. Wow.
So let me share this here. So this is the card in question. It's 87th Donruss opening day.
Yep.
The card is listed as Barry Bonds, but that is Johnny Ray. Johnny Ray also played for the Pirates. This is an 87 card. So the thing is, on the checklist, this is Barry Lamar Bonds.
Is it his stats?
Barry Lamar Bonds.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's 100% of it. This is an error. This error was corrected. I believe it was corrected. So this here is it's a Barry Bonds card on the front. It's a Barry Bonds card on the back. The write-up is Barry Bonds. Everything is Barry Bonds except for that image. That image is Johnny Ray.
Yep.
Well, actually, it might be an uncorrected error. I forget now. But regardless, the point is that this error. Now, what's funny about this card sold for $1,100.
Holy moly!
That card holds value. Like, people are genuinely interested. They're intrigued by, because this was a
It
very
might have
famous
been
card at the
updated
time.
and being a short print.
Oh, it is very much
Because
short.
they changed the sheet later and took them off, because they don't usually do that. Like, especially when you're talking about Bonds. In his rookie year, maybe they didn't know Bonds was going to be as good as he was. But then again, they're toting him on the back. Oh no, that's Plant as Mr. Zero, which I'm very surprised at. But Plant was around. That's another. Yeah, see, these are where we get into those technicalities. It's not like the Star Jordan, but it is in that vein of which is it, the pitcher or the. And I believe if the team is different, and you have the name and the player name and the team right, then the pitcher is in error.
Yeah.
But
so
if
here
it's the other
is,
way around, I believe it's the name is in error.
yeah. So here is the picture of Barry Bonds as Barry Bonds on the same card. Barry Lamar Bonds, card number 163.
Oh,
Same thing, but this is Barry Bonds. This is the actual guy, not Johnny Ray. So that's the difference. There is both versions of it. They're both considered. Now, again, this is an opening day. It's kind of a box set. You don't have to consider it a rookie, but 87 is his rookie year. So there is a value there. Well, and obviously people are interested. The Johnny Ray has tremendous value because people are intrigued by it. And by the way, bonus points to name. Are you Jimmy Ray? Are you Johnny Ray? Who wants to know? Who wants to know?
I love that song. I was just thinking that too.
Yeah. So the point though is, so that's a good example right there of on the checklist. Checklist, it's Barry Bonds. There is a Barry Bonds where it's all normal. It's Barry Bonds all the way through. But then there's also a version where you've got somebody else's image on there. It is a variant. It is an error that was corrected, obviously.
Corrected errors are different. When they're uncorrected is the thing that comes into question. And
that's why I think it's kind of interesting that it creates that scenario, because for some folks, they would stare at it. So that's why I say, like, to me, the image itself, I think it's interesting. I consider it to be a Johnny Ray card, but obviously is an intriguing error because the rest of it all says the same.
Well, who gets this one? It doesn't have to call me Ray. You can call me Jay. Anyways, I was going to say something else. But anyways, if anybody gets that one. Uncorrected error. Yeah, okay.
I want my
okay. Yeah, the 51 Parkers. Now, the Bill Barelko card is his rookie card. It's not noted, but everybody calls it on eBay, but it's not in the guidebooks as a rookie card. I made it a rookie card in the app. It's the first time I said, it's a picture of him scoring the winning goal and against Jerry McNeil. And they're both on the card, but he's scoring the goal. So it says winning goal on it. Now, remember, his plane was missing at that time. So they kind of put it out posthumously. And I still believe it's a rookie card, because a lot of people say because it's winning goal, it's almost like the other Plants, right? It's, that's serious. But there was only that one card. And I think they done it. George Kennedy did it with class, that he actually made that card the winning goal without putting a face on Bill Barelko when they haven't even found his plane, that had crashed, and whether he was alive or dead. At that point, I think they know he's not coming back. But any which way. So I did allocate that as his rookie card, because otherwise you go to 91 Pro Set. Bill Barelko, like, God, come on, really? So I think that, and Jerry McNeil has his own card within the set too. But it does mention first Bill Barelko's name scores on Jerry McNeil as for the winning goal. So his name does come first on that. So I gave that the allocation. Whether you do it or not, it didn't really increase or decrease the value. So it didn't really make a difference. But some of them make a big difference. That Doug Bentley. And look at that, $1,100 for that card. Wow.
Yeah, it's just because it's such an unusual, because when Bonds was going for the home run record, that became an intriguing little kind of oddball example of something strange. Sure. Because it's like, it's the correct year. It's what people were chasing, the 87 Bonds. They were looking out for those. And then here's this card. It's got his name on it. The write up on the back is all him, but it's this other guy. And it was just kind of this interesting thing that came into play.
Well, it was all this, and same thing with the hockey. There was Bill Cook, Bun Cook, and then the nicknames get caught in there, and different picture. That's Lloyd Cook, which is their cousin. And it was, oh my God, so many things to straighten out from that time period. It's just crazy. And lots of error pictures of players.
Absolutely.
But
Now
we
let me
can't
make
do it
sure. I
too
wanted
much.
to touch on this one because Jay brought it up. So Jay, good evening and thank you for comments. Appreciate it. So he was saying discuss the 97 Jordan PMG variants which exceed the Star Jordan 86 Fleer. So ignore the rookie card aspect of either. So this here is an example of a Jordan card that's value exceeds all. So we, it became this whole debate with the 86 Jordan, Star Jordan, and all that. The one guy was trying to consistently downplay the value aspect of it. But then my counter to it, Beckett spent a lot of time kind of arguing with him, going back and forth with it. But the reality of it is this: if it's not about the value, why do you care? Why do
That's
you
what I
care which
said.
one gets the destination?
Who
Like
has
it
the
doesn't
vested
matter
interest
then.
argues the
Yeah,
most, right?
yeah. So it's like, so it's hard to argue that the value isn't part of the game because again, I mentioned it earlier. One of the most valid points that he made is that the 86 Fleer, if the 86 Fleer became not the rookie tomorrow, it loses a ton of its value
But
immediately
you
because
won't
the
get
third year Jordan.
hobby consensus at that. I think
Yeah.
you have the sleeping majority that's sitting back with the 86 Jordan clearly in hand, whereas the 84 is a push, and those people aren't making videos about 86 is the rookie, but everybody's making 84 is the rookie videos, and they're trying to push it forward, and it's a very small group, and it's usually the guys who have acquired them. Otherwise, yeah. If it was worth $40, would they care? No, because they could have done it 10,
No one
15, 20 years ago, right?
Yeah. Now, the 97 Jordan PMGs, the reason why that's relevant for the Jordan side of it is because that's an example of a card, obviously much later in his career, basically towards the end of his regular career. But that's a card that holds tremendous value. And it's because people want the card.
Yeah,
In and of itself, people are interested in the card.
sure.
At that point, obviously, none of the designations matter because it's like the PMGs came much later. And
Yep.
by that point, he was at the tail end of his career, but they became a lot more valued. And the PMG wasn't always as coveted as it once was because the precious metal gem came from Fleer Metal, which was actually, I believe it was 99 cents a pack. It was actually very
Cheap
inexpensive
stuff.
at the time, but they were tough to pull because you could not get them very often. So it was similar to what happened to the StarQuest Gold. The StarQuest Gold, which I've chronicled, has gone up by all this. The last Medano sold for over $1,000 and whatever.
Yeah.
And I bought mine for $60 back forever ago. Well, the thing is, the StarQuest Golds are not even one per case, and it was a low end kids product, so you could open a case of it and not get one
Yep.
of anybody. So it was an extremely tough card to pull, and they printed a ton of cases, so it's spread out over this gigantic print run, and most of them haven't surfaced. They don't come up all the time. So it's one of those things where here's your infamous. In this case, we've got scarcity because they don't come in the marketplace very often. And it tends to be only a handful kind of will circulate. And a lot of these other players are not being listed very often, or once every couple of years at most. So it means when one comes on the marketplace, people aggressively bid. And that's because it's the people who want one cannot buy one unless someone who happens to have one in their collection is willing to release it. Because fresh ones aren't coming onto the marketplace very often.
Yeah, it makes sense, and that's where Victor's 10 commandments come into. Is basically I do the same thing, but I just do a pros and con list, and wherever we end up, and it's usually quite a separation. Every once in a while, it's close, but for the most part, it's pretty easy to determine things. But always look at why people are doing videos on it, and they're saying, oh, the market's going crazy on it. Everybody's talking about it. It's because you guys are doing videos on it. Of course, there's something to talk about.
So you're saying your 47 videos are not part of it?
Maybe.
So Bob Jackson here. Good evening, Bob. 98, 99 MVP golds and the superscripts are instantly rare too. Yes, the superscripts, especially that early year one. That's what I say. That was another example of one where when I got the Medano superscript from the first year. The superscript has the same problem. The superscript is serial number to 25. The MVP was the same thing. It was a low end brand. It was a cheap brand at the time, but they printed a lot of it. So again, the superscripts don't come up all the time. You have to open a ton of it to pull one.
Isn't there a lot of cards out there that have no numbering, but we know they're out of 25, but most people don't know they're out of 25? Those are the good scores that a lot of guys.
Yeah,
like
mirror golds. Some of the early mirror golds have that thing going for them.
So those, until they get some popularity on video, I don't think anything is really going to move with them until people start talking about it, and then that reignites people because then they start going through their old box and going, hey, all right, let's talk about this. And I always question why people, what's the motivation behind talking? And it's usually financial, especially in today's world. Before it was just about acquiring. Now it's more about, the payout, I think, at the end.
Yeah.
card
And this
industry opposed to card hobby. So
yeah, you're referring to what's the agenda. Like if somebody is making a bunch of videos or on a certain specific thing, trying to argue that
those
hobby
plants,
orthodoxy is wrong,
plants.
what's
Oh
the
yeah.
what's the agenda? What's the
So which
question?
is the true Bobby Orr rookie? Is it the test? Is it even a test?
Oh, the first Chicago Blackhawks one is when he
So
started in
is
the NHL.
Bobby Orr 66 a test issue? Okay. So they did a full display box. They did a cello wrapper, which is kind of unusual, but I'll give them that. Usually tests are regional, and they came late with the test. Actually, the test came out, if you want to talk about when Tops came out, like Tops would have come out in 66, 67. They would have come out in the earlier part of the year, and O-Pee-Chee would have came out in January forward. That one came out in like June, July. But I haven't really got into it yet, but I'll just letting you know, it's a late issue. Very late issue. It's almost like it came out in 67, 68. But they were trying to catch up with the Bobby Orr. And they had problems in 68 too, because I'm in 67, they were supposed to come out with another issue, which they didn't. No, 68. It was 68. They were trying to do funny pennants inserts, which you've never heard of with hockey and football, yes. But it never made it through because I have the display box from the Topps Vault picture of it where they were working on it and they couldn't get it through. So I think very much the same because it's obviously the year prior that they did the test issue. So it isn't really a test. A test is typically there's a blank display box. There's a sticker on top of it. They went to the extent of making cellos. You know, the cello wrappers, like I forget the baseball one, the red one. What's that, 62 or 60, whatever it is. So they went to that extent. And so that makes me wonder, is it even a test? I don't believe it is. I just think it was their first kick at the cat. It's the first time they really tried to come into the marketplace. And they didn't want to miss Bobby Orr. And that's where I think it all comes down to.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I think, though, one of the key, as I was saying a little earlier, one of the key questions about it is always we got the test issue, we've got all that. And it's just weird, though, that they had that many years of O-Pee-Chee and Tops and, covering his minor league career. It isn't until 76, 77, though, that we finally get to his NHL career. And this, this magnificent specimen right here is the Bobby Orr rookie.
Card. I really like that card. They made the pinball machine off of that card.
It's magnificent.
It's horrible.
They did a pinball machine and they did it in a Chicago uniform where he only played 17 games, for crying out. Like, are you?
I know.
Isn't that crazy?
Bobby, listen, that 2017, whatever games, his entire Hall of Fame resume was built on that. Like they sat there like this poor career minor leaguer who accomplished nothing for 20 odd games was an NHL. This inspirational. It's like Rudy.
Oh yeah,
Bobby.
There's almost
Bobby.
Tear, you know.
I was getting emotional. I was thinking about like this kid has been working his entire career to get to the NHL, and finally in 76, 77, I have arrived.
When I get my hands on you in November, you're going to get emotional.
You will do nothing. You will do nothing and like it.
Mm-hmm. And
let's see here.
And love it.
Ham says, would you rather have a star with your broken hip and the rest of you is like, yeah, it's like, I've fallen, I can't get up.
But getting back to his plants, like, yes, the name is really, so those are sort of, they did a series of those cards. So realistically, that couldn't be Plant's rookie. Although they garner really good money, but they don't get the rookie money. So it's one of those XRCs sort of that don't get the payout compared to the rookie card. But almost should to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 cards of him as a pre-rookie.
Yeah, but there's about 10 cards or 8 cards in that full set of, Armstrong on board. Yeah,
it's just crazy to me that they're not as expensive as you would expect them to be.
You would think.
They're quite affordable. That's why I have them.
I think someone should write an article. There you go. Why don't you write an article on that?
I should.
Because Plant is famous. Actually, I got this. Oh, look at that. You'll love this. This is from 1952. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
1952.
So Bobby, real quick, before you share it, hold on, Bobby. Before you fully share it, let me read a couple of comments. Let me get quickly caught up. I want to make sure because there's some good comments here. I want to make sure I read them, and then we'll share it. Hang tight for 1 second. Ham was saying, would you rather have a Star Jordan 86 figure or a rare insert auto? I would rather have a rare insert auto if I'm collecting Jordans. For me, it's more interesting. Between the two, I would rather have the Star Jordan because, again, it is the earlier card. It is, regardless of multiple printings and shenanigans and all that, it is still a rarer card than the 86 Flair. So if those are my two choices, I'd rather have the Star Jordan because I think it's got an intriguing backstory. The 86 Flair is what it is. It's pretty basic. It's pretty standard. A rare insert auto, though, would be more interesting to me if I wanted to collect a Jordan item. That would be more interesting for me. So that's just my take on that.
Yeah, mine is a little bit different. I guess, I'm rarity rules in my book. You can go over and see your 10 friends and they all have a 1968, 69 O-Pee-Chee set. Like, okay. So we want that rarity because we want to see something we really haven't seen or seen much of. If we took the value out of that, Mike, that Star Jordan potential value that's in everybody's head right now, I would still get the Star Jordan because it's rare. Yeah, and it's probably one of the first. Now, there's a lot of cards that are in food issue that are kind of pre-rookie XRCs, whatever you want to call them, that I would rather have that are hard to get opposed to the regular card of the person that they're everywhere. They're still worth value in those, but even the lesser value, but I still go for the rarity over high production.
I would take either one of them that is autographed.
Sure. I think that's fair.
Don't want them on a puck?
No, maybe he could glue it onto a puck.
I would love to have a Michael Jordan autographed puck, and if I ever meet him, I will have him do that. But I'd also would love to have one of his rookie cards autographed. That would be pretty awesome. Also,
there you go.
You got to get.
And then I can pay for my daughter's college.
And the like button. If you hit the like button, everybody. So just remember that. Eric, are you sure? Are you arguing that that's not the case?
I have no.
The screen at the bottom says it very clearly.
Oh.
It says we charge Eric for every like. Likes help ease or make
so much
pain.
easier to read in red than it is in white. It's
pretty good,
funny?
And we thank you as always for your consideration.
That's that vow from Hunger Games. Anyways.
Yep. I'll read Robert's comment. So let's answer this one quickly because I want to get through some of these other comments. There's some good ones here. What do you think about a case like 75-76, Mario Tremblay? Should be his rookie, but picture is not him. Is it his second year card now as rookie? So similar to the kind of the discussion we were having. So just quick answer for you guys. What do you consider? Is it his rookie because even though his picture's not him, or would you not consider it? I'm a picture guy.
Right.
So for me,
right or wrong team important. Is my question at that point.
Sure.
Is the Mario Tremblay in his is the same team and just the wrong picture of the same guy, or is it a complete? Because at that point, then it's a complete error.
Yeah. So is it a Johnny Ray or is it some random dude?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Sure. I think that's fair. So you go. Santos should have been given a secret agent because no one recognized him. Fair enough, Carlisle. And Carlisle, good evening. I haven't seen your comments, so I wanted to make sure I acknowledge your guys' comments here. Todd is saying, would we even talk about this? PSA not so graded them? No. It's a valid call out, and that is
that's the other thing is they didn't grade them for such a long time because they couldn't tell which ones were
Yes.
printed later, what have you, and that goes on with a few other cards that I can think about. Is that they're hesitant about printing them because they're going, you don't know when they're printed, really. But
the irony of this, by the way, it goes back to that conversation we were just talking about. Who was the party that gave PSA the confidence? Steve Grad.
Yes.
So remember, it is very critical. It is very important that we remind everyone here that this hobby is so thin at this point that our entire ability, our entire collective ability to accept or not accept this card is based on the input and insight of one person.
Person in possession of
the
set card.
No, I agree. I'm just making the point here that our entire thing, PSA was only willing to go deep into those waters again because of the one person. But he was also the same person who was the reason why Beckett was willing to go into those waters for all those years.
Well,
it's one guy. We're basically down to relying on one guy. It's Steve Hart all over again. We only have one guy.
But if PSA was not willing to grade it because of the, I guess the gray area that it sat in, then you can not really kind of push the 84 as being the rookie at that point. I'm just saying. Yeah. If that was part of her confidence and in the all the other evidence behind that is there's a lot going forward that doesn't really anchor it as the rookie card. I get the year, I get the issue, in the regional issue or whatever. Nobody wanted them. There were very few around. And we said that about the Babe Ruth card, the Baltimore News.
Baltimore News. Yeah.
It's like, come on, yeah. So everybody in Baltimore has a chance to be a millionaire. Nobody else does. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Sure. Jay was saying, did Bobby just suggest to kick a cat? We're a minute piece here.
Why did I kick Jay? What are you talking about?
I'd have to go back a bit. It's been that one is about an 8-year-old. It's an 8-minute-old comment.
You're a lawyer. I'll sue you.
Yeah, I have to make sure that I try to keep us up to date here, so I'm trying my best here. CZ was saying, Michael Ham, 84 star 101 for me. Fair enough, CC. Chicago's finest. Hi guys. Good evening, Stu. Carla here is saying, I heard Rudy was in the portal after Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois. Valid. Rudy is in St. Paul this weekend. $50 per signature. There you go. It all comes together. Nice.
That's worth it. I'd get him to sign a CD or DVD. Sorry.
That's fair. Carlos says, I would rather have the Fleer or Dominic Wilkins because they'd probably expect me to pay for it. Valid.
Huh. No doubt.
I bet if you went to Fund My Cards, you could probably get one of those other ones.
Oh, yeah.
As a member of the Eric fan club, I welcome all like button pressers.
You, Bob.
Eric took out a loan against his Reggie Lemelin collection just to pay for what he owes for the like button.
Don't you have something better to do?
You got 2 chocolate sticks out of it.
Listen, isn't your wife pregnant with like 10 more kids?
Right team. Okay, so there you go. So then it's not the wrong team. So then it's just an error in pitcher placement. So then the name kind of stands out, I guess. At that, when you go with the hobby, then the name stands out. So then it has to be, I forget his name again. Whoever. Yeah.
Sure. So Carlo was saying here, will they
Mario
eventually have Mario Trombley? Yeah.
Yeah.
Carlos says, will they eventually have a Type 1, Type 2, etc. of the Star Jordan? Well, they have a Type 1 and Type 2 for the 52 Topps Mantle.
Wow.
It's just a modification, I think, on the way.
Yeah,
yeah, there's a little thing with the basically the black around the
Yankee
square. Yeah, around the logo. Yeah.
Logo.
And that is considered like a Type 1, Type 2.
That's
it's a slight
great.
variation, but it is a thing.
It's notable. It's very notable.
Now, here's a question, Bobby. Let me ask you a question.
First print run,
because
I don't know.
Because there are a level of nuances to some of this, because some people can go deep in the weeds. Obviously, there are back variations, names on the back, or copyright dates and stuff like. Because some stuff can get really granular. It can get down to copyright dates and whatever. One of my favorite variations, I think I shared it on the live stream, but it's been a long time, so I'll quickly share it. My favorite set of all time is 56 Topps Baseball. Love the 56 Topps Baseball set. Big fan of the design. Love it. One of the cards is, I believe it's card number 5. It is the Ted Williams. What is an interesting thing, and I didn't know this until a hobby buddy of mine shared it to me maybe 15, almost 20 years ago. It's been a long time now. Well, apparently, if you take a look at the 56 Topps Ted Williams, and I'll see if I can find an example for you. In the 56 Topps Ted Williams, for whatever reason, I've never been able to find a satisfactory explanation for it. But for whatever reason, at the top of the card, at the top of the card, there is color variations in the line, and I'll actually show you what I'm referring to. It'll be easier if I show you. It'll make more sense.
There's technicalities when it comes to variations, and I'll see if it falls into my summation of what I think in variations. It's easy. It's usually an easy call. Some of them are difficult, but because people want to make things wrong with things so they can increase the value.
Yep. Well, in this case, I don't think there's too much of a premium regardless of which version you have. But I'll share it.
Until it's here's an example. Until it's written about, until it's talked about. Star Jordan.
Here's an example of the 56 top. So it's in a 5. It's in a decent condition.
A 5? Look at the centering.
This one's a 5.
Okay, go ahead.
With the rough cut. It's all for Eric. Here is the part you need to pay attention to. Right above his name, that line, as you can see, is in yellow. There are actually multiple versions of this in different colors.
Is that a line that does it go straight through? I can't really see. Oh,
that line is actually supposed to extend to the end. Yeah, that line, it's on all the cards. There is a line there, but that line actually comes in different colors. There's a couple of different colors that it can come in.
So we get into that's like the 61 yellow letter kind of thing.
Similar kind of idea. So it's kind of like that, but I have seen a couple different variants. So that one's kind of like a yellow version. I believe there's a green. I forget how many there are, but there's a couple different ones.
That's interesting on color separation. So that has to be a different sheet altogether.
And the rest of the card itself looks normal regardless. So it's not like it's suddenly the black was gone, and it's not like one of those deals.
No, you can't see anything missing.
Exactly. So that's why I thought it was interesting. And I have seen that, and on top of everything else, there's also a white back and a gray back. So you got a double variations.
Oh, the
if
old
you want.
peachy back, gray back. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I have seen a couple different versions of that line. So it's like how that. So my question basically is, in something like that, how granular do you want to get? So
No,
for me, I don't care.
Tight.
Like for me, that's too much. That's a bridge too far. I
No,
think it's a cool
color.
note. It's a cool note, but it's way too subtle. Like that's you got to really know what you're looking for there.
When we have a complete color change, yes, it's almost like the Pro Set. Pro Set did the same thing. They had a yellow line, they had a black line, they had a red line, and different sizes and where it was located. Like the football's a mess. Hockey's bad enough, but football's just crazy. The variants. I think there's more variants than there are cards in the set of each card.
It's just kind of an interesting little note. Here you go. That's green.
Yeah, see, that's completely different. That's a variant for sure. That's a type 1, type 2. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of a cool little side note, by the way. Some of you may not know that. Even some of you who collect the set. Check it out. You may find that you've got one version or another. I've seen a few versions of it.
But if people talk enough about it, and actually if PSA is instructed, they could note yellow line, blue line, red line, green line, whatever it is, and put those variants. They should actually document them. Because there might be, the yellow is really hard compared to the green. So we have different print runs, obviously. Because I can't see that showing up through color separation. It doesn't make any sense. It's almost
the rest of the card seems to be normal, consistent color. Like it doesn't seem to have a lot of the usual issues. Again, like sometimes you'll see a card where the black is missing, and then you'll see it all over the card, and that makes sense.
For sure when the black's missing. Because you've seen those proofs, but you get to that final proof, that fifth, sixth, where the magenta, the black, the white, yellow, and whatever. And then you get that last one. It's hard to tell that it's not there or there, but that looks fine. And there's only 5 colors, anyways. I think on that one, 6.
I forget. Yeah, something like that. But I just thought it was a fun little side note. I thought I would just share that with you guys. That's one that I learned about many moons ago. Like I said, it's very subtle. It's something like I could hand it to you. If you're not paying attention, you're not going to really notice it.
No.
Really, I have to point it out to you and be like, hey, take a look above the name, and you'll see something interesting.
It is a variant, though, I believe.
Yeah. And I know some folks that will collect that. They will be like, so, and I don't remember if it's available in both gray back and white back. I don't remember. So you might have dual variations. You'd have dual variations.
Someone should look into that, Carlos.
Yeah. That'd be kind of
only
fun.
with the gray backs that has the yellow.
Which
could make a lot of sense. And then the light colored back, it comes in green or whatever.
That's the thing. If somebody wants to go down that rabbit hole, it's there. It's 100%
a good article. It's a good article to, that's a great article to write because it is new information and it's posing questions to the hobby. And that's important rather than value. Star Jordan.
So Bob here is saying, yes, he did. He also said ice cream cake is bullshit. Yes, that's true. You do have very strong opinions on the ice cream cake.
My mother's still upset about that.
Yeah.
She shouldn't be. It's just not ice cream cake.
Carlisle here says, I will say this. My 54 Johnson Cookie Henry Aaron card is still a rookie card. I don't care if it's regional. Do your thing, Carlisle. Do your thing. I was thinking of type 1, type 2 as they do in photographs. No, I'm with you. But I just thought it was funny when you said it because the 52 Mantle actually has that designation.
Yeah, see, I do A and B and C in those kind of things.
Yeah, that's fine.
Everybody does their own type 1, type 2. I think type opposed to B and C are definite changes, where they wrong name, then the right name, corrected errors only. Uncorrected errors. People go, why don't you put all the uncorrected errors? I go, they're uncorrected. Does it matter? Yeah, they spelled plant wrong. Sorry.
There you go. Robert here is saying 52 Mantle. The bat is different. I think the stitches on the ball and back are different. There are several differences. Yeah. No, I'm with you, Robert. Totally. I'm a little rusty on some of these. That's why I kind of. So let me I'll finish reading comments, but I want to make a little point about that. By the way, Robert's right. I just want to be clear about that. But also at the same time, I kind of chuckle because look, I used to know those variations pretty cold when I was studying it a lot more carefully. I have to kind of go back in the database a little bit and pull some info. Again, I shared with you that Ted Williams, and I'm sure a lot of you haven't seen that variation before. But that's one from the catacombs back
now.
There were a couple of spider cobwebs that I need to shake there in order to pull that one. Stu says, is there a Ted Williams rainbow? There might be. If you're so inclined, there might be. The versions of that are likely a color variations created from pinning place being misaligned. The rest of the card doesn't really seem to match up with that. I'd have to look at some of where the cards more carefully. The alignment of the rest of the image looks clean to me on both versions.
Yeah.
That doesn't lead to me saying the printing plates because it doesn't feel like it's a registration issue. It's literally that line. The rest of it looks pretty clean on both versions. Again, we'd have to compare them and really
Well, we
look
get
at
into
them
the
carefully.
Gretzky rookie too. There should be blue line on the back. That one should be noted too because it is a difference, guaranteed.
Yeah.
And it should be noted on all of the cards. And it is a variant. It
Oh yeah,
is
it's a variant,
technically.
100%. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't argue whether it's a variant or not. I just think it's kind of a fun one. Like, does someone really want to go grand? Because if you're a collector,
Yes.
does it intrigue you to go granular to that degree? Because it is a variant. To me, it qualifies
I
because
think
it's stark enough different. It's clear cut enough between one and the other, beside each other. They're very obvious. If I put them beside each other, it's very obvious.
I do believe it should be noted by, PSA or any price guide, whatever it is. And whether you're a collector or not, you will determine that. But when people see these differences, and this is especially now in this community, everybody wants to push the agenda and say, hey, listen, I noticed this. I got a new agenda. I got this new thing. Okay, let's go. And, you're just pushing it forward to get value out of it. If you just really want to document it, and then there's no difference in value, unless it's only on the gray backs, unless it's then, and then some people only want the light backs because the gray backs look kind of dull. So you run into that with a 74 OPG. There's another one, or 73. Sorry, 73 has the dark light backs. It's just, preferences.
Makes sense. Makes sense. So 89 Fleer, Randy Johnson is over 10 variants. I think that's the one where it's a scoreboard on the back. So yes, I do remember there being a number of variants on that. They actually airbrushed out. They changed a couple of things because I think it was like a Marlboro ad on the back, and they wanted to get rid of it. So they basically came up with different ways of hiding
gotcha.
it. Yeah, so that's basically it's a fun little variant. It's kind of weird. It's interesting. And by the way, the 89 Fleer, Randy Johnson, is a rookie. So you've got all these variants of the rookie, technically all these different versions of it. And it's still the same card, but it's just you change stuff in the background.
How notable is the green tint?
So the green tint can be pretty obvious if you put it beside the regular one because it literally changes because this is the wood grain borders. So it changes the color very it's actually kind of obvious if I put them beside each other, you would be able to tell.
Okay.
It's kind of interesting the way that worked out.
Yeah, it's to that degree. If it's slight, it's hard because, printing first run, second run, who knows, things do change.
Yeah. Stuke's saying 47 to 66 exhibit. It printed a new batch each year. Chances of a new variation of player each year. 11 manual versions, for example, 3 different poses. Yeah. Exhibits had a lot of different versions of that. Carlos, how many variants of a given Medana card do you own, collect, find intriguing? And if so, which ones? Variants.
Yeah.
So the only real variant, and we're not talking about parallels here, we're talking about variants. The only real variant, and I've talked about this one, is the stupid hologram thing. The hologram thing. That's a variant. And by the way, that's subtle as it gets. We've talked about that one.
So
that's
I remember,
yeah. And they actually did it 2 different years. They did it in his rookie year and they did it in his second year. Because in the second year, they've also had hologram variations as well. And that was just upper decks, quality control, the factory they were doing it in and whatever. It was weirdness at the factory, basically. That's one notable one that definitely sticks out for me. Just trying to think if there was another variation, a variant of a card that isn't a parallel that's designed to be that way.
Not every card gets it. It's actually surprising that Medana might even have one.
Well, and that one, the problem is the whole set basically has it. Every player.
Okay.
So that was just a printing thing they did at the printer, and but the problem is, like I said, the Looney Tunes one is the toughest one because you're like, all right, you got to go look for I think it's a carrot and something else in the hologram, and it's so random. Like, who's looking at the hologram? The hologram is this big.
Why
it's
even
tiny.
Go back and fix it? Like, honestly,
yeah. So they didn't care, but there were enough of them out there that people found them, and then they realized there was a different version. So it's true, it's there. So yeah, let me think about that one, Jay, but the hologram one is the most obvious one. That's the one that immediately comes to mind because that's one that's definitely out there and it's documented and it's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in my existence for that one.
Hey, Jay, I got something. I just go to Hobby News Daily. I just wrote an article on the sports sticks from 1976 and the rock sticks from 1976. A quick little small article that just kind of defines it and puts it out there and lets people know who's in what set and what have you. Just to let you know.
Now, this, by the way, for the record, I am going to take the link and I'm going to put it in the description for folks checking it on the replay.
Okay.
I've discussed this before. And this is the reason why, Eric, I always joke about it. The reason why I don't spend a lot of time on vintage, even though I am pretty well versed in it, I'm a little rusty, but I can immediately get back up to speed in about 4 seconds. That's why I was able to give you the Ted Williams and some other different interesting variants. I'm pretty well versed in it, but then if I decide to dig deep into it and get back into it, it could be 5 seconds to get back and recall some of these things. But Net54 is a wealth, a treasure trove of wonderful information. And we've talked about this in the past. They've got some really good stuff where some people in there have done a very good job researching some of these things, and they can give you wonderful information. I was able to find a thread where they were talking about the Ted Williams, specifically the one I was talking about. And I'll share with you one of the posts here, but I'll also link it if for whatever reason you're interested and you actually want to know a little bit more about it. This poster here is talking about it. For my Ted collection, so far, I just used the line over variations with the cardstock color, specifically the thing was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Tops, gray back, green line over name, yellow line over name, light blue line over name. 3 versions. White back, yellow line, and green line over name. While I acknowledge the variances Jolly posted, most of them are back based on cardstock variances. Finding each version above is not difficult, though finding a PSA SGC 7 or higher is much easier for the gray line, light blue line, than the white back, yellow line variations than the others. There are no premiums for any variation over the other. Right there, they found this person for this collection has found 5 versions.
Net54 is so great, but it's so unorganized, and the searching and the time it takes you is forever. And
for sure,
that information should be documented somewhere. Someone should do a list of sets, and then you can do that breakdown. It would be really smart to do that. They did that with the non-sports community. It's a huge. I've been, giving them pictures of old Canadian stuff for 20 years now, and Dan, I forget his last name, Colorangelo. Oh, anyways, he's been documenting every series, every set, front and back, and we get into the variations. And if you want to dig into more information, but you can go right to the pictures, right to the thing. It'll tell you everything that's right, wrong, pictures, or everything. So if they would do that with Net54, they'd be great going forward. Unfortunately, it's just a rando. Then you got to search, and I know it's hard searching, but that guy, you found that was pretty quick and easy. That's an easier one, but it's nice that they have that. But I'd really love to see people archive somebody. A group source to sit down and go over those things and do that for the hobby, because knowing that information only through a collector.
Absolutely, 100%. I just thought it was worthwhile just mentioning as well that
there
are resources
out
out
there.
there.
The back difference color, that light blue didn't show up on the white back. I'm in the dark back, and maybe because of the color of the gray, it throws it off. So it actually only becomes green, because the other color, beige, might have an effect on that color, making it only green.
It could be. It's as reasonable a theory as any other. Yeah. I think that's where you'd have to do the digging. But I think my underlying point is, number one, it's a great resource, so that's why I offer it. I will link to that thread if you are curious and going down that rabbit hole. They did a good job. This was back in 2017. They did a little bit of discussion, a little bit back and forth, and talked about it. And I think they did share some images. You have to be on the forum, but joining is free. You can join and check it out. And
I've been a member for 15 years. I've posted some good stuff, and I asked some questions and I answered a few. But like I said, to go back and find them, I don't remember. So whatever.
That's exactly right. But I think the key is, and that's part of the reason why I don't spend a lot of time. That's when we were talking about it on the podcast, Eric. Part of the reason I joke about the whole the vintage side of it and the shift that has moved towards it is that I was in that world a long time ago. I've been in it for a long time, and this isn't the discount. For some of it is very obscure and interesting, and you can go down a research rabbit hole and really dig deep. But a lot of the regular issues are very simplistic. Like, it's not complex. So in other words, if you are interested, it'll take you about 5 seconds to get up to speed. Really, just a couple of searches. Go look at a resource like that. Boom, you'll find most of the information you require, and you'll be good to go. So I don't need to spend a lot of time seeking out the content, because it's like, I know where to look. I literally can find the information that I need real quick with the quickness and go, boom. You know what? I want to collect this set. Let me get up to speed. Let me figure out what some of the variations, some of the quirks, some of the nuances, and boom. Or I know a few folks that have been collecting that for a while, and I can reach out and go, hey, can you give me a little background? Give me a little, what's the story on this deal? And then boom, I get a little bit of information. I take a little download, and boom, I know what I need to know. I don't need to know everything. I don't need to know all the numbers. I don't need to know every T number, every N number, I don't need to know all of them. I know enough to be dangerous, and I can recall some stuff from years ago. I know a bunch of those caramel issues and stuff like that, but I don't memorize them. I don't remember them all off the top of my head. Like, But if I wanted to
can't
collect them,
remember
I would be able to
everything
get that.
either, and I just go to my file, open it up, and okay, I'm up to
Yeah.
speed. Bang, I'm there. It's just because you need that reignition. I'm talking, how many gigs of stuff that I have? It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, but it needs to be interesting enough for me to go and dig down that rabbit
Sure.
hole again, because I had already done my research back when the SCD was this gigantic, ridiculous thing.
Remember?
I remember going through it. I went through it back
That
then.
was a good
My
mag.
copy
I
was from
really liked the
1998.
card.
I went through it back in the day many a times, and I studied that section. I haven't looked at it in years. I've got the version with just the vintage side.
But that had
I can
all
go
the
into it right now
sports
and
in
pull it,
right?
but
That had all
it was this ridiculous. It was like a 1,300
telephone book.
page tome. It was, you could beat someone to death with the damn thing.
Oh yeah,
But
but it
the
had
thing
every
was,
sport, which was good in one. Opposed
exactly, and it was a great
separate
resource,
one.
tremendous resource.
I have access to everything. When it comes to vintage hockey, it takes, no effort on my part at all. All I got to do is press this button on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I have this button that I just
Then
press,
that gives you one more resource than Hockey Cards Gong Show has.
and so I press this button.
Touche.
Too
And
soon.
and then it's like AI. I ask it, and then it gives me the answer. It's amazing. Everyone should have this. I press the button, I ask the question, it gives me the answer, I hang up. It's amazing.
If there was only an app.
If only there was an app, yeah.
To replace
It'd be
that.
a great thing, yeah.
Personal buggery.
Nice.
You can charge someone for buggery. I think there is that.
Oh yeah, you think so? Well, you would
Just
you
switch over to the 1-900 number version. Just update the phone number. Switch over to the 1-900.
You may have
1-800 Emmanuel in space.
Yeah, listen, Eric has already been racking up serious numbers on Emmanuel in space, buddy. He's like, option 1, Emmanuel in space with Dude Love, and Eric's like, but I need to look up this hockey card. Oh, well, just a couple minutes.
I'm scared to look up Emmanuel in space on my Google
I am not.
flag or something.
I want nothing. I don't want to know about it. I don't know what it is. I mean, I get a general idea of what it is.
If Eric
gets taken over, everybody goes in.
I want to say for the record, I have
Twilight
built this up so much. It is the greatest thing of all time. It is amazing. Sensational. Robert says, I know why Eric dislikes the Orr Chicago cards, because his favorite Orr card is the 78-79 OPG Team Canada, obviously.
Oh, yes. That's actually a special card. Big number 4.
Luke says 1990 Fleer Canadian Baseball versus Fleer. Yeah, there is a variant there with the Fleer Canadian. Yes, absolutely. There are little variations like that all throughout. Yeah.
Fleer in Canada was...
First one, someone in the comments, who's sitting next to him on the bench? 76 Canada Cup. Who's sitting next to him on the bench?
I can't see the close. Go closer.
Well, you'll figure it out. You'll know right away, but
I can't really see it that well. It's hard on my my cell phone.
So that's
we got to get you switch over to the iPad, Bobby.
So
is it Sittler with a helmet on?
No.
I'll leave it to the chat. They're pretty good at it.
I'm saying,
all right, guys, you've had a pretty good look at it, folks. So you've had a pretty good look at it.
It's a chat test. Who's sitting next to Bobby Orr on the 78
Team Canada?
Team Canada Special Collector's Card, Bobby Orr.
That's actually a really good picture of him. There's not too many pictures of people on the bench, and that one actually is not bad. I'd give him credit for that. You got to give him.
Robert's got it. Dennis Potvin.
Oh, thank God it wasn't Trottier.
No, it's not Trottier.
Oh, so I'll show you the 52 plant.
Yes, now's a good time. Absolutely.
Boston Bruin legend. Jacques.
Go ahead, Bobby. All you.
Wow.
Look at that. Isn't that's 1952. This is Le Sport Illustrated. So this is the Sports Illustrated French version. Look at the amazing color graphics on it.
That is awesome.
And on the back, it has Boston Bruins.
Oh, Boston Bruins.
Yep. Against the Montreal Canadiens.
Who are the players? I can't make them out with the...
It says Emile Bouchard. Oh, now it goes into French. Let me go through.
On
There's no other names other
for
than
Eric.
Emile Bouchard.
Okay.
Emile Bouchard. And it has two. Well, assistant captain Boston in 1952. Oof, that's good. Good question. Actually, they had the B on their shirt. They went from the numbers to the B, I think, at that point. But the covers they did, the artwork, it's just phenomenal looking. All of these.
That's
all
really
of these
nice.
magazines are just. Oh, here's a really good one that you like for baseball.
Oh my God! No way!
Isn't that amazing? The Rifleman.
Oh wow!
I know, it's kind of crazy, eh?
That is awesome.
Just that one's not so good. 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 There you go, Richard. 500 goals. The sports review is not as good as the other ones, but you know, this is, well, it's all French, so you're going to get the Canadians, right?
Yeah, but look how nice those pictures are, though. They're so bright.
Yeah,
but that Chuck Connors
the color on that is just phenomenal. The floating head.
Yeah, floating head.
Floating head.
Boston Bruin great.
So, anyways, I just wanted to show that. But there you go. There he is in 1952. What's his rookie? Yeah.
Hmm?
Exactly. So he's like being.
Bobby,
I can't believe. Like, I can't.
Bobby, show me the Chuck Connors again. That was awesome.
It was right here.
All right. I'm going to quickly get a refill, but feel free to drool over Chuck Connors and then chat amongst yourselves, and I'll come right back.
So some people may or may not know.
Let me take it out of the sleeve.
What he is. But Chuck Connors is probably best known for portraying the character, the Rifleman, in the TV show. But before he did that, he played professional basketball with the Boston Celtics.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. He was a Boston Celtic, and he also played professional baseball with the Dodgers.
Oh, so with Tommy Lasorda.
Yeah, I believe that was the case. So I believe he may have played for a couple of other teams, but I pretty much think it's the Dodgers.
It's Yukon Eric.
Yukon Eric, that's me.
Yeah.
So
these are actually pretty good. Like, they're black and white inside, the colors on the cover, obviously, but there's usually a story. These are in French, so I can't really say who it is, but I'm looking for the Chuck Connors inside, because usually when they're on the outside, they're on the inside somewhere. And I don't really see him unless they just did a write-up and no picture.
So many years ago at the shop, before I started working there, I was just a customer. I'd go in and, see Phil or whatever. There was a 16 by 20, already all autographed.
Yeah.
In the center of this group shot is Chuck Connors in his outfit for the Rifleman. And around him, there's like three guys on the left and three guys on his right. They're all his ex-teammates. He had like Bob Cousy, Tommy Heinsohn.
Oh, wow.
You had
basketball, nice.
And they were all autographed.
Oh, Paul.
All autographed. And I've never seen another one since. I've never even seen like an 8x10 of just the photo. Yeah, that's awesome.
The photograph. Back then,
I just want a blank 8x10 of the of that picture, because it was awesome.
Yeah,
I just didn't have that kind of money, obviously, and I mean, just to have all those Celtic Hall of Famers autographed with Chuck Connors in the middle, and it's autographed by him too. And he's dressed up like the Rifleman. I mean, it was just.
Oh, he was cool.
Yeah, because they visited him on set when they went out and played in California. So they went to visit him on set, and they took a snapshot.
Nice.
Yeah.
So. It was more of a golden era of photography. Sports photography was a big thing at the time.
Oh.
And they were pretty good at taking some of those candid shots, but also action shots. There's a little bit of everything. Some of the old magazines, though, are good at capturing some of those images. That's what I think drew a lot of people to the old Sports Illustrated. The irony is that today, the only time you get some of those nicer photographs are on a set like Top Stadium Club. Top Stadium Club in baseball prides itself on the image because they actually will go out of their way to go to the archives. They'll pull some of the classic players.
The good stuff.
I won't spoil anything, but for my card of the week on the next podcast episode, I may have gone into the Stadium Club well. I found something interesting that I think is worthy.
Okay.
That'll be my next example. I'm also encouraging you, I'm using this as a segue to encourage you to vote. We are at 34 votes. We're getting close to a record turnout here on this one. I think 36 is the record turnout. This is votes for the silly card of the week from last week's podcast episode.
Oh.
So right now, we've gotten very good engagement on the silly card of the week. We include the images of the cards, so you can check it out as well when you see the poll. So you've got your choices. You've got a Dino Ciccarelli Rhino card that Eric provided. You got a Tag You're It from the American Gladiators. And then you got a Cowboy, Jason Robertson from Brandon Bowles and Ball Cards. So you can vote. Still vote. The vote will remain open until we record the podcast episode on Monday.
Sunday night is the close.
That's right. That is right. That's when we'll have the results. But there's still time. If you see it, it's in the community post on this channel. So if you go to the community post, I included it in there. It's got the images. You can pick the one that you want. Pick whichever one is tickles your fancy. And then we'll declare the winner on Monday night and then record that. And the episode will drop on Tuesday. We've gotten some good response on it. I do appreciate it. Folks, check out the podcast episode. They're fun because they do tend to be focused on a couple different things that we don't cover on the live stream. So it's kind of a fun little offset, one versus the other. That's part of the reason that I haven't made a lot of separate videos, because most of the time, if I have something I want to talk about, we'll just hash it out on the podcast. We'll just do it on there. It works. And there is an audio version. Although you do miss out on some of the visual gags. Sometimes there's some visual gags that you lose a little bit of it without just audio, but you can still listen to it. It is available on Spotify and probably your podcast app of choice. So it is out there. You can check it out.
And they take Patreon.
I will listen.
Sorry, that's how
I would love. Listen, if I felt that I could offer the kind of value, the expertise that you could build an index of 100 cards where you got single-digit pop cards and you don't know how to build an index. If I could offer that kind of expertise,
wait to go back there.
If I could offer that level of expertise, I would love to charge you all for the Patreon.
I think so.
Yeah. Look, we do have channel memberships. You don't get, if we don't have channel memberships, but you don't get anything. But arguably, that's probably about the same.
I don't know if they got their $5 worth on that podcast. Anyways, well, it's, I guess monthly $5.
I think if more of you subscribe to their Patreon, they'll figure out how to call Bobby. I think that's how that works.
They might.
Yeah, if you get enough Patreon members, they'll figure out how to use a phone or Instagram or anything.
Well, they'll probably get Billy to call me.
Yeah, that might be it. They'll just ask. They'll ask around. Hey, do you know the contact? Yeah. Zach says, Carlos, ever feel guilty when I say you don't have much money? No. And the reason for that is multifaceted, Zach. Thank you for asking. Part of the reason is because Eric is a liar.
Oh,
he's a habitual liar.
Really?
The man yes, it's absolutely no one on this planet could drown themselves in Reggie Lemelin cards. No one. Everybody knows the Reggie Lemelin cards are like a dime at best. But Eric will spend whole dollars on Reggie. That is like us sitting here going like, hey, we're going to Tim Hortons. What are we going to do? Oh, that'll be, $8. No, here's 100. Keep the change. Fuck y'all. That's basically what Eric does every single day. Every single day of his life.
Not every day.
Even when he goes to Dunkin' Donuts and he says chocolate stick. Hey, chocolate stick. I like a chocolate stick. Here's your chocolate stick, sir. That'll be $6. Here's $100. Fuck y'all. And then he leaves. And he comes back in an hour to get his next chocolate stick. Rinse, repeat. Does it all day, all night.
No, I don't think that's how it goes.
Like it's nothing. He literally just rolls up the $100 bill. He literally, with disdain, because it's such a small denomination. He crumples it in his fist and throws it at their face. It says $100. Keep the change. Fuck y'all. With disdain. He practically spits it at them. It's a little mean. It's a little mean, So, no. When he says he doesn't have the money, he means he doesn't have 18 figures in his bank account like he's used to. He's only got 17.
No. I did leave actually a pretty strong tip this morning at breakfast because I just didn't want to wait around.
What did you have for breakfast? Please tell me.
I had 3 sausages and a grilled bagel.
And you paid $840 for it? That seems a
3
lot.
sausages and a grilled bagel.
I make a sandwich.
A grilled bagel?
Yeah,
You put it on the grill?
on the grill.
I don't know where he shops. I have no idea where he like. Where do you get 3 sausages and a grilled bagel?
Was it an artisanal bagel? Was it a grilled artisanal bagel?
No, it was plain.
I'm not asking what type of bagel it was.
Oh.
I'm asking.
Artisanal means, was it made with real stone ground ingredients and very?
Yeah, like we're talking like a fancy.
Yeah,
We're talking
made
like a bougie plain bagel here.
It was just no. It was just
It wasn't
Because that will
perfectly
totally play into my
formed.
narrative here.
grilled. And I had 3 sausages. I made a sandwich, and then Michelle
What
had
did you put on that
a bunch
sandwich?
of other stuff.
What was
A
on
bunch
that
of other
sandwich?
stuff. Go
Other
on.
than the sausages, what was on that
Kale.
sandwich?
Go on.
A lot of black pepper.
Where's the lubrication?
Did you at least grind the pepper, or did you just eat the pepper?
I don't know. I always grabbed the shaker and I went like this a lot, and then
Is that the same hand motion you use when you hang out with Dude Love and watch Menio's Space? Is that what's happening right now?
No,
Maybe.
No, I see. I did this. That would be that. I do this. Yeah. Different.
You should fool around with this and do that.
So,
Okay.
If we were not, wait,
get a
we are
drink.
5% less mature. Hold on. I just remembered where we are.
yeah,
Oh my God.
not Monday.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
the restraint shell is not here.
So, anyways,
Alas.
the point I was making was, I had cash, and I had it sitting there, and we waited for about like 10 minutes for it to come back, and then I was gonna get my change and leave her, like a $5 tip or something, but I was like, I don't have time. I have to get someplace. So she ended up getting a $9 tip. Because I was like, I ain't got time for that. It's not worth me giving you $5 or $6 tip and me waiting around for $3 or $4. So just here you go. We're out of here. We left.
Fuck y'all.
Yeah.
Straight to the face.
That did happen this morning, actually.
Mm-hmm.
What you were referring to.
It sounds to me like my story is showing a lot more consistency than your story. Because look, the people are questioning it. Zach says grilled bagel isn't a thing.
Yes, it is.
Eric, bagels are not flat, so how can that be a sandwich? Zach says mayo on the sandwich? Question mark.
No, that's disgusting. Don't be gross.
Stu says peanut butter and mayo on a sausage sandwich. There's a lot of questions being invoked here.
Everyone's being gross.
Just saying. Listen, man, I don't know what to tell you. Is Carlos going to choose violence? Yes. Very yes.
Always. 100% of the time.
He is a man of peace after all. I can be many things and many times. Ooh, I can barely contain myself right now.
Oh,
It's
please do.
a lot. Oh, barely sustaining, barely hanging on there. There's a lot of jokes that are all coming together right now. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal, Eric. I will restrain myself. I will hold back my baser instincts.
Yeah.
In return for the like button being viciously pressed. Pressed with viciousness.
I don't know.
Very
Right
nice.
now, I'm getting off cheap. It's only like 6 or something, according to my screen. But
Oh, you need to refresh because it's more than that.
uh,
You need to hit the old refresh button.
I don't want to hit the refresh button.
Oh, you got to hit the refresh button. But I still feel like we can do better.
19?
We can do
That's
better.
not good.
We can do better.
Oh, no. There's nothing that has been worth 19 likes on this stupid ass show.
Oh, your attempts at it trying to bring a grilled bagel into existence are worth at least 20.
No,
20, 21, 22.
no, that's utterly ridiculous. No, that's
Easily.
stupid. Don't do that.
Without even a question.
No,
Mm-hmm.
no, that's just.
I think you
stupid.
folks are asking some valid questions, though. Eric's story seems to have some gaping plot holes. And Bob is asking the valid question. 27 people here. Who's slacking? Who is slacking, indeed? You guys understand. Let me kind of re-explain my pitch here. Let me re-explain my pitch.
There's nothing to like. The show.
Eric pays for the like button. But, and this is important,
Oh my god.
if you like Eric, it boosts his spirits when you hit the like button.
No, it doesn't.
If you hate Eric, it curses him in the way that he deserves to be cursed. So no matter what,
What
like
touch?
button is the play.
Yeah. It's
Just throwing it
like-
out there.
What a ridiculousness.
Just remember, the engagement is what fuel. Eric's life is on the line. He needs this engagement because it is what gives him meaning in life. Because he doesn't even own his home. Ham owns his home with his wife.
There's a good chance.
He needs this. He needs this.
I don't know that for sure, but there's a good chance that Ham.
Just saying, give him something. Give him this thing. We thank you for your consideration as always. Hobby Champs, good evening. I like the 3 times in a row, 4 times. Do what you got to do. Bob Jackson says, so Eric's sandwich is a chocolate stick, mayo, a hot dog, and then another chocolate stick with mayo on it for the sandwich lid. He's a complex man.
This is the most disgusting thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, the chocolate stick's pretty disgusting, but you know, we make do, man. We make do. It's fine.
Just you're gross. You're all gross.
Robert says, difference between a grilled and a toasted bagel. So yes, Eric, what is the difference for you between a grilled and a toasted bagel?
I like grilled bagels better. They taste better.
Why do they taste better, Eric? What is it about the grill? What is the grill?
I just, you put butter on the bagel and you put it on the grill, and then you put.
So the butter goes into the grill? You are burning butter in the grill?
Yeah.
What else has been on that grill prior? Do they cook fish and then stick your bagel on top of it?
I hope not. No, that has not happened yet. No, I think they.
As far as you know, you don't know where that grill's been.
Yeah, they don't let me back there anymore. Not after what happened.
Interesting. All right, just saying. Settler fan is saying, BIC Schrodinger's. I love the Schrodinger reference, and I totally butchered that. That's like a play off of Schrodinger's cat. Yes, but again, I butchered the pronunciation.
Yes, that is the reference.
Like button, absolutely. Carlos, tell Eric about the 25 like multiplier. Ooh. I don't know if he's ready. I don't know if he's ready for that yet. Eric's mind, after all the concussions, Eric's mind might not be ready to comprehend multipliers. That sounds vaguely like maths.
I have had a lot of concussions. And unfortunately, whatever remaining time I have on a mountain bike, I will probably have a few more before it's all said and done.
That's facts. I think that's valid. Bob Nixon says, how does one grill a bagel? We're still trying to figure it out.
Just explained it. You cut the bagel in half. You put each side on the grill.
They put fish on the grill. Then they stick your bagel on there, and you get fish.
No.
With butter. And then butter goes in there. So now you've got fish oils with butter.
Grilled bagels.
Steam happens, and it goes onto your bagel.
Grilled bagels taste better than toasted bagels.
Is it because of the fish?
Oh, no fish. I don't like fish. It stinks.
But that's what they put on the grill before they put it in your bagel.
I was born in the wrong freaking place. I live on the ocean. All right. I could see the ocean from my house. I don't like to swim. I don't like salt water. I don't like the beach. I don't like fish. I am living in the wrong place. I should have been born in the mountains somewhere. Not at sea level. I don't.
Have you considered that the mountains have even more things you could concuss yourself on?
Every time I go north and start doing stuff in the mountains, that usually happens.
Yeah. Have you considered that might not be wise for you?
I skipped a trip right now. Like 20 of my friends are up in Vermont right now. Gonna have a crazy week doing some crazy stuff downhill and stuff. But I just haven't recovered fully. And I was like, I'll have to catch you next year. But there's definitely going to be people getting hurt this weekend. And it won't be me.
Bob Jackson says, how many people have asked you what to buy at the Shock this week?
This week, nobody asked me what to buy. I wasn't there a ton, but in the times I was there this week, that question was not asked, but to me.
Alas.
It does get asked.
When Eric recovers from his concussion, will he be ready to quarterback the Dolphins? Bob Jackson says, if he has another one, he might think he's Tua. He might already think he's Tua.
That hasn't happened yet, but I've had quite a few.
Have you considered the possibility that with another concussion, you may think Tua is the president?
Next time I get asked those questions by the doctor, I have no idea how I will answer. I didn't think I was. And the thing is, when I answered all those questions incorrectly, I honestly thought I was saying the correct thing. Like they asked me the question, I formulated the answer in my head, and when it went from my brain out my mouth, it came out different. And I thought I was saying all the right stuff.
Is a purse issue.
Right stuff.
Everything seemed fine to me. I didn't understand why my father was saying going like this, nodding no, and the doctor was going, mm-hmm. I was like, I don't. Why is my father shaking his head no to my answers? So, I don't get it. I was very confused.
Seemed reasonable to you at the time. Zach says, speaking of concussion, did you talk about Damar Hamlin? Damar Hamlin's issue was not a concussion. it was a hard issue.
No, he just died. Yeah. Literally, the man died.
Yeah, and think he should retire? No.
Yes,
he survived the collision perfectly fine.
Yes, he should have retired after he died.
Yes,
he should have.
Yeah, so Tua, yes, retire. Hamlin, no. Hamlin's fine.
He retired by himself.
No. Hamlin should have retired, and Tua should.
Hamlin almost killed Tua. Hamlin's in great shape right now.
Hamlin, the man died. He should have been like, all right, I'm good.
And now as a zombie, he's immortal.
Yeah, and he killed another guy almost.
Exactly. Sounds to me like he's doing fine. Sounds to me like he's doing fine. Do not question Zombie Hamlin.
You're not going to acknowledge that Bobby was just singing the Cranberries?
No, actually, I was doing the what was it? Bad Wolves version. Sorry.
Oh, the Bad Wolves version. Fancy.
I like that one better.
It's a deep cut. Bob Jackson says Tua has injured himself at this point. Yes.
Yeah.
Tua nearly killed Tua. Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Hey, we did actually spend we had a chunk there at the beginning of the episode where we did talk about the Tua things specifically.
I thought quarterbacks were supposed to slide feet first. No, this guy.
You know what was funny? You know what? On one of the talking head shows that I watched, I think it was Chase Daniel, who was former quarterback, actually was talking about this, and he made a good point that I had forgotten about. They actually changed the rule. In the past, if a quarterback dives head first, they would give you credit for a little more distance. They changed the rule so that whether you dive head first or feet first, the spot is at the time you give yourself up. So you actually don't gain any advantage by going head first. So it's actually completely stupid to go head first. You do not gain any additional advantage. You're actually best served to always go feet first, no matter who you are. No matter what the scenario is.
Unless you need a couple inches there, then you're going
to. The thing is, they won't give it to you. They will not give you any extra distance for going head first. They literally, the moment you start sliding, they will spot it at the time that you started the slide, regardless of which way. Yeah, so because the head first is a slide. You're sliding forward. You're diving forward. And the slide feet first is considered to be the same now. So there's basically, the NFL is literally telling you there is no advantage to go head first. They're saying go feet first. You don't gain anything by doing it the other way.
You could either break a leg or you could break your brain. You can break my leg. I'll slide feet first.
And they'll, by the way, they'll penalize you because if you give yourself up feet first, it's like an automatic penalty for somebody to hit you at that point because you're giving yourself up. So you actually make it easier on the referees as well because you make it easier on the players because you're already sliding feet first. So they their job is just to jump out of the way and avoid you because at that point you've already given yourself up. You don't even have to do anything. The referee's job is easier. They can just spot you and figure out where to spot the ball. And so in reality, there was literally no benefit whatsoever. And that's why I thought it was good that he made that point. He literally said, like, based on the rules now, you should always slide feet first. It doesn't matter who you are. Concussions, no concussions. Yep. Slide feet first. There's no advantage. Okay. That's a good note. That's a good thing to know. Like, actually, that's a good point. Then that's where Tua needs to know, hey, feet first every single time, 100% of the time, no exceptions.
He never run out of the pocket again if he comes back, like I said earlier.
Yeah. We already know that one isn't going to happen. So that's kind of
the Tom Baby thing. And there's a circle in the pocket, and I don't come out of the circle, no matter what.
Yeah. So so unfortunately, I think the lesson here is for him is that your time is over. Take your money and go home. You're fine. Take your money and go home.
Yeah. I'd take it all. Run.
Yep. Zach says, do we know Damar Hamlin didn't die? Internet isn't convinced it's the same guy. So it's like Avril Lavigne. He's been replaced.
Freaking internet, man. It is the worst and greatest invention of all time.
Yes.
I like this. They all think they're the bulldozer until they become the bulldozee.
Yeah, that's a good one, Bob. That's a good one.
Facts, Bob. Facts. I think the QB should not be allowed to slide if the defensive player is within 2 yards. Defensive player sometimes can't avoid hitting the QB when the QB slides late. I think I understand the point here. I'm okay with this concept. I think then it's incumbent on the quarter. To me, the quarterback. I think there you have to use a little bit of logic and common sense to it. Obviously, the referees at this point are not doing it, but I think in this scenario, obviously he was going head first, so it doesn't matter. Like it's all moot at that point. But I think if a quarterback is giving himself up and sliding feet first, you're giving a chance. The other thing though is that you can't. If you're going feet first, it is actually easier to avoid you because you can go over the top. The guy's already moving down on the ground, so it's actually easier to get high and avoid the person. So you're actually making their job a little bit easier for the player to avoid you. But then you've got to use a little bit of common sense and see how the play's developing. As long as you're not trying to target the player. But there were guys that were literally like try to drop down and try to knock a shoulder into somebody's head as they're sliding. Like that's bullshit. Like you actually have to lower yourself in order to do that. Like you're clearly targeting at that point. Like it's very clear cut. But if you're trying to avoid, you lift yourself higher and do a little olay and kind of let them go by. Then it's clear you're not trying to hit the person. You're basically doing your best to avoid them. The lizard people clone them.
She's still here. People. Oh my God. Don't you have something better to do? Go away.
He knows about the lizard people.
I know the lizard people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I heard about them.
Think about it. Eric, you should be on this. You should be paying closer attention because Name knows about the lizard people. That means he might know about the indigenous lizard people.
President of their club.
That means he knows about the indigenous lizard people.
Oh yes.
Oh,
the conspiracy deepens.
Oh, he's definitely in charge of that faction.
There's type 1 and type 2.
Yeah.
Yep. We did talk about Eric Lindros earlier tonight. You guys are hitting some of the notes. We hit on those. You guys should check it out. You guys got to check out the first hour. We hit on some of those ones. We had Paul Kariya. We had Eric Lindros. We talked about his brother, who's the other Lindros, whose name escapes me right now.
Isn't it Brett or Brent?
I think something like that. Yeah, something like that. I always forget.
That was Gretzky's brother. Anyways.
Yeah. But we use them as an example of kind of the Tua conversation. We did have a nice Tua conversation. I thought it was good. And it's right now a valid point. I think what's funny about it, like I said, right now in the sports card side of things, we're kind of quiet as far as new news. A lot of it is kind of same old news. There's really just a variation on it. Even the card shows right now, people aren't really reporting on them as much as they used to. I don't see as many card show vlogs. I've seen that getting quieter. So
a lot of opinions.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like people are kind of sitting on standby. They're kind of, and the thing is, it just rolls along. People are doing it. I did see that it looks like the Fanatics show. The next one's going to be Orlando in November, which is interesting. A week before the show. That's kind of interesting. Apparently 700 tables is what they're shooting for.
Wow.
So
that one is going to be less of an event. It's not going to be the same kind of thing as the New York one.
Yeah.
But it's going to be more of a traditional card show.
I think you'll draw both more.
We'll have to get the people on the replay, Zach. We're going to have to fight for the replay.
I wonder what if Fanatics is putting on a 700 table show, I wonder what guests they're going to bring. That might be interesting.
I think they're trying to capture both the card collector and the fan experience as well, because you don't need, it doesn't matter what's there as long as you have the guests and as long as you have the tables. Doesn't matter difference. Bring them all.
I think the key is they're trying, from what I understand and what I'm seeing, I think they're basically running two kinds of shows. The New York show is an example of like the high-end, highfalutin show. They get some of the big names and all that, but it's more event and card show. I think Neo was making kind of allusions to it. It feels like for the other one. So, for example, Orlando or wherever in Florida they're doing. I think it's Orlando or something like that. I forget. In that scenario, you're probably going to get more local kind of folks. Sure. Maybe athletes that are for the local teams. So you're going to focus on a more regional base, and that's kind of you're going to be your category there. You're just not going to have the big setups. Now, I did make a note that if you're going to do it there, WWE's Performance Center and a lot of their stuff there, while they may not go to the same level as they did in the New York one, where they got a bunch of the big names for WWE and had a whole gigantic activation, they may have a scaled down version, but that doesn't mean they can't get people from NXT and some names from their developmental territory. They could probably get some of them, and it would still give you a little bit of that, while at the same time they're literally right there. They're over there in Orlando. Orlando is where they actually have the performance center. So if they hold that show anywhere near Orlando, it's a hop, skip, and jump for them. It's not even a plane ride. They can hop in a car, and it's a quick trip for them.
So it's more like an expo. Lots of good guests now, and quite a show with tables and stuff. So
yeah, basically they reversed the ratio because they they basically scaled down the event and actually went for more tables. And in turn, from what I understand, the tables are like, I think $500 or $600.
I wonder why
So
they
it's
would do it
actually
in
much cheaper.
Florida. I'm surprised they didn't do it in Atlanta.
Ooh.
I
See-
went there. Yes.
Good.
Bobby's going there. He's getting a little He's getting a little chippy. He's getting a
I
little
know.
chippy in the corner. Did you see that, Eric? He's getting a little chippy.
did.
I think he's starting to bring up the elbows, starting to sharpen them up a little bit. Just going for a little
Yeah, he did.
couple of those shots there, you know. Name here saying, be careful, Eric. The lizard people control the Reggie Lemelin market.
I hate it when I have to admit he says something funny.
And true.
That's funny.
Aren't the lizard people pictured on one of the 1 million leaf parallel 1-of-1s? They're always there.
I think they are. Besides the leprechaun.
Anything's possible with those idiots.
Mm-hmm.
Zach says, I need to go back and hit the like on the early lives. I figured Eric would be charged for those two.
It doesn't work that way. No.
Oh, but it does.
No.
I have analytics for all these things.
No.
Click. Mm-hmm.
All the likes. Past,
No.
present, future.
Future.
Not getting billed for something from 4 years ago. No.
You can hit a like button on a video that hasn't even happened yet, and I will charge Eric for it.
True. People post before this video comes on.
Listen, there was
Mhm.
nothing to like 4 years ago. There's nothing to like now. There is no reason to hit that silly little button. Oh, Jesus.
But what about your suffering? That's a sensational reason. That's a wonderful
How do I make this guy suffer? That's my biggest. That's my
We don't
biggest.
really seem to have any issue with name,
now.
though. What's our issue? Eric, make a pitch. What is our issue with name? Why do we
don't
have
like
a
him.
concern with it? You seem to have a concern with it.
I don't
What's
like
our issue?
I think he's stupid, and I don't like him.
Oh, we can make an argument for that. That's you as well. But what else you got?
About it.
Articulate a little better, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a better pitch from you. I need a PowerPoint deck or something.
I
Like,
know, I
give me
think-
something.
I think he's a big, stupid face, dumb head, and I don't like him all that much.
So you're saying hit the like button. That's what I'm hearing.
No,
Yep.
Got it. All right, fair enough. By the way, Bobby, you'll appreciate this.
jerk. He's always rubbing my nose and all the cool stuff he gets to do and stuff.
Well, you're sitting there bragging about hockey players that no one cares about that you supposedly hang out with. Again, allegedly. And we don't care. So, that's the thing. So I feel like, here you go. Bob Jackson nailed it. You shouldn't throw stones in a glass house. Exactly.
What if I'm throwing him at name? I'm willing to risk it.
Or
The problem is you're probably in a house of mirrors. You're probably just throwing it in a glass mirror. You're not even hitting the right thing.
Unless your
so
parents
Bobby, I
own a
think you'll
glass
appreciate
company,
this.
then it's good.
Yeah.
No, that works out.
And
Do
if
you
it's
still,
Name's house, then I don't really care if I bust.
I
out.
don't think you can hit Name's house. I think that's a different issue. Do you get any of those text messages, like different spam text messages for different things? Like, oh, pay your balance or whatever. Okay, I got one that I enjoyed. I was looking at it earlier tonight, and it said Highway 401 ETR, which is one of our toll highways, whatever. It's like, pay your balance. My storage to avoid license suspension. I don't have a license. I haven't had a license in a while. It's like, good try though, guys. Like, I appreciate it. Listen, my favorite are when they ask for something. It's like, if you don't do this, we're gonna close your account at Bank of America. Damn. No.
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna close my Bank of America account.
I didn't know I had one.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
we gotta start there. Can I have a Bank of America account? Then we'll start there.
My mom's gotten good. She knows now. And not that she ever fell for any of the scams. She's not stupid by any means. But years ago she would question things and ask me. She knows now to ignore all that stuff. Unfortunately, some of her friends that are her age and older, they haven't quite learned that yet, and they're fragile people, some of them, and they fall for this stuff. And she's had friends that hit the button and called the number and gave the information, and because the email or the text said you're going to get in trouble if you don't do this, and they panicked and did it, thankfully, my mother knows better, and I don't have to worry about that with her.
Mom knows best.
But my mom still has all her shit together. But some of her friends are a little older, or maybe more innocent, or maybe a little fragile at this stage in their life, and they fall for it. And it's sad.
A slight sense of naivete.
I would love to track down these scumbags who target older people, especially.
Get a flight to Nairobi, and you're good.
Just
while you're at it, you can get the people who did that big chocolate stick scam.
Yeah, that was big.
I still haven't recovered from that.
He answers all of those.
Yeah, like every single day. Chocolate sticks. Oh my god, he's not even reading. He just said chocolate sticks. Like, sign me up. Let's go.
Is this really the owner of Dunkin' Donuts?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I got ideas for you, sir.
Free chocolate sticks for you.
If I send you $10,000 to the prince in Nigeria, I will get chocolate sticks for life plus $100,000. Okay.
No cost is too great. No cost.
Press.
Zachary says, don't underestimate the amount of free times I have to hit the like button a year's worth of live streams. Do what you must. Bob Jackson says, knowing you, Eric, it would be a Super Ball. It would bounce off and hit you right in the face. Probably true.
Super Balls?
Yep. And it would be another concussion.
Yep.
Where they would bounce forward and then bounce neutral and then bounce forward. And bounce neutral.
Guess
they're like the weird balancing on it. It was like based on the seam. Wasn't it like the seam and like
something like that? I don't know what it was.
Basketballs do the same thing, right? They take their second bounce is different, and I didn't know this at one point. So I go down to
it's called traveling then.
So a cement wall, and I just rip this lacrosse ball up against the wall. It bounces. I'm timing it. It bounces again. Not knowing any better that the second bounce is going to be different. I got my stick ready, and the thing took a bounce, hit me dead nuts right between the eyes and the forehead, knocked me out.
Concussion
number 456 at that time. Yeah.
That was in high school also. I had I have a lot of concussion stories from high school. But knocked me out flat on my back. I woke up looking at the sky going, what happened? Big bruise, egg on my forehead. That's when I realized that you throw it up against the cement wall, it hits pavement. The second bounce, it doesn't bounce up, it bounces at you.
Yes.
And it hit me, boom, knocked me out. And I probably hit the back of my head on the pavement when I landed.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Concussion number 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got a 2 for 2 for 1. Yeah. Not not concussing myself with a lacrosse ball, but that reminded me of one of the ways that I used to practice when I was playing Little League, because sometimes the fields that we were using were kind of the gravel. It was kind of it's not great. It's not a great surface because you can get it's not
like
necessarily
limestone
balanced.
screenings.
Yeah, it's not great. It's the infield only. The outfield's fine, but the infield is kind of that little stone. It's a pain in the ass, to be honest. But you get weird, wicked bounces on it. So one of the things that I did with Carlos Senior, because he was game, he'd help out with that. But I said, okay, so what I need to do, if I know there's a ton of weird bounces because it's never level. So I need to practice. I need to be able to react to it. So he goes, all right. So we'd go to a parking lot and we'd play catch in the parking lot. But then after a while I go throw it up, big pop-ups basically. But what I would do is I'd catch pop-ups, but then after a while, sometimes I would be like, all right, so I'm going to work on this. I try to catch it off the bounce. And you got to imagine off concrete, the ball bounces fast. So you got to be paying attention. You got to track it all the way down, track it as it bounces, and then boom, your gloves got to be quick. Otherwise, you're going to end up in an Eric boom concussed situation because that ball is going to come right at you. Because he would throw it with pretty good height, which means the bounce is going to be really fast. So I'm trying to catch it off the first bounce, off of concrete. Now, you practice with that, it means the field that we were playing on would be much easier. Those bounces are not nearly as vicious by comparison. So that's a situation where I'm training with something that's harder to try to make the real version easier. Because it's not as fast, it's not as crazy. Because this concrete would be all over the place. Sometimes it bounces to the left, sometimes it bounces to the right. So you got to be paying attention. Because otherwise, you can't expect it to go straight. You got to expect that it's going to move. So your glove has to be right here to protect your face, and then make your move fast. But that's basically now. Luckily, I don't think any of the kids have to play with that anymore. That's not a great way. It works, But I can tell you from personal experience, it works great. Not necessarily the best way to trade, not the
Well,
safest.
I remember the
Not
first
the
time I
safest.
knocked myself out when I was in elementary school. You ever do those pitchback machines? Not machines. It's like, it's got a frame with like a
Yeah,
trampoline.
it's a net, and then you
Yeah.
hit it and it bounces back.
It
Yeah,
bounces
I use
back.
those.
It's basically a trampoline.
Mhm.
Well, here I am, like, oh, okay. I'm watching like some older kids and whatever do this, throw it, catch it, throw it, catch it. Well, I stand as close as I can to it, throw the ball as hard as I can. The thing comes off the trampoline, hits me dead in the face, knocks me out.
Another knockout.
This seems to be a reoccurring theme with you.
Not even to tell you how many times, I got concussions, playing soccer and, head balls. I mean, the soccer balls back then didn't have the little cushion paddings they do now. These things were like rocks, and they're every single time I go up for a head ball, I see stars. But just you were told that that's the game. You have to be tough and suck it up. And I was like, but I can't see anymore. Too bad.
There you go. Robert here says lacrosse ball hit Eric. He woke up thinking Grover Cleveland was president. Facts. Glass jaw Eric. Zach says, dang, we did get 25 likes. My apologies for underestimating the viewers. Listen, Eric Concussion Chronicles, which should be a segment. Apparently, we need a segment for it because there seems to be a lot of those stories. Eric Concussion Chronicles is what brings the people to the like button. They're inspired. They're inspired. So, Bobby, let's talk about this for a couple of minutes before we start winding her down. By the way, good show, everybody. I appreciate it. It's been good participation. And if you got any last comments or anything,
we got a lot to talk about.
We got a lot. But let's talk about this because this is something we can actually talk about. And again, I'll try to make a video and do a little bit more about it. We obviously got the show coming up on Sunday. You've been doing your prep and your preparation.
Yep.
So let me ask you 2 questions. It's open-ended. That way we can go in a couple different directions.
Sure.
So obviously you got the kind of stuff, you've already been prepping the stuff that you're going to bring. So first, what kind of stuff are you bringing? What's the thought process behind choosing to bring this versus not bringing it, or bringing that versus this, or whatever? What's your philosophy behind what you wanted to do with the table space you have?
Okay, well, we're going to a show that has 80 tables, and I think it's been well advertised, so it's probably going to do very well. There's not many shows that actually house 80 tables, usually about 30 to 40 max. So this should generate a lot more people, be it new and old, what have you. Vintage. I think there's more call for vintage on a larger show than there is a smaller show, not just by sheer volume, but I mean just by the amount of dealers that are out there and the stuff that people have. So at this point, I realize that there's going to be a lot of people coming, different people. So I bring a few high-end pieces, and then a lot of other stuff will just be medium-sized pieces. I'm not looking for the $5 items that I wouldn't bring. I really want to bring most of the, let's say the $30 to $75 range. That'll be the most popular things because it's right in there. It's a nice, fair. What's everybody doing?
I'm flipping name off.
I was Name was saying he's going to his other YouTube accounts to hit more likes. So we're just I'm giving him a thumbs up.
No, I was not giving him thumbs up. I was flipping him off.
So I'm looking for things that are more popular that sell, things that are more recognizable. Because you don't have the amount of people there that have the knowledge for the stuff that I kind of carry. So I'm just trying to keep it a little bit more generic. And the stuff that I have is a lot of ephemera. There's a lot of paper stuff. I mean, just different, unique, rarities opposed to common stuff. I don't want to bring. And actually, I went through the cards, having a tough time pricing them out. I'll tell you honestly. A lot of the cards are, packed fresh when I opened them back and with Steven back in, 2000, 2005, 2008. And I just don't know. I went online, you try to find them, it just takes forever, and I have like 100. So what am I going to do? So I'm trying to make a card, like bring a row of at least some cards. I got some vintage ones too from packs that I opened back in, I don't know, maybe 98 or something like that. Just packs that were opened, and I just opened the cards. So the cards are still minty from 76. I might even have a Trottier and a few other things that I'm bringing. But I'm just keeping things that are easy, making the setup, where all the paper stuff that is 8x10, 8.5 by 11, in a nice little box so people can thumb through it easily, and any of the bigger pieces that I can lay out, and just keeping it simple, very simple, easy to see. But I have a lot of stuff, so we'll see what happens.
I wish you both good luck. I hope
We'll take some pictures. We'll share.
Yeah, I hope you do.
It's fun. The best part is the setting up is that you get to go around and look at the tables first. And that's where really you double down. You can actually score some really good deals, as Carlos did last time on his, and where I have too, so it's always good to be, to have both a buying experience and being first there, and also, selling some stuff too. So who knows? Because you can do $5 to $5,000. Well, I don't know if I have $5,000 worth of stuff. Maybe close, but you just never know. You never know what you're going to sell, and this is the thing: you can predict and overthink it, and you just, sometimes you just get shut out. You bought the wrong stuff, or maybe just timing. A couple people didn't show up. You just never know. So you bring enough variety to hit everybody. So I got some nice high-end pieces, a couple middle, mostly like I said, $25 to $30 range, and then I have the cards, which I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring them, but I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Now, do you have a banner made that says "Come meet Carlos and Bobby" from the hit YouTube show "Because I'm Carlos"?
You should get that delivered tomorrow to you. Yes.
Okay. Good.
I think that's going to be, so we're going to have that. And then also we're going to have, signing pages 91 and 92, Victor Rookie Card Specialist book.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we got that.
I assume there would be a line for autographs like that. Yeah, sure.
Sure. I'm also going to bring a tablecloth, because most people don't bring them. And I think it drapes the table, makes it look a little bit more professional. I do like to look clean and professional. As much as I have a busy table, it's organized. I do like that sense of, and I see some people don't utilize, especially at that other show, Carlos, they just advertised for it, the CSE.
The CSE, yeah.
Yeah, and they just don't know how to utilize their table space. So
I think that the reason why I wanted to bring it up was, number one, I wanted to talk to you about kind of your philosophy and the thought process of it, and kind of also at the same time, like, I haven't set up a show before, but at the same time, like, for me, it was just getting certain things sorted out so that I have it. It's going to be a couple of, inexpensive. There's going to be a 25-cent box, literally just rows of 25 cents. So that's easy. My goal at that point is just to clear volume, basically, for that one. I've got a row of stuff that's 75 cents. Again, not too expensive. And then I've got other stuff that's already priced out in top loaders and one touches and such. And I do have a couple of graded cards that I'm going to bring with me, and they're just cards that are already labeled to kind of move on with whatever. I will bring a couple of nicer cards in it, but nothing like crazy. I think the most expensive thing will bring a couple $100. It'll be stuff like that. But the intention is, if somebody wants it, great. And if not, that's fine. I don't mind taking some of this stuff back. I'd rather just move more of the 25-cent cards, to be honest. If they do that and lighten my load, I would consider that a win. So that'd be fine by me. But the big thing for me is just going to be to kind of just sit back, enjoy it, hang out, and do that experience. I'm going to bring the camera with me, so I'll bring that, and we'll get some pictures, we'll get some video, we'll do a little bit of all that. And again, also, truthfully, if I am able to find a couple of things that I can use, honestly, I could probably make just as much money selling a handful of items on my time, if it's the right items in the right situation, the right time. So the buying may be as useful to me as the sell. Now, again, if someone wants to come by and buy out the whole box of 25 cents, take the whole thing. Please, just take it.
Please take it.
Yeah. They lighten my load. You do me a favor. Believe me. At that point, I'm selling it to you by the pound. Just go for it.
And some guys don't mind doing that because they realize that they can make a few dollars here and there, and they don't mind doing the work.
I actually think there's a couple of sets in that box. When I was looking through it, I did not sort it, but I am fairly confident that I opened enough boxes and packs of that. There's probably a couple of sets. If somebody just wants to sort it on their own and just do it, they can probably peel off 4, 5, or 6 sets complete.
Nice.
And just have AEW, right? This is all.
Yeah, a lot of the wrestling. I do have some WWE as well. I've also got autographs. I've got some Prism Golds and Topps Golds, and a lot of those ones from WWE as well. So
do you have any Mick Foley unautographed base cards that are like super cheap?
Mick Foley, not in the stuff that I had there. I don't think so.
Right. I was gonna say, if you just got a box of junk and it's just base cards, you have a few of him. Hold them aside for me.
Yeah, the only junk I've got is Mike Darkers.
Yeah,
just trash. But no, if I see a McFoley, I didn't see any in the stuff I was sorting there, but I do have a couple more boxes that didn't get sorted into it. If I see a couple, I'll set them aside for you. That's not a problem. But I didn't see it in the ones that I had because I have some WWE Topps Chrome and some WWE Select that I'd opened in the past in blasters. So those ones got shuffled into the boxes as well. The key with those ones is they're not sorted. It's like, oh, but they're not sorted. Go knock yourself out. It's not worth my energy to sort that per hour. It's not worth my time. I did price other items, and those ones are priced, and then those ones I took the time to go figure it out. And in a lot of cases, I price them under comps because it's like, no, hate them.
There's quite a few people with wrestling there. The sports cards. There's a lot of hockey, sometimes a little bit of baseball. There'll be some memorabilia, and there'll be some pop vinyls probably. I guess someone's going to set up with those because they never seem to go away. They're the Beanie Babies of the 2020s. So.
Oh, for sure.
I think the key 2020s.
Yeah. The key thing for me was more than anything else is that I wanted to make sure I had a little bit of a mix and match of different things. And also I'm going to be bringing some one-of-ones. I do have some one-of-ones and some printing plates and things like that and some other stuff as well. So I wanted to make sure there was a mix. Numbered cards.
Because you might want to trade.
Yeah. So right now I wanted to have as many options open as possible because for me, if I can exchange some of this stuff for stuff that may be more useful to me, that works. If I can get a little cash out of it, that works. So I'm actually very flexible with most of the stuff that I got there. It's like, great, whatever works.
And that's a good thing to say is that, you want to trade for something that you can maybe get rid of easier because you know the market a little better, or, you want to get away from something. So you don't mind taking a lesser deal on something just because you can move this a little bit better. And I do that a lot, quite a bit actually. I don't mind getting rid of that because a lot of things that I have I bought in group lots. So most of the things that I'm kind of selling, I would say I have very little, if not nothing into, because I've already sold the major part of that. I bought those sports sticks. I bought 3 hockeys for $14.99. I sold 2 of them for $100 each, and I have one left for the show that I'm waiting. So there's just that kind of stuff, which is good. Yeah. But nobody knows.
What's going to be funny, Eric, is that I'm going to sneak a couple. I have a couple of Juan Sotos that I snuck in there because I had some extras. So I was like, okay, great, I'll throw that in there. And then I do have a rookie card of the Darkness. Oh yeah, like, hey, look, man, like I do have a mix. It was funny maybe this is kind of a funny. This is something I'll probably go into more in depth in the video where I'm going to talk about it. I go, look, I haven't built a dealer inventory. That has not been my goal in any way, shape, and form. This is literally me going through boxes and going like, what do I got around here? And the thing is, over time, I've just accumulated a lot of stuff. I bought lots. I bought collections of things, and over time, like there's stuff here, and there is some value in some of this stuff to the right person. Just not me. For me, it's literally just taking up space in a box. But then when I go and sort through it, it's like, well, actually, there's some stuff. I went and looked, and I saw like, wait, well, that's like $20. It's literally been sitting in this box how long?
Yeah.
All right, I'll put $15 on it and go take it away. Knock yourself out. Because right now, it's been sitting in that box so long, the value to me is nil. But it's like, if somebody wants to take for $10, $15, like, hey, great. Awesome. Win-win. You win, I win. This is the great, fantastic. So I don't mind.
With the smaller shows, it's sometimes the people who show up. Sometimes they used to do 2 shows. Like this guy would do this show, and they make competition because nobody wants to get together and say, hey, listen, I'll do this week. You can do the next weekend. Let's do something. But no, they didn't want it because, attitudes get in the way. And that's when sometimes you miss the right person for a particular sale, So if he has a one-on-one, you get that one guy who wants that one-on-one. He's there. But if he didn't go there that day, so I think Sunday will be a good day. I think they'll have a lot of drawing. It's a sizable show. I know a couple people that I said that I'm going to be there, and they said, "Oh yeah, I'm going too." And I went, "Oh, okay." Some of the higher end guys, and I said, "Interesting. Okay." I guess everybody's waiting to get that first show, to get out there. Sure. Perfect. The other couple smaller shows, they're setting up, I think, the 21st, and then there's another one early October. They all try to get them in a little bit before the Toronto Expo. So, and the smaller shows, they don't get the draw because of the locations. This is a great location. It's right off the 401, which is our major highway going across. and it's only a little bit north of the 401 and just a little past Yonge Street, which is our main, central divider of Toronto. So it'll be nice and easy to find, and it's in a nice place, and there's lots of parking. And Sunday it's good because you can park in the next door neighbors' things because it's a big company business, so nobody's there. So you do get the extra parking.
Yep.
Kind of nice.
And apparently it's also near the TTC. So there's a couple of
Yeah,
stations
it's very
nearby.
close.
So,
Oh, yeah,
so
it's
it's
very
one of those things where, like, for folks in the city, it's actually easy to get by because anything TTC makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah,
So that's more of a
lots
local
access.
thing for folks that are in the area. So Name was saying I haven't set up at a card show since I moved away from Edmonton. It'd be a fun thing to do. No opportunities there. Yeah, that's part of the reason it was kind of interesting. I was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And like I said, in this case, I happen to have. Once I started sorting through, I was like, I didn't realize I had this much stuff lying around that I just throw in there.
Once you
I was
start
like,
digging,
okay.
you realize I have desks full of stuff. I went, holy crap!
Does he understand there's a difference between moved away from Edmonton and banished from
Maybe
Edmonton?
Banished.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to tell tales out of school, but he was banished.
Scandalously scandalous.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Alas, you are an unreliable narrator because
I mean,
we've
it's
discussed
public knowledge. It was in all the papers. Everyone knows about.
Are these the papers that you read about the Grover Cleveland Alexander presidency? See, Eric's frozen, so he can't speak for himself. I think he's in denial. I think that's what happened here.
He's something.
Don't feel bad for Eric.
He's bad.
He claims to be frozen.
Oh.
No, he's not back yet. He's still frozen.
Froze because
I kind of like him being frozen like that, though.
TVs.
I like that he's frozen. I like that he's frozen in that pose.
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? Give me a snapshot of that.
Oh, it's good. Yeah. So, folks, whoever wants to take screenshots here,
it's the glossy.
That's pretty great. That's great. Oh, he's back!
God damn it!
Oh, what a shame! What a shame.
Yeah. Could you hear?
We're gonna take some more images. We're gonna have memes. It was gonna be great.
Oh well. Sorry. It just.
Yeah. So I will include a link.
We're gonna do some.
I will include a link to the card show website for folks that may be local that want to check it out. It's got all the information for tickets. It's got all the information for location. It's got all that stuff in there. Like I said, the big thing is we're going to have some fun with it. I plan to just enjoy the experience, have a little fun with that as well. Let me ask you this.
There was a signing guest, was there?
I don't believe so for this one, no. Not as far
Last time they had this big show, the way it was actually a little bit bigger because they would take the third room because there's two rooms they're taking. It's one of those foldable, but it's quite large. They had Mitch Marner signing at that one, and that's where they opened up the back, and then I guess they had more signing and stuff like that. It was $75 for an autograph at that time. Anyways, just saying, and that's the last time I remember that show being there, which in Marner was in his rookie year or year after that they had that bigger show. So
right,
but he's had smaller ones since, but this one's a nice big one. So
yep. And I can also add that with admission, you get a prize ticket, and you can win the grand prize, which is a PSA 10 Austin Matthews Young Gun rookie card, which is part of the Gong Show Index.
Oh, yes. We're going to see how that moves the market.
That'd be amazing. So
I don't think that's for the dealers. I think it's for the...
no, that's for the attendees. Patrons. Yeah, that's for the attendees. I don't... Imagine if it was for the dealer. Hey, guys, for the dealers. I was like, really? Okay.
Well,
I'll slap a price sticker on that and put it on the table.
Rob, who does the show, he used to have a show that the dealers would get you could do a prize where the dealers could get involved.
Right.
But also they had one for the dealers who would get, whoever got the draw got a free booth the next time around. So there's always been some fun stuff like that. But I remember, that's when I got 3 Gretzky's in 3 months in a row that I did the show. Okay. I got a PSA 2, PSA 3, PSA 3. And back then it was only a couple $100.
Yeah, once the pandemic hit, those all became 1,000 plus easily.
I know.
A bunch of money.
I've had so many Gretzky's over the years. It's just.
Oh, who hasn't? Like, honestly, they grow on trees.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7s. Not 7. 7.
Yeah. Let me ask this, because there's different philosophies about this, so I'd be curious. So my buddy Steve Angel, that we've talked about in the past, he actually likes to keep meticulous records. He actually will, as he does certain sales, he'll do a deal with somebody and he'll actually jot it down. So for you just kind of let it flow and you do what you're going to do.
Yeah, it's not worth it for me. And I think because he deals in more high-end cards, you do have to track. Yeah. Whereas, like I said, most of the stuff I have is basically paid for.
Yeah.
For the most part. So it's just whatever you get, and that's fine. And then you can fluctuate on your price too. I price things particular. So if I want $50, I'll put 55 on it. But I don't mind taking 45, and that's where the push comes. So that's why I go to 55. So you want to up it that little extra, because everyone, would you take 40? No, I can't do 40. I'll do 45 though. No, okay, all right, that's $10.
And I also think another factor as well is that he is doing more volume of transactions. So for him, it's important to understand the inflows and outflows. Whereas as you're selling things, you'll still keep track, but at the same time, you don't have to be as quite keen.
No.
Because he's got so many showcases, so many individual items that he does need to kind of keep track.
You have to
Otherwise,
track
things get
that
lost. It would be problematic because you want to know how much
But
money
you
is
couldn't
coming in.
track
How
your
much
stuff. You got a box full of 25-cent cards. You want to track that?
for that stuff? No, for that stuff I wouldn't, but I would still want to know for some of the higher stuff, like because
You're
we had
only
multiple
bringing a few
showcases.
of them, but yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's not worth the effort to bother with that. But if I had like 8 showcases, like what he's got on there with a bunch of price stuff, he should probably keep track of it.
I think most of the people are like that. There's a few at the show I know that don't. They just put them in boxes. That goes in that box, and I don't know even how they work it out at the end. But whatever I have money in my pocket, whatever I bring, the difference. That's what I do.
That's the easiest way to tell, I guess, right? Is that you brought $100 in cash in your pocket, and at the end of the day you had $300 cash. Well, you made $200.
Well, minus the booth, yeah, close.
Yeah.
And then you cost your items minus that. I'm losing money already. I don't like your analogy.
No, we might have to bump up the price on the autographs.
$700. That's better.
Yeah, we might have to bump up the price on the autographs.
I got a couple $400 or $500 pieces I'm bringing.
Okay,
we'll see.
Did you? So we'll have to do. We'll have to show Eric some of the things. It's like we've got all those, Booby or minor league items from Boston Bruins.
Yeah.
So there's just some of that. We'll just move.
I got a lot of Bobby Orr stuff I'm bringing too.
There you go.
Guys are just mean.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's true though.
It's true though. There you go. See, Eric, now you're learning something new every day. You didn't realize it was a minor league career that you were idolizing.
I don't buy much Gretzky, but I will buy Orr. Gretzky is like that gray area. You don't know if it's something, like the GWG, like stand up or something like that. It's like, I don't even want to bring it around, but it does get a couple $100 to the right person. So I don't know. Yeah.
They would say minus the booth, lunch, coffee, gas, like button costs. True.
No. Entertainment value is you're going to eat lunch, whether at home or out, doesn't matter. So I never include the cost of food. Gas is gas. That's your entertainment money. You drive to a movie theater, you drive home. So it's really just the basic cost versus, your sales. That's it.
Now, this situation, this is a one-day show. I think it's a 6-hour show, I think, from the hours they put on there. So they consider it to be a 6-hour show. 10 to 4, I think, is what they've got on here.
Okay.
Obviously, set up prior to that and all that. Now, in that situation, do you pack lunch? Do you get lunch? What's your process normally for that kind of situation?
I never bring a lunch ever.
Okay.
I take advantage because I eat at home majority of the times. I do most of my cooking on myself, right? So when I'm out, just get something. They have something there. I think there's a little soup serving booth. They might have some pizza or something, or I'm not too sure. There's a place across the street that you can get. I think there's like a Tim Hortons or something, and there's a couple other places around there. So maybe we'll go for breakfast in the morning before we head to the show.
Yeah, I'll already be down. So you and I will coordinate. I'll already be down there, so that'll make it easier because I'll already be right there, and then we'll kind of figure out how the rest of that's going to work out. But yeah, we'll figure out the timing on that. But should be fun.
Sausages on a bagel or something, grilled bagel.
Ooh,
it's delicious.
You got to be grilled bagel. Got to be grilled. I heard that's the only way.
It's delicious. You don't know what you're missing.
After the greasy fish,
I'll be having lots of
he puts it on there. Dave says, I was like setting up when the card shows with malls. Lots of options for lunch in the food court. That is true. You got a mall show? You do have options.
I haven't done a mall show in 12, 15 years.
I don't think there's as many of them as there used to be. I think the mall show's kind of gone the way. Malls just don't have the prominence they once had. Honestly, some of these malls might benefit from doing that because some of these malls are dead.
Yeah.
So honestly, they would almost be like, it might actually be a good idea for you guys to have something going on.
I'm kind of traveling
in the 90s. It'd be busy as hell.
Right.
Well, like I'm just thinking here, Bobby. There is a mall here. I want to say it's the Sheridan one. Yeah, there's
That's
like
a
one right
high-end
here.
mall.
It used to be, but it's not now.
Oh, it's
I'm not
not now.
talking about the nicer one. I'm talking
Oh.
about there's one that got bought out by the insurance company that's basically a dead mall. And then there's another one. South Common is the one I'm thinking of.
Oh.
South Common is the one that's been around a long time. It's actually got the bus stop right there. So in theory, that should help it.
Mm.
And it's got the Walmart on the side of it. But the only business it really does is the Walmart on one side, the No Frills supermarket on the other side, and the middle is dead. The whole middle is like dead as a doornail, and it's got a bus
Jewelry,
stop right there.
furniture.
Yeah, but it's like a jewelry store of like generic jewelry store that no one's ever heard of, and it's like, now imagine if on the inside they did a show like that, they'd be like, there'd actually be a reason for someone to show up. Then the food court, what's left of it, would actually have a reason for getting a little business. That'd be
Well, I
crazy.
would do one right at the 427 in the Queensway there. I forget what the name of that mall is. It's square. Can't remember. I can't remember. Anyways, but that's the last show I did in a mall. It wasn't very busy at all. In that's even 10, 12 years ago. So maybe even more.
Yeah, the problem we have here is that those malls, it's sad the state of those two malls, because I remember when they were hopping. Once upon a time, that South Common Mall, there was they would have autograph signings. Roberto Alomar did a signing there, and it was busy. That was like legitimately busy. And there was a card shop in that mall once upon a time. This is back in the 90s. There was a card shop there that actually did business, and it's like there's nothing that does business in there. You go to the No Frills, you go to the Walmart, you basically ignore the middle. It doesn't exist.
It actually works some other places. I think it's Nova Scotia or somewhere else. Somebody said the mall is great. It's where, like, Toronto's so big, Mississauga, Toronto, and there's so many different malls, and you're not a concentrated group of people. When you get a smaller town that has it in a mall, it actually does work pretty good.
It can. I think a lot of these management, though, didn't understand the times change, and you really do need to understand what you're trying to do. You need to adapt your space and actually do things to help. It's a chicken or the egg situation. You need to get people in the space, and you also need to have tenants that actually have something worthwhile. Otherwise, there's nothing there. Now, there's a dollar store that still does some business because it's a dollar store.
Oh,
it's a community dollar store. Yeah, pretty much. Zach says, don't take Eric's advice. Skip the mayo on the bagel. Yeah, Eric is big on the mayo. It's true.
Disgusting.
Listen, you were all about Mayo Monday. I don't know what's the problem. You were excited. Mayo Monday was great.
Just another Mayo Monday.
It swept the nation. People loved it. It was great.
Yeah.
The mall shows in Edmonton were always at the unpopular, quieter malls too. Yeah. But I think, though, in general, malls themselves are dead. Because this is going to be more of a local reference. I gave 2 local references there. Well, another one, Oakville. Oakville's a lot more bougie. Like by comparison, even to Mississauga, Oakville's a lot more bougie. Eric, by the way, Oakville's beautiful. Oakville's beautiful.
Malls are busy.
But there is the mall name is escaping me, but there's a mall there that the inside of it is also dead as a doornail. I'm sitting there like, this is Oakville. Like, honestly, you're surrounded by gentrified, all this nice location and everything, beautiful area. Nope. Dead. Really? And I'm like, what have you got? Like, good Lord.
You can tell by the parking. It's nobody there.
At that point, you can, and by the way, what happens? There is a LCBO on the outside. The LCBO does business. There's the Tim Hortons there. The Tim Hortons does business.
Walmart.
There's the supermarket on the side of it. That's fine. So what are you noticing? The places that people have to go, they're doing fine. You could literally separate them from the mall. They don't give a crap. That's not their problem. Yeah. But that was one that had the Zellers that became a Target for a brief minute, and that's dead. And the inside of it is like, I don't even know what these businesses are. I've never heard of them. That's how you know. It's like, they're like taking whatever tenant they can get, which is to say, there's nothing there. Tim Hortons on the outside does business. These other ones do business. That's it. And again, they've got a bus stop right there. So literally, you have a captive audience, transit, and all that right there, and you still can't draw flies inside the mall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that says you're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong, and it's dead. But anyway,
we have a good mall and a dead mall, and they're less than a mile from each other.
That's a management issue, though. That suggests it's a management because it's not a location issue at that point.
No, they're less than a mile. You can walk from one to the other, and one's completely dead. and the only thing that sustains it is a movie theater, and the other one's got tons of stores and traffic.
Amazing. I know
That's weird.
I hate walking through those dead malls. It's sort of like you watch, and all the proprietors are there, kind of standing there outside waiting for. You can see them in their head going, "Please, please come in and buy something.
Oh,
Please,
buy
please,
anything, please.
please, yes. Even just ask me directions. Please
Yeah.
talk to me."
Me.
It's so weird. It's so weird. It's bizarre.
But
It was Hopedale Mall. I don't know if you're familiar with that one, Bobby. Hopedale Mall. That was the one I was thinking of.
no,
So
where's
my
that?
brother actually worked at the LCBO that's right beside it. That's why I knew of it so much. I'd be sitting there like I let him walk in and go like, "What the hell is this?" Because we'd be killing some time while we were waiting for him, and I'd be sitting there like, "What is going on here?" So I worked in Oakville there, and that was one of the stops over to where I needed to go. And it was always so bizarre to me. I was sitting like, "What is this place? What is going on here?" And then Oakville Place is fine, but that's because they've actually got things there, so people will go. But yeah, this one, the Hopedale Mall, I was like, is it the fanciest place in the world? No, but it's surrounded by townhouses on every side. This should be fine.
Sure.
Like if you don't do a terrible job, it should have enough business to operate. I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah,
was
the
weird.
mall I would set up, but I just remembered it's the Cloverdale Mall.
I remember that one used to
It's
have
still
a
there.
bunch of malls. I think I want to say
That was a nice mall. It was actually classy, but there's.
I think
nothing-
Untouchables is still there. I
Really?
think Untouchables actually operates out of it, if memory serves me.
I'd be surprised.
Because, but it's one of those deals where the mall itself is mostly dead, but at the same time, there's still a couple of shops in it that operate, and that's basically all there is. Yeah,
there's
here we
not
go.
much.
Untouchable Sports Cars and Gaming, Central Parkway Mall.
Central Parkway?
Yeah.
Is it not called Cloverdale anymore?
Cloverdale, I think, is another one in Mississauga. Central Parkway is the one
it's
that's
up-
in
it's
377
on the
Burnham Thorpe.
Just north of the Queensway and 427.
Yeah.
Round
It was always
round
weird.
there.
It was always weird. But anyway, whatever. I just thought it was kind of a thing. It got me down a rabbit hole thinking about that. It's been a long time since I thought of those. I spent a lot of time in both of
They
those.
used to be everywhere. That and there was always a show in the hotels. There was just like in the 80s, man, the shows in the hotels were everywhere. It didn't matter. You could go to almost any hotel. There was a show. There was a card show. There was a postcard show. There was a train show. There was, oh my God, it was just unbelievable.
Yeah. So here's a quick image on the outside. Central Parkway Mall. So can you tell from the font that it hasn't been updated since the 80s?
It looks old school.
They used to have mall shows in there because I used to go there. And this is where the Untouchables was. So that's one. Cloverdale's and Etobicoke. Yes, thank you. That was two different ones. This one is actually closest to Square One. But this one actually used to run mall shows out of this one. They actually used to be mall show. I went to mall shows in the 90s inside here. And the place is still there. Obviously, look, you got a Baskin Robbins, you got a Subway, you got a Rexall. So like if you go to certain specific things, there's stuff there, but the inside, upstairs, I think they've got some government offices. They've got like a passport office and stuff like that. That's basically how they're
bloody Baskin Robbins with the ice cream cakes there.
Ice cream cakes, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Ice cream cake.
Why don't you just get ice cream?
One time I set up a show, and before I even got the cardstock box on my table, there's a guy rummaging through my box and said, "Junk." I told him to get lost. That's probably Eric. That's probably Eric.
I love those assholes. They're the best.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
what do you
I want to make
for that?
sure.
$50. What? Are you kidding?
Yeah, what? Oh my God. Oh, here we go. All right. So I wanted to pull this up. So since Bobby was talking about Cloverdale, I love, so let's see. This is an image from 5 years ago. So I'm gonna expand this. And this is how you can kind of tell a dead mall from the other ones. And when I say dead, it's still, there's still tenants in it, but it's all relative. It's how you convey it. So here's what I'm talking about. So basically you've got Sports Center, which isn't even like a real thing. You've got Julie's, which Lord knows what that is. It's a clothing store, obviously, but it's like whatever. And then there's Canadian Shoe Outlet. These are not like name locations that you put. It's like borderline. It's basically the most generic, basic, whatever. when you can't recognize the name because it's not a franchise at all, it's just like this one-off store that only exists in this one place. That's one of those malls.
They can, yeah. Julie's probably puffed her chest out in the first month there, and then realized that she ain't making shit. And who buys her stuff at Julie's? I go to Winners,
The Julie's, man.
TJ
I don't know,
Maxx.
the Julie's.
You know,
Yeah,
come on.
but that's an image. That's an image from 5 years ago. Then there's like a Dare Jewelry, which again, it's not like there's nothing there, but it's like you can tell.
When did you put Clover? We never took pictures. Damn, I wish the phones were better back then. Didn't take any pictures. I thought we did, but when we were set up and what have you there. It was
Yeah,
a nice
it'd be
mall.
interesting to see. It'd be interesting to see the old images, like the old card shows, because again, that Central Parkway Mall again is near Square One. Like Square One is still obviously Square One to this day
Square
is
One's
fine,
huge, yeah.
but they've
Cloverdale's
got enough.
Square One.
Yeah, they've got enough stuff going on that they're fine. So, but this one Central Parkway Mall
Square
again
One's
at
huge,
one point
though.
was a little hub. It actually had a bustling business in it. And as Robert's saying, the TCG Comics card shop, I don't know if it was Comic Card shop, but that's where the Untouchables is. And they've got a lot of TCGs.
Mhm.
So that was one that operated. And they're still there. So obviously they can do business. I'm sure the least they get is very generous, given they're probably one of the few stores keeping it. It's like, we're still doing business. If you want us to stay, want us to stay, be generous. Be generous in the lease. I once got a PM in a forum shit talking my trade list. There you go. Look at you.
Well, one benefit of malls back then is you get some older guys coming by your booth and they go, "Oh, I remember that card. Oh, yeah, how much you want for it? Okay, $40. Yeah, here you go." And then they go back and the wife goes, "What'd you do? What'd you buy for $40?" Well, good old memories. So you used to get a lot of business like that. A lot of people who weren't collectors who just kind of wanted to reminisce again. And was really
I
good.
remember there was a YouTube channel. If I can find it down the road, I'll share it. But there was a YouTube channel that would actually go and do a walkthrough of some of these old malls.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it was actually kind of interesting. It'd be fascinating to see like the walkthrough of it. Although I obviously pre-YouTube, I would love if someone had old footage of some of these malls when they were actually in their prime, like closer to like their heyday. Because here I'm looking at it, Cloverdale opened in 1956.
Yeah,
As an
it's
open
been
air
around a
shopping
long time.
plaza.
Yep.
So, but obviously I remember Cloverdale in the early 90s because my family lived around there. So Cloverdale was actually close by to us where we were because we were down by Dixie Road.
But it was nice. It was a nice mall.
But that's my point. Even going back to the 90s is more than 30 years ago. We're still a long time. A lot of time has passed. So 30 years is still a lot of time, Bobby. For us, less so as time goes on, but it's still a long time.
Yes.
in the world, 30 years is enough time for things to change.
When you're 30 years ago, it's a different story. Anyways.
Yeah. Well, even when you're 40, 30 years ago, it's still a different thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, still mostly. Yeah. And for somebody who's 20, 30 years ago is 100. It might as well be 100 years ago.
Means, yeah.
But in that period of time, they still had a lot of stores. They had a lot of the good stores, and they still had name stores, not Jenny's or whatever that one was. So it's not Julie's. Sorry, not Julie's. They were able to do a little better than Julie's.
Jenny's was next door.
Yeah, they were able to do a little better than Julie's at that time.
Yeah.
Julie's would not have made the cut in those days.
Well, it was kind of nice when you had these malls. Like Cloverdale was like for local people. Like it's very industrial around there, but you get a lot of local people. We had one here. It was called Warden Woods. It was right at Warden and St. Clair. Very regional for the people that my sister worked there. Her first job was Cotton Jenny, and they had a movie theater. They had a Baskin Robbins. They had a few other stores, which were really kind of neat at that time. And you kind of made it your mall. It was nice, and they had a lot of little things going on. They had a nice little small food court and good proprietors. And I don't know if they did a show there. I'm trying to think if it was. I know we went there and there was something else. There's always something going on there. Maybe a food drive, or I think there was a card show. I honestly think there was, but that's going back to the 80s, so it's hard to remember that.
Yeah.
But we did go because we wanted to just go to the mall. Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's the thing. Robert's making the point here, so I'll read two things. Bob Jackson says there are a few dead mall channels on YouTube, and they splice in era footage if you can find it. That would be kind of a fun to see the current versus back in the day. That'd be kind of fun. Robert just says the internet's been slowly killing the minor mall. So I think this is a key point because for a lot of the old malls, a lot of the stuff those stores used to do, I can go to Amazon and get it. I don't really need to go. We don't need to go to the mall anymore for 3/4. And then at a certain point, like the mall was the hangout. It would be where people would congregate to go hang out. And, oh yeah, we'll walk around and go to the food court, grab a bite to eat, and then go look at a couple of the stores and do that. And you kill some time doing that. You don't really need to do that anymore.
Yeah, it's unfortunate they don't have great stores in there anymore. I know now in the last 15 years, I go to a butcher, I go to a bakery for our stuff. We don't just buy meat at the No Frills or whatever. So I found that people are kind of going back to that. They like being at the butcher because it's more specific rather than getting that ground beef and you open it up and then it's brown in the middle. And you kind of just, people got a little tired of that. So it's nice going to the butcher and getting fresh stuff, and you don't mind paying a little bit more to have that. So I hope people are gravitating back more to that than they are just shopping. But when you're talking about a generic item, sure, give Amazon a call.
I think there's room for more artisanal kind of businesses if they kind of.
There's the word again. Where did it go?
It's all about the art. It's all about the art. Well, I think Zach's got this covered, man. Eric Lemelin, he was so bad he had to stop paying his internet bill.
Oh, I never thought about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough times.
Good one.
Listen, that's Eric's commitment. That's Eric's commitment to Like Button.
I get it.
It's a passion. It's a passion for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand. I appreciate it. I think we all do. And I was going to say, I actually forgot. It looks like Cloverdale actually had a Target in it.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, that'll hurt.
Hey, they were paying the money. They were paying the money back then. They said, "Okay, sure, we'll rent it out."
Yeah. The graveyard that is Target in Canada is not a thing.
I think Cloverdale even had a small bay, the bay in it. And, the bay was a high-end kind of store at that time.
It was, yeah. That's hilarious. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, well, that makes sense though. They would have had a lot of that stuff. Best Buy Mobile, yeah. A lot of these stores did not do well, alas.
Well, I think that's the difference. Is like when I grew up, you had to get a card because you had to go shopping at Christmas at 6 different malls. You had to drive around to find the item that you wanted to get somebody for Christmas. You couldn't just order online, so it's a big difference.
Makes sense. So yeah, Eric just messaged me. His internet did in fact give out. See, y'all hit the like button hard enough. You did it.
Good job. His phone's working. Something's up.
Yeah, exactly. He's got enough for the phone bill. Hit the like button. Nothing like finding a mall you used to go to on a dead mall thing. Yes. But that's why I say, I like the examples. To this very day, I've got 2 still beside me that I used to go to both of those malls back in the day. I remember them. I could vividly remember them when they actually were active, when they were actually real malls. And I remember going there and there was stuff there. And now I go look at it like,
yeah.
Huh. Well.
Why are these businesses open? Well, how do they stay open is beyond me.
Who the hell are you, sir? Are you a squatter? Are you paying for this? Okay. Clothes shopping online is awful, but stores inventory amounts to junk. So it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's a chicken or the egg situation. The internet options took away a lot of these stores, but some of these stores actually had bad business models as well. So then they died off, but they never adapted. So now it's chicken or the egg. Why would someone go to the mall even if they want to, if you go in there and the stores are trash?
It wasn't even about going to the stores. It was hanging out in the mall. You can grab something to eat. You can get an ice cream. You can maybe see a pretty girl, maybe make a date. I don't know. There was lots of different reasons why you went. Maybe I'll go to the store. Maybe I'll get my hair cut. Maybe, I don't know. There were so many different things. The movie theater was there too. So, it was great going to our local mall. And now it's gone. It's completely gone. And now there's townhouses or something, whatever it is. So that localness is gone, which
it is. Sucks. But I do think if some of the stores had been able to adapt to it and there was still some interest in some of those stores, people being there created that thing. You're talking about the hangout part. Well, Who wants to hang out in a place that's empty?
Yeah.
It's a chicken or the egg, right? If there's no reason for the people to come, then nobody comes. Then the place is empty. Then there's even less reason for people to come.
I'm getting a lot of high cholesterol from this chicken and egg thing, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah. But that's basically what happened. After a while, it's like people would go there. Why would you go there? You go there a couple times and you see it's absolutely empty. It's a ghost town, the tumbleweed roaster. You're not coming back. No. And then other people get the same message, and as soon as the message has been delivered, we don't need a second run at this. We understand now what the situation is.
But there is those other nice malls that you do have. Like I think, what was that one we were talking about before? That was a very high end mall. It's right out your way, really, very much. Very high end mall, but man, they do really good business. Look at whatchamacallit on right off the 401 there, and
Yorkdale?
Allen Roll. Like the parking lot is full all
Yeah.
bloody
Yorkdale,
time.
Yorkdale though has niched itself out. You can go there. If I want to buy a Rolex, I can waltz right in. They've
Yeah.
got the store right there, and I can drop 20, 30, 50 grand and go buy myself a high-end watch because it's right there. That's
have
one thing.
Specialty.
You want to go get expensive shoes, and then the food court is fully stocked. They've got everything inside
And then
that
they have
food court.
specialty bakeries in there and stuff.
Yes.
Because I know I went to one. I was there at the Yorkdale. And they had this bakery, and I went, "Wow, this!" They went all the way around the corner of the glass. It was like, wow, look! I want that and that and that. And don't forget the bagel with the sausage, and I'll take the. It was. Just,
Oh yeah, as long as it's grilled, as long as it's on the grill.
It was. They had the panini grill back there. Yeah.
But that's what you can sell because Yorkdale is selling upmarket, upscale. So it actually makes people. Some people will go there to window shop.
Want to go to the mall just to go to the mall.
Yes. And even some people will just go to window shop. They just want to go window shop, people watch, whatever. That itself. And then guess what? Then the place is full. And then other people are like, oh, okay, this is bustling. There's activity, there's energy, there's something. So maybe I can't afford to buy this really expensive stuff, but I'll go grab a little bite to eat and do some people watching. It's kind of cool.
80s and 90s there at Yorkdale. It's bringing back, let's go there. What for? Doesn't matter. Grab something to eat, hang out, talk to some people, see some people we know. Isn't it funny? Your neighbor lives right beside you, and you see him every other day or something like that. And then you see him in the mall and you go, "Hey, how you doing?" This is like, yeah, you're just my neighbor. Why is it when you're out somewhere else? And it's not like it's far from your home. Like your chances of meeting up are, slim, but more there than him coming out and being your neighbor, and you say, "Hey, how you doing?" But then you see him in the mall. "Hey, how you doing?" Then you start talking. It's like, whatever. Maybe people. That's why they stop going to malls. Tired of meeting their neighbors.
Well, look, I think I won't spend too much time down this rabbit hole, but it's been a fun conversation. But I don't want to spend too much time on the rabbit hole. But one of the things
spent enough time on
it. We did. But listen, you could go much deeper on this if you really wanted to. There is a whole theory about what they call the third place. And this is the concept of the communal space. And the malls used to be one of these communal spaces.
Third eye and the pineal gland, or no?
Almost. But the third place is basically the idea of work is one space, home is another space. The third space was the communal space. It is where people would gather for whatever. But today, there is a lot less of those third spaces. Not just malls, but anything that would constitute that third space. It's become harder to find that space where people will congregate intentionally to be like, oh yeah, just to be
especially
around.
Especially of all ages too, right? Where,
yeah. And the mall used to be one of those third spaces where people would be like, oh, let's meet up at wherever. That was the third space.
Didn't matter, yeah.
Yeah. So because you don't have that as much, that actually has created a lot of weird friction, and because people struggle with this. It's not, that used to provide that, and today it's not good enough. It doesn't do it because a lot of them are actually by the way, even if you wanted to try to make a third space, well, go in there and find out. You see, go hang out at Julie's. Good luck.
I want to go back to the fast times at Ridgemont High.
Sure. There you go. How about card shops and malls? Most of those are dead too. A lot of them are gone.
There's hardly any.
Yeah. Because the overhead isn't worth it. Like, for most of them, the
security is there, though. That helps.
It is. But that's just it. You have to have the right look. AMG can do this where they are because that mall works, and they bring something there, and they can draw people from the community. So they've got a good thing going for them, and it works. So they work with the mall. The mall works with them. They work with the mall. It allows them to be able to create a hub
for them, and it's a central mall. There's only so many people in so many malls. I mean, so I think they have the major mall there, and that's where basically everybody goes. And there's probably a Walmart, and probably a Winners, and probably a few other places. So plus you have his store there, and it's a large store, and so they have quality businesses in there. And I find that if you get a nice restaurant or two in there, like a lot of those some have an inside access. The outer mall, you can still come in, and the inner mall will close. Those things are great too. They just have to have the right people going there. So
Well, that's exactly it. The irony is that just being there and doing a good job invites people in. More people see that people are there and they're more interested to walk in and check it out because, oh, there's activity, there's noise, there's bustling.
sure.
It actually draws people in and they take a couple of minutes and look, and that in turn draws more people in. And then there's all this going on, and they've got other business happening too. They've got the eBay store, they've got auctions, they've got this, they've got the PSA submission center there where they can be like, people can talk to them and do answers, people can sit down, open a couple boxes, people are looking over, hey, what are you pulling? That automatically
84
draws
star.
people in. Yeah, 84 star. But they draw people in, and that in turn makes it more interesting for people to spend a little more time there.
Yep.
It's not just transaction, you grab something and just leave. No, you can spend a little time and lounge around, look around a little bit and see.
It can be transactional, social, whatever. You know,
Yes. And it allows them to create it. And that means all the local folks that are the card folks will pop in maybe once a week to go take a look. Hey, what's new?
Yeah.
That feeds on itself. And in
It
turn,
does.
other people go into, and then they'll do the trade nights once a month. And that in turn brings some people in the door. So that having all that figured out allows it to work for them. Most of these card shops weren't able to do that. They never were able to build up that consistent. You need the regulars. You need the people that are coming all the time. They made sure there were people in the store. An empty store is kind of a thing that'll turn a lot of people off. They don't want to be the first one to walk into the empty store necessarily. And if you don't have that regular clientele, rotation of folks, then you lose it. There you go. Bobby's internet was given out as well. Oh, he's back. But that's the point. Is if you have that, it's psychological.
That happened at 4:30 exactly.
Oh, exactly.
That's
But that's
weird.
psychological. I think that for some folks, just seeing a couple of people there already makes it more comfortable. Already makes it more inviting. They're willing to then join in and
Look
join
at
the
the
conversation.
Expo when you have 4 people at a table and 5 and 6 and then 7, 8, 9, 10 come because they're going, hey, what am I missing? What's going on?
It works. You go.
Wow,
Just
4.5
not
hours
just-
out of today. Wow, that's amazing.
Oh, we got mileage out of it, man. We got mileage.
Huh?
Robert says, if I had to open a card shop, I would make it a coffee shop card shop. Not a bad idea. Some people have tried the.
Don't
some
spill
people
your
tried
coffee on your cards.
But you know, I've seen some people try to do it with the if they can get licensed. Some of them will actually have beer in the fridge there, and they'll have the TV. People can watch the game, so they'll open their boxes, grab a drink, but hang out. They're basically trying to make it into a hangout. They're trying to increase the amount of time that people spend physically in
the
the store,
social
which
part
makes it
coming
more
together. Yeah.
interesting. It encourages social ability in the space and makes it more inviting. People spend more time there, then they're more likely to buy a couple of things here and there just to keep the things going, the activity.
Yeah.
I think it works. So I think that there is somebody who said for that, and because those other stores were not able to do that, they fell by the wayside and then they disappeared, and that was the end of that. But it's hard to do if you're not doing it right. It's hard to do. Who knew
Oh,
the stream could be
eBay, so what are
100%
you
more
gonna do?
mature? It happens. Anyway, all right, folks. So that'll be it. We had ourselves a pretty good episode. So thank you to everybody for participating. Good participation, good chat. A lot of it. We went through a lot of different phases, a lot of different things. Next one, we'll report back on what happens with the card show. I will see if I can make a couple of videos based on it as well, but we'll also talk about it on the live as well. And if we see Brad, then we'll maybe have some stories about that as well. But,
true.
you know, Brad Harlan may be making a visit down to the card show, so we'll maybe have a little fun with that. And then we'll see what happens. Now, mid-September, starting to roll through. We're getting into October, and again, next week, I may be able to talk all about the 2024 AEW flagship. Oh my god, excitement!
Maybe.
But I'll probably spend most of that doing it on the other channel. The wrestling channel will get most of that content. So, look, I've got almost 30 videos on that channel separate from this one. So even though it's been kind of quiet around here, there's stuff going on over there occasionally. I mix and match between the two channels, so we've got that going on. So thanks everybody for checking it out. We appreciate Eric paying for the like button as always. He's disappeared. He's focusing on transferring right now as we speak. I'm sending the invoice over, so make sure on your way out to hit the like button. We appreciate it.
Yep.
Get your name, Zach. Have a good night. Absolutely. And also, don't forget to check out AMG. We were talking about them at the end. Support them, and also check out the next live stream, the next episode on the channel, because I'm gonna have some fun. I'm gonna poke some fun at Steve. We'll have some fun with that AEW flagship and Steve's excitement, glee. But we'll also talk about the cup, because obviously that's gonna be the big one that's gonna be coming up. We'll definitely talk about that one. That'll be part of it, and then whatever else came in the shop, we'll have some of that coming in as well. There you go. Remember to like early and like often. Thank you, Bob. That'll be the last word. Have yourselves a good night, everybody. Name? You still got time left on Friday, so try not to party too hard. Folks on the East Coast, it is now your Saturday. Enjoy your weekend. We'll catch you in the next one.